Hello and welcome to Flutter Full Stack App Development course. In this course you will learn and build Tinder dating app clone using Firebase Firestore as backend. You will learn and build all the features which you see in the dating apps like Tinder. You will learn and implement all these things in this course. For example, in the Tinder dating app you have different filters. For example, as you know that we can scroll right and we can scroll left, as you can see that. So for example, here on the home screen now we see males and females profile mixed. Okay, let's say as a male, if I want to see only females profiles, then I have to apply the filters where I will select the gender. For example, I'm searching for a male or I'm searching for a female. So if you are, let's say, a male, you are searching for a female, then you will select female. And then from which country you want the people to see their profiles and start dating. So you can select the country from here. Let's say I want to choose from France, so I will select France from the list, and then which age you prefer. So from here you can prefer that age, you can select that, let's say 18 or above 18. So I will simply click on, so I will start seeing profiles from France and all the people whose age is 18 or above than 18. As you can see that Angela Tate is 34 and she is from Nantes, France. She is a police officer, her religion is Buddhism, and she is African ethnicity, and France is the country where she is living. If I scroll right, then I see the profile of Lena Parker. She is from Paris, France. As you can see, she is 36, singer, Christian, Caucasian white is the ethnicity. And if you want to change filters, you can change the filters at any time. For example, I'm searching for a female, let's say, who lives in, let's say, United Kingdom, and here you can choose the age, let's say 30 or above 30. So if I click done, then I will see all the profiles from the United Kingdom whose age is either 30 or greater than 30. Okay, so as you can see, all the profiles whose age is either 30 or greater than 30. You can see that. Now let me show you guys another feature. So as on this phone I am logged in as Isma Marta, and if I show you here, you can see Isma Marta is the online user, and here on this phone I am logged in as John Shelby. So if any user view any other person profile, then that person will receive a push notification. So for example, if Isma Marta view the profile of John Shelby, then John Shelby will receive a notification even if the app is minimized or closed. For example, now if I view John Shelby profile as Isma Marta, you can see that here is John Shelby profile information, and now John Shelby will receive a push notification. So you can see that the notification received, and it says new view title, and then the message is you have received a new view from Isma Marta, click to see. So when you click on the notification, it will open up the app and it will show you the notification in the app as well when the app is opened. As you can see, we have this beautiful notification box where we see the Isma Marta profile image, the name, age, and city and country of Isma Marta. So you can either close this notification, or if you want to see her complete profile, then you can simply click on this view profile, and it will send you to Isma Marta profile screen where you can see all the images uploaded to her profile by Isma Marta, as you can see, and you can see his personal info like name, age, number, city, country, seeking, appearance, height, weight, body type, lifestyle, as you can see. Okay, all the complete information like background, culture, values, all this information you can see here on her complete profile screen. As both the users view each other's profile, so it will also be inside this tab where when John Shelby come here, then to John Shelby here it will display all the profiles which John Shelby view. So profile I view, John Shelby view only Isma Marta profile now till now. And if I click here on view my profile as John Shelby, then as you know that is my Marta view John Shelby profile. Okay, currently there is only one profile. Okay, that is my Marta view John Shelby. So also as Isma Marta, if Isma Marta go to this tab, then Isma Marta will see that Isma Marta view only one profile, that is John Shelby, and the profile of Isma Marta is viewed by one person, and that is John Shelby. So if any other user, any user view your profile, those profile will be visible here inside this view my profile tab, and if you view someone else's profiles, then those profiles will be visible here inside the profile I view. Then comes the next feature when you mark someone as your favorite. So for example, as Isma Marta, here is online user, okay, and here on this phone currently John Shelby is online. So let's say Isma Marta is busy, let's say in searching for profiles, persons, and let's say here John Shelby is busy in searching profiles. So let's say if John Shelby like Isma Marta profile, then John Shelby will simply mark this profile as their favorite, or John Shelby can send her like. Okay, so let's check the favorite feature first. Even if the app is open and when John Shelby send Isma Marta favorite, that is, let's say John Shelby mark Isma Marta as their favorite, so on Isma Marta phone she will receive a notification which says John Shelby country and city, profile image, and two buttons which is close and view my profile. So Isma Marta receive a favorite from John Shelby. If you click on view my profile, then here you will see the John Shelby profile. That is, Isma Marta see that this person whose name is John Shelby, here is his complete profile information. So this person sent a favorite to Isma Marta. Also you can verify it from here. If you click here, then I am their favorite tab, which simply means that those people who mark you as your favorite. So Isma Marta is marked as favorite by John Shelby. So that's why in the Isma Marta phone, when Isma Marta come here to this tab which is I am their favorite, so Isma Marta now see that I am marked as favorite by John Shelby. And if John Shelby go to the favorites, then John Shelby will see that my favorites, that is people who is marked by John Shelby himself, here he will see his favorites, that is to which people he sent favorites or marked them as their favorites. So inside my favorites tab to John Shelby, Isma Marta is showing. However, inside the I am their favorite, there is 0 favorites, since John Shelby is not yet marked favorite by anyone. So for example, now if on the Isma Marta phone, if Isma Marta go back to the home screen and let's say Isma Marta also mark John Shelby as their favorite, even if the app is minimized or closed. So let's say if Isma Marta mark John Shelby, so you can see that the notification arrived which says you have received a new favorite from Isma Marta, click to see. So when John Shelby click on this notification, it will show that Isma Marta, the location and all the details. So you can either close or you can view Isma Marta profile as John Shelby. Okay, he is the current online user. So let's close this, and now if I go back to the favorite and if I click on this I am their favorite, then here it will show me Isma Marta profile as she marked me as her favorite as well. Okay, so John Shelby is now Isma Marta favorite as well, as you can see that now. And also if you come here, and here you can see my favorites John Shelby to Isma Marta, it is showing that John Shelby is your favorite as she also marked John Shelby as her favorite, and I am their favorite, that is John Shelby also marked Isma Marta as his favorite. So you can either view any profile or you can either mark any user as your favorite. For example, if I marked this Emma Watson as my favorite, okay, as you can see, and now if I go to my favorites, so to John Shelby, it is showing that Emma Watson is also your favorite. Similarly, you can just mark anyone as your favorite as you want. So for example, if I mark this one profile, then it will be inside my favorite as well, as you can see that. Then comes the like feature, that is if your profile is liked by someone, or if you liked someone else's profiles, so that will appear here. Okay, if you like some profiles, then it will appear here. If you are liked by anyone else, then that will appear here. Similarly here in case of Isma Marta, okay, I mean for any user. So for example, as you know, here Isma Marta is the online user, and then here you already know John Shelby is the online user. So let's say, for example, if I liked Isma Marta profile, even if the app is minimized or closed, okay, so John Shelby is going to like Isma Marta. So if I liked, then a push notification will be sent to Isma Marta phone. You can see that you have received a new like from John Shelby. Click to see. So if Isma Marta click on it, then it will open up the notification in the app, that is John Shelby, the city, country, and view profile, close. So here you can see that. So if you want, of course, Isma Marta can see the profile, or if Isma Marta want, Isma Marta can close this notification. And if Isma Marta go to the likes, then liked me, that is like received, we have to check. So the like which is received by Isma Marta, there is only one like, and which is by John Shelby. So John Shelby liked Isma Marta profile currently, and there is no other one which is that is Isma Marta do not like anyone else yet. As you can see, it is empty. However, she is liked by one person, and that is John Shelby. Similarly, if John Shelby come here, then inside the John Shelby my likes, John Shelby like Isma Marta, and John Shelby is not yet liked by anyone else. As you can see, it is now empty. So let's say if Isma Marta also like John Shelby back, okay, so Isma Marta will click on the like button. So even if the app is open and Isma Marta when click liked, then the notification will be sent to John Shelby phone that Isma Marta likes you. Okay, even I can unlike back, and if I like again, then the push notification will be now sent to the John Shelby phone, that is you have received a new like from Isma Marta. So when John Shelby click on the notification, it will open up the app and it will display the push notification, that is the dialog box. Okay, now if John Shelby go here and also check this liked me, then Isma Marta like John Shelby now. Similarly, let's say I'm going to log in as another user. So currently I am logged in now as Pooja Sharma. Okay, so let's say, so if Pooja Sharma likes John Shelby profile, so she will click here on the like button and John Shelby will receive that Pooja Sharma liked. Now from where John Shelby will know? If John Shelby come here, then liked me, you can see that Pooja Sharma liked John Shelby. Even if Pooja Sharma now marked John Shelby as favorite, even if the app is closed, then in that case John Shelby will receive the push notification. As you can see, the notification received, you have received a new favorite from Pooja Sharma. So Pooja Sharma also marked John Shelby as favorite. So if John Shelby go to the favorites, then inside I am their favorite, John Shelby will see that Pooja Sharma marked John Shelby as her favorite. And then after it comes the chatting feature. So let's say if Pooja Sharma wants to chat with John Shelby now, then Pooja Sharma can click on this chat button. So when Pooja Sharma click on it, it will open up in the chat screen. So the chat screen here is a default message from Pooja Sharma, that is which the app suggests, that is, hey, I found your profile on dating app, let's hang out. So you can send, that is Pooja Sharma can now send message to John Shelby, and you see that John Shelby received the notification for chat. So now if I open up that notification, hey, I found your profile on dating app, let's hang out. So if I click on that notification, it will open up the chat in John Shelby phone, and John Shelby can then reply, that is, hey, let's say, how are you? Yes, let's say thank you, or anything. I mean, you can type. So let's send. Okay, so then you can just start sending messages to each other, that is to any profile you want. So you will learn all these things in this course. Then the next thing is the user profile settings, that is the user can see his own profile, the images the user has uploaded. As you can see, we have this beautiful image slider where the user can see his own pictures as well, as you can see. Then of course the user can view his own personal info, appearance, lifestyle, and background cultural values information. If the user wants to edit, then the user can click here. The user can start selecting images which the user wants to upload or update. So let's say if I want to update, I will choose images from my phone, any multiple images you can choose. Let's choose different quickly. So I choose these 5 images. Then of course if you want, you can edit any information here which you want to update related to your appearance, lifestyle, personal info, and all the things. Okay, so let's say if I want to update my age to, let's say, so then you can simply click on update in order to update your profile information. So now if you go to your profile, then here you can see that your profile images, I mean your images has been updated, as you can see, with the newer ones, and also your information, as you can see, age, all the information are now updated, as you can see that. So yeah, you will learn all these things in this course, and if you want, you can log out from the app, where let's say if you are a new user, then you can sign up here by creating a new account, filling all this form, selecting your profile image. Okay, and if you have already an account, then you can log in back to the app from the login screen. So I hope you will love this course, and yeah, see you guys in the course. Bye for now. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's just start this project. So open up your Android Studio, click on new Flutter project, make sure that Flutter is selected, then click next, and here you have to provide your project name. Remember, your project name must be in small English alphabets, and you have to provide the name together. For example, let's give this project name as dating Tinder clone app or dating app, whatever name you want to give to it. So I cannot give it a name like dating space app. Okay, this is not the good way. The good way is, otherwise sometimes you get errors for it. Instead of space, you can use this underscore. Okay, instead of space, use this underscore. So it is now dating underscore app, and then here you have to provide the description. So I will just say this is Flutter GetX Tinder clone app, or you can say matching app. So anyways, now here is the organization. Here you see this com.example. Instead of example, you can type your name. So I can simply say let's say your name is John, so you can type John. If your name is Peter, you can type Peter. My name is Muhammad Ali, so I will type my name and you type your name, com.Muhammad Ali, and then make sure to uncheck Windows, Web, macOS, Linux. It is only for Android, iOS. And then my project location is, that is, when my project is created, it will be saved to the desktop by this name, which is dating underscore app. as you can see here. Okay, so now I am ready to create. So click on create, and it is going now to create a brand new project for us. As you can see, it is creating now, and it has been created successfully. Now the first thing you have to make sure that from here this project is selected. This is our Flutter project, dating_app. Here comes the lib. Inside the lib, basically we write our coding files in .programming languages, and our dot files we will create. By default we have main.dot, from where basically our app starts. Here is some basic UI. If you scroll here, my home page and my home page state. Of course we do not need this, we will remove this in a while. And then the next thing that we have is pubspec.yml. so let's say if we use any dependencies, any assets like images in the assets, and let's say any external fonts we want to use, then that we include here in our this pubspec.yml file, and the dependencies we add here after the Cupertino icons. So anyways, this was just some basic info about the Flutter. Now the next thing is come back here to the main.dot. We need to remove the my home page and my home page state. So I will just remove this. Okay, it is removed now. And also let's remove these comments, and then remove this. Now right click on lib, new, and let's create a new folder. We will give it name as authentication screens. Now right click on this authentication screen folder, new dot file, and we will create our first file, which is the login_screen. Remember, the dot file name must be in small English alphabet. Okay, and as I told you, instead of spaces you can use this underscore. So login screen is our first screen, so press enter to create. Import the material.dot, and we will create a stateful widget. We will give it name as login screen. Now come back to the main.dot, and here our first screen from where our app will start, that will be login screen for now. Of course later when we add the authentication, we will add a condition, that is, if the user is already logged in, then send the user to the home screen. Otherwise the user will be on the login screen if the user is not already logged in. So our app will start from the login screen for now. Okay, that is our first screen, and the root is from here, home, login screen. As you already know that we will develop this project using the getExStat management. So for that purpose we have to add a dependency for using getEx in our this Flutter project. So go to the pubspec.yml and then open up your browser and simply go to this site, famous site, which is pub.dev, and search for the package which is by the name get. So this one, which is get, which is getEx. So click on installing, and you have to just copy this dependency, come back to your project and simply add that in here. Now one important thing here I have to mention is that delete this version number, okay, and just leave this get colon. Now the advantage of this is, let's say if any new version came out in a few days, or let's say after a month, or let's say after 1 year, it will automatically get the latest new version. Okay, it will get the new version automatically. Okay, it do not depend on any specific version number. So always when you use any dependency or any package, the dependency of it must you have to define like this, without the version number. And the advantage of this is, that is, whenever the new version is available, it will always get the latest new version of getx. Okay, so that's why I just used colon, get colon, without specifying the version number. And also one thing is, do not give it one space forward or one space backward, otherwise you will get error. It must be in proper indentation with this C. As you can see, this get G must be in proper indentation with this C, as you can see, just like this. No space forward, no space backward, otherwise you will get errors. So anyways, now let's just click pub get in order to install the get in our project. Or from the command line, whenever you want to add a new dependency in your project, you have to just type flutter pub get. Okay, this is the command for this pub get. It automatically run that when we click on pub get. Otherwise, from the command line, you have to just type this command. So anyways, now let's come back here to our main, and this is now get material app. We will give it name as dating app, or you can say Tinder clone. So now let's just test the application to see how it looks. So the app is running now successfully, and as you can see that it starts from the login screen, which is this login screen. If you go to the login screen, then here we have just the placeholder for now, which you see on your screen. Now one thing, of course, we will develop it step by step. So first of all, we need to remove this debug banner from here. So for that purpose, here on our get material app, inside it, after the theme, we can say debug show check mode banner, and we will set this to false, and it will remove that banner from the top, as you can see. Now let's start implementing the login screen. So first of all, we will return a scaffold widget. We will add body of our login screen, and first we will add scroll view, which is single child scroll view. As you know, there can be multiple widgets, so we want that, let's say if it exceeds the screen size, then the user can scroll, the scrolling will start. Okay, the user can scroll and see the buttons or text fields. Child center widget, child column, children widget. First of all, we will display a app logo. So I will provide these two images file. Please download these. Once you download it, then you can simply copy it and then come back to your project. Right click on your project name, new, and create a new folder. We will give it name as images, press enter. So the images folder is created. Now right click on this images folder and then click paste and click OK. So now inside our images folder, we have our logo.png and profile avatar.jpg file, images files. So what we need to do, we need to include it inside, this image reference, images folder reference, we have to include in our prospect.yml file. Only then we will be able to use these images. So here in the prospect.yml file, if you scroll here below the uses material design, you will see these assets. So first of all, remove the comment from it. Remember, this assets A must be in proper alignment, or you can say proper indentation with this uses material U, as you can see. No space forward, no space backward, otherwise you will get error. Then comes the second thing, this dash sign of this images must be in proper indentation with the second S of assets. After dash you have one space and then your folder name. So our folder name is images, as you can see, and this slash simply means that whatever is inside this images folder, that is now the part of our this Flutter project, that is we can access the files which are inside this images folder. Now click pub get So it has been added successfully. Then come back to the login screen. If you see this as suggestion, click on get dependencies and then click ignore. Now let's add a image.asset. So we have image inside the images folder, which is by the name logo.png. Let's run our app to see how it looks so that we can align it, or you can say give it some specific size. So the app is running now, and this is the logo which you can see here. Now if you want to increase or decrease its size, you can do that by giving it width size to it. For example, if I say 200, and now if I check out, then you say it becomes like this. Okay, so it is totally up to you how much width you want to give to it. So let's say 180. So this is the 180 size. So if you want to further increase, you can give it like, let's say 300. So it becomes this much. Okay, so anyways, it is, you can control using by giving it width. And then let's add some space from the top. So above the image.asset, we are going to add a size box of height 120. Now the default theme of our app, or of this entire Flutter application, we want it to be black. So we have to define the theme for it on our main.dart. So what we can do here is we can simply remove this, and we can say theme data dot dark dot copy width, and here we have to specify the scaffold background color, and we want it to be black. So now if we check out our app, then here you can see it becomes, it has now a black background. Now after the image, we want to display some title. So using the text widget, we can do that. We can say welcome, and let's apply some text style on it. Font size 22, and the font weight will be bold. Add it contain constant value welcome. We will add const modifier with it. Now let's check out how it looks. Then after welcome, let's copy this text widget and paste it below here. Okay, and we can say please log in to find your best match. And let's give it, first let's check out how it looks. As you can see, so we will give it 18. Log in now to find your best match, and between these two text widget, let's add some space. So it looks beautiful now. So as you know that one thing which I have to mention here is that the default logo of our app and this app name, how we can change it. Also, when you open up the app, you see this default Flutter logo. Instead of that, we want our this logo. So let's quickly change the app name and app logo. So we will go to Android, app, src, main, and then inside the res. You can see this map, HDPI, MDPI up to here. So we have to add our logo file in it. So for that purpose, what we need to do, our logo file, which is logo.png, I will simply copy it. And now inside, starting from here, right click on it, click paste, click OK. Then right click here, click paste, click OK. Similarly here, then here, and then here as well. So once you do that, remember our logo.png file, okay, this is the name of our image file. We have to go to Android manifest.xml, and here instead of this IC launcher, we have to write the name of our image file, which is logo. You do not need to include the image type, okay, there is no need of it. Just remove that. Just you have to type the name before this dot, which is logo. Do not include the image type, either it is .png or .jpg, whatever it is. You have to just type the name, which is logo. So I just type here the image name, which is logo, and here is the label, which is your app name. So I will just give it name as dating app. So once you do this changes, then let's install the app again on our phone and let's see. So you can see the app logo changed, the default logo in the default splash screen. Now you see our new logo. However, now if I go and show you the app, then you can see we have our this beautiful logo for our app, and this is the name which we set, which is dating app. Now we need to add the email text field, the password text field with a login button. Now as we need two text fields, for example the email text field and the password text field here on our login screen. Similarly, the same text fields we will need on our registration screen. So instead of writing the code many times for a text field, we will create a reusable widget which we can call whenever we need it. So this way we will write the clean code and it will keep our project professional. The coding technique will be professional. So anyways, now let's just right click on lib, new, create a new folder. We will give it name as widgets. Right click on widgets and let's create our first reusable widget for adding text fields. So new dot file, and we will give it name as custom text field widget. Custom text field widget. We will create a stateless widget. We will give it name as custom text field widget. Now this custom text field widget will receive some parameters, and that is first of all the text editing controller, which simply means that which kind of editing controller this is. Either it is a for password, for email, for name, or for what purpose. Then the next thing is the icon data. Then the reference to the asset if we want to display any custom icon. image. So for that purpose we have added here this asset reference, and then the label string. Or you can say label text, and either the text field which we are implementing, it is for password or not, which is basically the is obscure property. If it is true, it simply means that it will convert the text in dotted form, that is, it will not be a visible text. However, if it is false, it simply means that it is, let's say, name text field or email text field where the text is visible. Remove this const from it, and we can say this dot editing controller, this dot icon data, this dot asset reference, this dot label text, this dot is obscure. So now we can say return a text field widget, for which the controller will be the editing controller. Decoration, let's add some input decoration. First thing will be the label text which we want to display for specific text field, so that will be whatever the parameter we receive, which is label text, we will display that. Then the prefix icon. So we will first check if the icon data, if that is not equals to null, then simply display the icon. Otherwise, if icon data is not equals to null, then display the icon. Otherwise, else display the image. If the icon is null, it simply means we have custom image icon which we want to display. So then this else part will execute, where here we will now display that image. So the icon will be icon data, and for the padding, we can say edge inserts dot all from all side at child image dot asset, and whatever the asset reference we receive, we will display here. Now after this, after the prefix icon, the next property is label style. If you want to apply some styling on the label, you can apply here. For example, we will change the text size to 18. Now next come the enable border feature, how you want your text field borders. So we have enable border, outline input border, border radius dot circular, and from all side it will be 6. And for the enable border, what color we want to apply, so that will be border side. Using border side, basically we apply the color. Okay, so we can say const border side, the color will be gray. And then for the focus border we will do the same. So minimize this enable border code. Make sure to put here at the end a comma, and then after the enable border just copy this piece of code. Okay, copy it and then focus border and simply paste that outline input border here. For the focus border we will have the same circular 6 and border side color will be gray. Then after the focus border let's apply the after the input decoration, as it is a text field property which is obscure text is obscure. Make sure to add a null check. So now let's just add the text fields to our login screen. So after this title let's add some space of 28 will be enough, and then using our custom text field widget, first we will add the email. Now we have to add a editing controller, which simply means that when the user start typing, that input we have to take. So that input we take using a text editing controller. So let's define that here. Let's initialize it here, basically not define. We can initialize using set text editing controller. Text editing controller, you can give it name as like email text editing controller. Text editing controller. Similarly for the password, and now here we can say this one is for getting email input. The label text for this will be email, and icon data for this we want to be icons dot email outline, and this is not a password. We want the email to be visible, so that's why we will pass this is obscure as false. And yeah, that's it for the email. And then of course for the password, the input we will take inside password text editing controller. Then we will have password, the icon will be lock underscore outlined. This one is open, the other one is just lock outline, this one. And as it is password, for the password this text field will be, so we will is obscure will be true, that is convert the text to dotted form. So now let's just check it out how it looks. So the app is running now. So here you can see this is our email text field, this is our password text field. Well, now we are going to add some margin to our email and password so that it looks beautiful. For that purpose we will wrap first our email text field in a container first, wrap with container, and then we will add some width, media query dot of context dot size dot width, whatever. Now what we are doing here is that this thing is basically it will get the screen size, okay? And let's say some user may have a phone which have small screen size and some may have a phone which has a big screen, so automatically it will set the text field according to the screen size. So for example, here for the width, whatever the screen width is, we will minus from it, let's say 36. So if I show you, so now you see like this. So for example, on this screen size it looks like this. However, if you have a small a phone which has a small screen size, then it will adjust the width of this email text field according to the screen size. Whatever the screen size is, it will just adjust itself according to that. Similarly, the same we can do for the password, but first of all, here if you want to give it some height, so you can also do that. For example, height for this will be 50. Let's see, it will look like this. If you want to increase the height, that is height, okay, so let's give it 55. So 55 is this much. It looks more professional now, okay. So this is all about the how you can manage the width and height of a text field. Now change this container to size box, okay, and then the same thing we will do here for the password. So just click here, wrap with container, and the same properties, which is height and width, we will apply here. So now if we check out, it looks like this, as you can see. Now between the email and password, let's add some space. Let's add 24. Next thing that we will do is, after the password field, we will basically add a button, a login button, as well as don't have an account, sign up here text button as well. So for that purpose, we will start adding here the button. Let me add here a comment, login button. The width and height we want for it the same, so we can say width height. We want to add some decoration for this button, that is a rounded button. So instead of size box, we will proceed with container, as container has a property decoration. So let's apply some box decoration on it now. The color will be, and border radius will be border radius dot all, and from all side it will be radius dot circular, from all side 12 circular. Then child inkwell widget, we will add click event. After the click event, the name for this button, what we want, so we can say child const. At the center of this inkwell widget, we want to display a text widget on which the text will be login. The text style will be 20. Color black, font weight will be font weight bold. Now if we check out, this is our login button. If you want to decrease its height, then you can do it from here. If I make it 50, then it looks like this. Also we want to add some space after the password text field, so copy this and paste it above the login button and password text field, and this will be 30. So this is how our UI looks now. Now after this button we will have a don't have an account sign up here now button. So after the login button we can add some space of size box height 16, and then we can add a row widget. First we will add a text widget in which we can write do not have an account, or you can say don't have an account. Don't have an account question mark 1 space. Apply some style, text style, font size 16, color gray, add a const modifier here, and then after this we can add a button using the inkwell widget. We can say inkwell, you know, it has a click event on tap. Then the name for this will be sign up here, or you can say register here, or create account here, whatever you want to write. Okay, you can just write here register here, or create here will be the best. Okay, create here. So it will be like don't have an account, create here. Let's apply some style on it, then you will see it. So it will be font size 18, color white, bold font weight. If you see it now, then you can see don't have an account, create here. We want this to be at the center, so for that purpose what we can do is, as you know that don't have an account and this inkwell create account here button, this is inside this row widget. So we can apply a property on it which is by name man axis alignment dot center. Now if you check it will be at the center of the screen. Now the next thing that we will implement is basically the progress bar, or you can say a loading widget. That is when the user click on login and when we are authenticating the user email and password with the Firebase authentication, so we will display a circular progress bar, which is also called circular progress indicator. So we will display that here, so the user will know that okay, I have to wait. So for that purpose what we need to do is we will create a boolean type variable here. First of all you will give it name as show progress bar, or you can call it loading bar, progress bar. Okay, show progress bar, and we give it initial value false. So after the don't have an account, create here, which is basically implemented inside this row. Let me write here comment don't have an account, create here button. Okay, after this we will display the progress bar. So first of all we will add some space, and then we can say show progress bar. If that become equals to true, then simply display a circular progress indicator. Otherwise, if show progress bar is false, then display nothing but an empty container, just like this. For this circular progress indicator, we can give it a color, which color we want for the circular progress bar. So we can say value color, always stopped animation, color, and the color will be colors dot let's give it pink color. Okay, so pink color will be with that. Make sure to add here const modifier. So if the show progress bar is true, then display circular progress indicator, otherwise display this container. So this is all about our login screen user interface. Now let's start working on the user interface of the login screen. So right click on authentication, new .file, and we will give it name as registration underscore screen. Material dot stateful widget, we'll give it name as registration screen. First of all, we will initialize the text editing controllers for the inputs that we will take from a user. So we will have email, password, and then let's copy paste this. Let me add here a comment. This will be the personal info, then the appearance, then the lifestyle, and then the background cultural values. So for the appearance, we will have 3. We will of course add its rights name, okay? And then for the lifestyle, we will have 11 text editing controllers, and then finally for the background and culture we will have 5. So first of all, let's start from here. Email, password, then comes the name, the age, then of course the phone number, then the city, then country, then profile heading, and also one more, which will be what you are looking for in a partner. Then we have height, weight, then of course the body type, either slim, attractive, athletic, or average, and then comes the lifestyle. So first of all, we will have drink, if the person is drinking or not, then smoking, marital status, for example divorce, single, widowed, then of course if the person have children's, number of children, profession, then the employment status, full-time, part-time, then the income, annual income, then the living situation, alone, with family, with kids, then if the person is willing to relocate for a partner to another country or not, and then what you are looking for in a partner, that is relationship you are looking for example you are looking for marriage, you are looking for friendship, and so on. That is friendship, then marriage, and so on. After it we have nationality, education, the language spoken, religion, and the last one is ethnicity, American, European, Asian, African, and so on. Then let's start implementing the user interface. We will have scaffold. In the body we will add a scroll view, child center widget, child column, First of all, we will add some space, size box 100, then a title, create account, and it will be some space after it, and then we can say to get started now. So create account to get started now, and then some space, and we will display a profile avatar from where the user can choose, select any image from gallery in order to upload it. So on tap click event, then we can say child, the circle avatar radius will be 80, and we will add background image to it. And from the asset we have image inside the images folder by the name profile underscore avatar.jpg, and the background color for this circle avatar will be black. Then we will display some space, and just like on our login screen, as we start adding the fields for email, password and all these, the same thing we will do here on our registration screen. So for the time saving, copy this email, this size box and this password up to this password, and come back here to the registration screen and simply paste that here. So first of all, we will add name, import the custom text field widget dot. So for the name, you know that it is name text editing controller, and we will say name. The icon for this will be person outline. Then we will have some space after name, then email, space, then password, then some space, and then we will keep adding it for the other ones. So first of all, for the time saving, I'm going to add comments. For example, first for the personal info, we have starting from here, from name, so we can say personal info, name, email, password we have added, and then we will have for name, email, password added, age, phone number, another one we will add. So what I can do, you can also type comments so that you do not get confused later on, as we have a large of personal data about the user. So city, country, then we have profile heading, and then of course what you are looking for in a partner. So this is basically personal info. So let's just first implement this. So what we can do now, you can copy the email text field alongside with this size box, and let's just keep adding it here. So this one will be for email, then for phone number, then for city, then for country. We will change it of course one by one now, and then for what you are looking for in a partner. So First, after the password, we have age. So it is age text reading controller. It will take some time, so please carefully watch out for it. And then the user has to provide age number. After age comes the phone number. So phone text reading controller, phone icon, or this one, whatever icon you like. Then comes the city. Then comes the country. Make sure to change the text reading controller for it. Then let's add the icon location city. For the country, this icon as well. Then the profile heading. Profile heading text reading controller. So we have an icon by the name text field, this one, that is profile heading, or you can say profile title. After profile heading, we have what you are looking for in a partner. So we can say what you are looking for in a partner. We can add icon face for it. Now let's test the application how it looks. So the app is running now, and let's quickly add a click event on this create here, okay, which is for registration. So we have to go back quickly to our login screen where we don't have an account. Here it is. We can simply say get .to. Make sure to import first get. So we can say 2, and this is our registration screen. Let's install the app again. Now let's click on create here, and this is our sign up till now what we have implemented. Now as you know, this information is the information related to the personal information. That is, currently we have implement editing text editing controller for personal info. So we will add here a title, that is, this is for the personal info, so that it looks more beautiful. Also let's change the color of this to gray color. So let's quickly add our title above from where our personal information starts. Here we can just say, using the text widget, we can say personal info, apply this text style on it, and the font size will be 20. So it will look like this. Let's give some space. So it looks good now. So now after the personal info, after that we are going to add for the appearance. So we will add a comment appearance, and what we need to do is First we will add a title just like we add for the personal info. Okay, so personal info alongside with this size box, and also let's copy this name size box and this const size box. Okay, just this, copy it and come down here and paste it here. So we have now appearance, and then first thing we have in appearance is the height, which is height text editing controller, and let's add for this icon insert chart for the height, and then we will copy paste this 2 times further. So appearance, height, then weight, which is weight text editing controller, and then if you want to change the icon for the weight, you can give any icon like table chart, just exactly according to weight title. Okay, so weight, and then finally the body type, slim, thinner, athletic. So for the body type, the icon will be type specimen. You can give any icon you want. Okay, so now if we check out, so we have personal info and then we have appearance, as you can see here. Similarly, after the appearance we have lifestyle. So for that purpose I will just copy this appearance alongside up to here. Okay, body type, size box, copy this and paste it here. So this one is now for lifestyle. So the first one we have here is drink, text editing controller. One thing I have to check for the body type, I think we forgot to change this, which is body text editing controller. Okay, make sure to change these. Let's check for weight and for height as well. So yeah, it is okay. Then comes lifestyle, drink text editing controller, and you can add here icon drink. After drink comes weight, smoke, so smoke, text editing controller, and you can say smoking underscore room will be the icon for it. Then comes the martial status, and the icon for this will be Cupertino icons dot person underscore 2, and then we will copy paste it for the other ones. So copy this and paste it at times 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. Now let's change it quickly step by step. So smoke, martial status, then have children, So we can say, do you have children? And the icon for this is the controller is have children text editing controller, and icon will be person 3 fill. Then after do you have children, we have number of children, if any, the same icon we will use. After number of children comes the profession. So first of all, make sure that for have children text editing controller, number of children, it is number of children text editing controller, and then for profession it is profession text editing controller. And it will be bag icon. Here we have not beautiful icon, so we will go back to icons dot this one will be good, business center. Then after the profession comes the employment status, employment status, and we will use this icon for it, and make sure to change this to employment status. After it comes the annual income, so it is income text editing controller, and for this you can use money, dollar, euro, whatever icon you want, pound, whatever it is. Okay, so we will go with $sign. Then after it comes the living situation. So we will use this icon for it. Living situation simply means are you living alone, with family, or with kids. And then we will have the willing to relocate to another country or another city. So you have to answer yes or no. We can say are you willing, and then lastly for the lifestyle we have the relationship for which the person is looking. So what you are looking for, what relationship. So relationship you are looking for, and of course this one is willing to relocate, living situation, willing to relocate, then relationship you are looking for. And yeah, that's it. This is for the lifestyle. So we have personal info, appearance, then lifestyle. And after lifestyle we have last one left, which is the background and cultural values. So what we can do is, for the time saving, we will just first add a title, which is here lifestyle. So alongside you need to just copy this. Let's also copy it alongside with the size boxes. So 5 text fields we need for the background cultural values. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 alongside with this size box. So copy these up to here. Okay, lifestyle, copy this from here, lifestyle. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 text fields we need for the background cultural values. So here at the end, after the relationship you are looking for, we will paste it here. So now we can simply change this lifestyle to, and by the way, don't worry, I will provide the source code with each section, so you can take help from the source code if you get confused. Okay, as you know, on the registration we have a lot of text fields because this is a dating app, and here we need the user's information, complete information. So anyways, let's just quickly complete this. The first thing that we have is nationality of the person, of the user. And the icon for this will be flag, or you can use flag circle outline. Then how much education the user has, so we'll use history edu, and this one is nationality, this one is education, and then third one we have language spoken. So let's add this icon for the language spoken. Then the religion of the user, religion, and this one is language spoken, so we can say language spoken text editing controller. This one is religion. For the religion, let's use this icon. Now instead of icon, if you want to use any your own custom image icon, that is if you have any image, then for that purpose you can use the asset reference. Okay, all you need to do is you have to provide your image reference here. For example, in my case, let's say for example, if I want to display the logo as an icon for this region text field, so I will simply write my reference here, that is inside the images folder. I have the image file by the name logo.png. so what it will do, it will simply display this logo with my this custom text field. Okay, so it is totally up to you. If you want your custom image icons or any image file you want to display as an icon with the religion or with any text field, you can display it. Okay, it is totally up to you. That's why we have defined this asset reference for it. I will go with the icon, which is this one, and then of course the last one we have is ethnicity, white, black, or brown, Caucasian white, and so on. How much ethnicities are there around the world, Indian, and so on. So ethnicity, for this we will display this eye icon. Okay, ethnicity, then religion. Okay, so yeah, let's check out how it looks. So we have personal info, appearance, lifestyle, then background and culture values. So yeah, that's it. This is all about the information which we need for registration. So after this we have to, at the end, we have to add a button. So let's just do that quickly. Go back to the login screen, and from here we need to just copy these widgets quickly for the time saving, and we will change it of course. Here on the login screen, make sure that after this progress bar condition checking, add some space. Okay, here. So from login button up to this size box, copy this piece of code, come back to the registration screen, and here we have to add that, remove, yeah, change this to 30. Then we have sign up, or you can say create account button. and this will be already have account login here. So the create account button will be this one, then some space, and then we can say already have an account. So this will be, make sure to import get dot dot, and instead of this what we will do, we can simply say get dot back, that is close the registration screen and go back to the previous screen. That is, as you know that to this registration screen we came from the login screen. So when we want to close this current screen and go back from where we come, then we use get dot back. Or you can also do that, instead of this you can write login screen, which is this one, okay? But the best way is to just use the get dot back. And also let's initialize this boolean type variable here. Give it a default value false. So now let's just install the app and let's see the user interface of our registration screen. So we are going to implement a feature where we will allow the user to pick an image from phone gallery or to capture the image with phone camera. For that we will add two icon button here on our registration screen below the circle avatar. Right click on lib, new, let's create a new folder and we will give it name as controllers. Right click on controllers folder, let's create new dot file, we will give it name as authentication controller. We will create a class by the name controller which will extend the getX controller. Static authentication controller, we will give it name as auth controller. The next thing that we will do is to implement a code for picking an image from phone gallery. For that we will use the package image picker, the image picker dependency we need. So go to the pub.test file, simply search for image picker, which is basically this one, image picker. Installing, and just copy this. And we will go back to our pubspec.yaml, and below the Cupertino icons we can simply add that. Make sure that it is in proper indentation with this get G like this. Okay, so image picker, remove the version number. Then click pub get in order to install it. So now we can use it in our project. So what we can do now is, and then file, make sure to remove this .html if you imported by mistake. Okay, this file is basically .io, which is this one, import library .io, not the HTML one. Okay, that picked file we can access with the help of this profile image. So we can say pick image file from gallery, image picker, image source dot gallery. So this line of code will basically send the user to phone gallery, from where the user will pick a file, an image file specifically, and that image file we will assign to, let's give it name as image file. So that image file will be assigned to this image file, and then we will check either if it contains the image or not. We will just tell to the user successfully picked your image file. And as we have now the image file, so that image file we are going to assign to our this picked file. Image file which the user picked from the phone gallery, that image file we assign to this picked file. Okay, so the value of that image file is accessible by this profile image. So whenever we need it, the profile image, we will just access this profile image and we will get that. Of course, I'm talking about the registration screen. We will access it on our registration screen now. That is when the user pick an image and we have the picked file, so that picked file value will be assigned, that is, it will be accessible by this profile image. Now some of you may want to pick image from, that is, capture image with the phone camera. Well, that is so simple. The same method, okay, the same method you can copy paste down here, and if you want to capture image with phone camera, then you can give it name as capture image from phone camera. And all you need to do is you have to just change the source to camera. So instead of calling this method, you can call this method. Okay, it will open up the phone camera, the user will capture image using the phone camera, and that image will be picked. Okay, that is, the capture image will come inside this image file. Then we check that either the image we captured successfully or not, so it will be like profile image. You can say you have successfully captured, or you can say taken your profile image using camera or phone camera. Okay, and that image file which is captured using phone camera, it will come, that is, that image file we assign to this picked file, and you know that that picked file is accessible by this profile image. So yeah, this is so simple and so easy. Now how we can call these methods in our registration screen? As you know, we are controlling it using the getExStat management. So for that purpose, on the registration screen, all you need to do is to create an instance of the authentication controller. What we can do here is, here we can create an instance of our authentication controller. So we can say authentication controller, and then, as you know, it is, our controller name is authentication controller dot auth controller. So with the help of this authentication controller, as I told you, we can access this controller, this class methods, and this class attributes. Okay, for example, methods are these currently, and these are the attributes. So anyways, now what we can do is, with the help of this, we can call up our method which is pick image from gallery. So here where we have our profile avatar, we can simply say authentication controller dot pick image from gallery. Or if you want to capture image with phone camera, then you can call this method which is capture image from phone camera. Or some of you may want to have both of the features, that is, to allow the user to either pick from gallery or capture with phone camera. So for that purpose, you can implement two icon buttons. Okay, on one button we can allow the user, when the user click on it, the user can pick image from gallery, or let's say if the user wants to capture image with phone camera, we will have a camera icon button on which the user click, then the user can capture image with the phone camera. So let's add these two buttons, okay, because some of you may want to implement both, not just one. So for that purpose, what we can do is, then we can remove the click event from our circle avatar. Now how? You need to just cut this circle avatar alongside with this comma, cut this from here and just remove this gesture deductor, and paste your code back. So it is now cone circle avatar. So we have avatar. Okay, alongside with the avatar we want to display the two icon buttons. So after the circle avatar you can simply add row widget children, and we can say icon button. So first, as you know, icon button has a click event, and then the icon will be icons dot one will be image, that is this one. Make sure to add icon and then icons dot image outline, and we want to make sure that the color is white, or you can proceed with gray color as well. So gray will be good, I think. So this is our first icon button, and then of course we will have another one which will be camera, and between both of these we will add some space. Size box of width, let's say 10 will be enough. So now we are done with this. The next thing is to initialize the authentication controller on our main.dart. So here inside our main we can make our main asynchronous, and then make sure to add here first the widgets Flutter binding are ensure initialized, and then we can say get dot put. Make sure to import get dot which is imported here, and it is by the name authentication controller. So now we are ready to test our application. Now if we go to the sign up screen, so you see we have these two buttons. Now we want that here at the center below this circle avatar. So on our registration screen where we have these two icons, inside this row we have a property for the row main axis alignment dot center. So now if we come back here, then you can see that. Okay, if you want to increase its size you can do that as well by just specifying the size here. Let's say 30, and let's say 30 for this as well. So now when the user click on this icon button, we will call the method which is pick image from gallery, and then when the user click on this camera icon button, we will call the method which is capture image from phone camera. So simple and so easy. Hot reload, and let's go back to the app. So now let's choose from gallery. When I click on that, it will open up the phone gallery. So now from the gallery you can choose any image you want. So you see you have successfully picked your profile image, which is this method we have here, pick image from gallery. You have successfully picked your profile image. You can specify this from gallery. Okay, and then the other one, if we click here, then it is going to open up the phone camera. As you can see that this is the phone camera. If I capture any image, with the phone camera. Okay, then click OK. Then here you see you have successfully captured your profile image using camera, which is this method, as you can see. Now when the image is captured using phone camera, or if the user picked an image from the gallery, then in that case we want to display that image here instead of this avatar. Okay, just to make it more attractive and more professional, just like Tinder or any other application. Okay, so we have to display the actual image here instead of this circle avatar. So how we can do that? Well, that is simple. For that purpose, all you need to do is, here you see this final image file. Just remove this final from here and from here as well. Okay, just like this, image file and image file. So this image file we have to define here, and we will give it a type X file. So we define image file an instance of X file, just like this. Okay, first step is this one. Then the next step is we have to go back to our registration screen, and what we need to do is, here our method, which is pick image from gallery, we will make this asynchronous, which means that we will wait for the response. That is, first we wait if the user picked the image successfully from his or her phone gallery. Once that image we get, then we will proceed to the next step. And what is that step? That we will implement here. Similarly, in case of camera, first we will wait for the response, and that response is basically the user capture image with phone camera successfully. Once we get that capture image from phone camera, then we will proceed and we will add some code here. So that is something which we will add now, but first of all let's implement the condition which will check. So the condition will be, we are going to check here auth controller dot image file. If that become equals to null, which simply means that in the case when the user has not yet captured image with phone camera, or when the user has not yet picked an image file from the gallery, so image file will be equals to null. In that case we will see this circle avatar, which is this circle avatar. Otherwise, if the user has successfully captured image with phone camera or picked an image from the phone gallery, then in that case the else statement will execute, which we are going to implement now here. So we can say container, that we will implement now here. Okay, this is the else part now. So we can say container with 180, height will also be 180, and then we will display our image file, which is either picked or captured with phone camera. So inside the box decoration we will define the shape for it. We want it circular, so we can say box shape dot circle. The background color for it, if the image is in loading process, then we will display color gray for it. And then the image file, we can simply say decoration image fit will be box fit dot fit height, and the image file is file image file, and our image file is authentication controller dot image file dot path, and that's it. This is all what we need. So if the image is not picked, not captured, then the if condition will execute, that it will display a circle avatar. Otherwise, else if the image is picked from gallery successfully or captured with phone camera successfully, then it will display that actual image file. Okay, and one thing which we have to do is, after this we can say set state for the image file. Similarly here as well. Now we are ready to test our application. So let's see. Now let's first of all pick an image from gallery. So I'm going to choose an image from gallery, and here we go. You can see the image is displayed here successfully. Now let's capture with phone camera. And here we go. This one feature is also working successfully. So our image display here successfully, which is captured with phone camera. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this video we are going to connect our Flutter application with Firebase. So for that purpose, open up your browser and simply search for Firebase. This one which says firebase.google.com, or you can simply, if you see this one which is Firebase console, you can click on that. You can come here to this page directly by typing this console.firebase.google.com. Make sure that you are logged in to your Google account. I will simply click on add product and I will write my project name. So I will give it name as dating app. Then click continue, and if shows, then select default account for Firebase, create project. Now click on continue. It will redirect you here. Now if you want to check out your Firebase project, then you have to go back to the console.firebase.google.com, and here is your dating app Firebase project. Click on that and it will redirect us to this screen. So anyways, what we can do now is first of all click on authentication, get started, then click on this email password and enable this and click save. Then we are going to use the Firestore database. Click on that Firestore database, click on create database, and then click on start in production mode. Okay, click on this one, start in production mode, click next, click enable. So Firestore database is created. Now click on rules and make sure to change this false to true, which simply means that we wanted the read and write feature. That is, we can save and retrieve information from our Firestore database. So that's why you have to set it to true, and then click on publish. And then finally we have the storage to which we will save our files, our images files. So click on get started and then start in production mode, click next and click done. So our Firebase storage is created. Click rules. Now similarly for the storage, we want that we can upload and retrieve our images files. So we have to allow the read write true. Okay, read write if true. Click publish. Once you do that, the next thing is click on this gear icon, project settings. Now here it is supported email. Okay, in front of it, click here and select your email. Then the next thing is click on this Android icon, and here you have to provide your application ID. So go back to your project here inside the Android app build or Gradle. Now here if you scroll, first of all you will see this inside this default config. As you can see, we have application ID. So you have to just copy this application ID from here, copy it and go back to the browser and simply paste that application ID in here. Then click on register app. So this is the second step. Now before completing the second step, one thing you have to do is come back here to your project, and inside the build.gradle, inside the default config, you will see minimum SDK version. So the minimum SDK version must be 19 or greater than 19 in order to use the Firebase services. So yeah, that's it. Now come back to the browser. Now we have to download Google services.json file. So it has been downloaded. So let's go to the download folder. This is our Google services.json file. Now this file you can simply cut it from here, and you have to add it inside Android app, that is inside the app folder. So right click on app folder, click paste and click OK. So it is now inside the app folder, our Google services.json file. So now the next thing is come back to the browser, click next, and inside our project build.gradle we have to add the project level build.gradle. We have to add this. So how we can add it? Go back, and this is our app build.gradle. Okay, for now we will close this. So when you open this Android, in here we have this build.gradle, which is basically project base build.gradle. In here we have to add the class path. First write this class path and then add single quotes, just like this. And now if you come back to your browser, then you have to copy this, which is this thing. Okay, just copy this whole by clicking here, and then come back to the project. And for now I'm going to just paste it here. Of course we will now remove that one. What we need from here is this. We have to add it inside this single quotes like this. Okay, and then colon. After this colon we have to add this version number, just like this. And now you can remove this one. So you have to add it like this. So this is inside our project build.gradle. You have to add class path like this alongside with this version number. And then next thing is, the second step is to add this to our project app build.gradle. So inside the app build.gradle we have to add this. So come back to the project and app build.gradle. So at the bottom, after the dependencies, you can write apply plugin, and that plugin, which is this one, com.google.gms Google services. Copy this whole and come back here and just paste that here, and from this we need this. Okay, com Google GMS Google services. Cut this from here, add single quotes, and inside the single quotes you can paste that, and just remove this ID now. So make sure to add this apply plugin com.google.gms.google services, and that's it. Now come back to the browser, click next, and then continue to console. So we have connected our Firebase to our project, to our Flutter project. Now the next thing is, in order to use the authentication, the Firestore database and the storage, and also the push notification services using Firebase Cloud messaging, which we will implement, we have to add dependencies for that. So that dependencies we can add inside our pubspec.yaml after the Cupertino icons, that is here. So one by one we will add that. So go to the pub.dev site. First one we will use Firebase core. In order to use Firebase we have to add this dependency Firebase core. So let's just keep adding this quickly. The next one is Firebase auth. And then Cloud Firestore, and then the storage, and then for using the push notifications that we will implement later in this course, that is Firebase messaging, Firebase Cloud messaging it is. So click installing, and let's copy these dependencies and simply add that here just like this. And as you know that we have to remove the version number, so whenever the new version is available it will automatically get that. Okay, so once you add this, click on pubget in order to install this in our project so that we can use it. So it has been added successfully. Then come back to the lib mentor dot. If you see this as a suggestion, click get dependencies and then click ignore. Now we have to initialize Firebase inside our main. So what we can do here, we can simply say wait Firebase dot initialize app dot then, and we will put our controller here, get dot put authentication controller. So now let's just install the app on our phone, and if the app runs successfully on the phone, that means we are connected successfully to the Firebase. And here we get this error which says could not find Google GMS Google services this version. Okay, the reason for this is if you go to the Android build.gradle, where we have added this class path, okay, alongside with this version number, they say the problem is here, and the problem is that after this GMS it is not dot, it is colon. You have to replace it with colon like this, com.google.gms colon, okay, colon, and then Google services colon, then that version number, just like this. Okay, you have to change it like that, and then come back to the app build.gradle, and inside the app build.gradle, this one is correct, it will be like this, and minimum SDK version will be 19, and also you have to enable the multi-text enabled. Just type this multi-text enabled, D is capital and E is capital, and you have to set this to true. That's it. Now we are ready to test our application. So the app is running now, which simply means that we are connected successfully to our Firebase. From the next video we will allow the user to sign up. So yeah, see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this section we are going to allow the user to register, that is to create a brand new account. So for that purpose we will need a model class in order to handle the user data in JSON formats from JSON to JSON. So anyways, for that purpose right click on lib, we will create a new folder by the name models, then right click on models, new .file, and we will create by the name person. So class person. So first of all we have the, let me add here a comment, user personal information, which include the name, copy paste this 6 times, 1 2 3 4 5 6, then we have age, phone number, city, country, profile heading, and looking for in a partner. Then we have appearance, height, weight, body type. Then we have lifestyle, and here we have all these attributes, or you can say variables. And then we have background and cultural values, variables, or you can say attributes. One thing in the personal info is also the user profile image, so you can also add that. So we can say image profile, and then also we will have one attribute, or you can say one variable for the time, the published at time, that is at which time this specific account is created. So Inside the personal info we can say integer published that time, and please use the same spellings for these variables. By the same key names we will save the information inside the Firestore database. Okay, so please go ahead with the same names, same variable names. Anyways, now in the constructor of person, we can one by one add that is starting from image profile up to here. So we can say this dot image profile, then copy paste this 29 times for the remaining ones, for example. And now after the image profile we have name, then age, phone number, and then remove these last two. Okay, so up to ethnicity, from image profile up to ethnicity. As you can see, these are 28 attributes total from image profile to ethnicity. So in the constructor of person we are receiving it, and then now here we will implement static person from data snapshot, and this will receive one thing as a parameter, that will be the document snapshot, which is the data which we will receive from the database. You know that it is in JSON format, we have to convert it to normal format, that is we can access it with the help of our these attribute names. Now how? We will do step by step. First of all, the information we have to receive, which will be using the snapshot object we are receiving here inside this. So we can say snapshot dot data as map string dynamic, and that data we will assign to a variable. We will give it name as data snapshot. Then we will return person. So the information, as I told you, which we receive from the Firestore, which we will receive, of course we will write query and retrieve the information from the Firestore database. That information comes in JSON format. So the reason why we have implemented this model class is so we can convert that data to normal format and we can access it by its variable name. So what we can do here, we can simply say data snapshot add, for example for the name we will get the name from the JSON format and we will access it by its variable name, which is name. Then put a comma, for example the first one was image profile, then name, then age. So for the image profile please use the same key names. Okay, that's why I told you to also give the variable the same names so you do not get confused later on. So the image file from the JSON, the image link we will get from the JSON and we can access it by this image profile in our project. So let's copy paste it for the other ones and we will set it for that as well. So for example, now after the name we have age, then we have phone number, then we have city. Up to the ethnicity. If you want to add comments, for example, for the personal info in the constructor, up to the publish date, it was personal info. This make more sense. I mean, you can easily then recognize what is the personal and other information, height, weight, and body type. And then we have lifestyle, from drink to relationship you are looking for. So yeah, and then if you want to add comments here as well, then you can do that. Personal info. This way you can easily, I mean, understand this, as we have a large of personal data about the user. For the appearance, it is from height to body type. Now this was when we want to get the JSON data, okay, and access it by its normal format, or you can say by its attributes name. For example, image profile from the data snapshot we can access by its variable, or you can say by its attribute name. The age we can access from the JSON by its attribute, or you can say variable name, and so on up to here, up to ethnicity. This is from JSON. Now what about to JSON? If we want to convert our data to JSON, so for that purpose we will implement map string dynamic to JSON. It will convert the normal data to JSON format, and where we will basically need it when we want to send the data. For example, when we took input from the user on the registration screen, in the text field, the user provide name, age, profile picture, all this information. So it will use our string format, which is a normal format, which is not JSON. So in order to save it to the Firestore database, we will first convert that data to JSON. That is, with the help of this to JSON, we will save it inside the database. As you know that inside the Firestore database we save the information in JSON format, okay. It will be sent as a JSON to the Firestore database and it will be saved there. However, when we want to retrieve data, then that will be from JSON. That is, we have to convert it. The data retrieving part is in JSON format. For example, we want to retrieve data from the Firestore database, so when we retrieve it, it is in this format, that is in JSON format, okay. As it is in JSON format, so we convert it to normal proper format, that is, we assign it, or you can say we can access it by its variable name from the JSON can be accessible using name variable, image from the JSON can be accessible by its variable image profile, and so on for the age, phone number, and so on. However, let me tell you again, when we want to retrieve, it is coming in JSON format, and when we want to save, so when we have to save, then first we have to convert the data to JSON format and then save it in the Firestore database. Or you can say, when we want to save data to the Firestore database, with the help of these two JSON, we can save it inside the Firestore database. Okay, the difference is, when we want to retrieve, it is coming in JSON format and we convert it to proper normal format. You can say with its variable name we can access it. However, when we want to save the data, that is when we send the data to the Firestore database for the purpose of saving, storing the information, so first we convert that data from the normal format, we convert it to JSON. Now here we convert from JSON to normal format, and here from normal format we are going to convert it to JSON format. That is, using these two JSON we will send it to the Firestore database in order to save it. Now how? It is simple. Here, for example, the JSON, the name, okay, we have the image, which is by the key name image profile. Okay, make sure to use the same key names, the value of which is, this is JSON format. Okay, for the key name for storing image, so the key name is this, and the value of which is inside variable image profile. Okay, so we are, you can say, converting it to JSON form. For the image profile value, the key name will be this in the database, Firestore database. For the name value, the name value will be stored by the key name inside the Firestore database, and similarly for the other ones. So for the time saving, I will just copy paste this quickly. So after the name we have age, then phone number, then city. So this is all about two JSON, and make sure to put a semicolon here at the end for these two JSON. Okay, so this is all about our person model class. We will go back to our controller, which is authentication controller, and here we will implement a method create new account, create new user account. Now this method will receive some parameters, and that is of course the user data. So first of all, we will receive here the image file. So let's give it the same variable names for time saving. Okay, instead of typing, we can just use these. So first parameter this method will receive is the image profile, then the name, age, then of course phone number, so these are the parameter for the personal info. that we will receive inside this method. In order to access this method, we have to provide these parameter as well as other parameter as well, which is appearance related, and that are so we will receive all these parameter whenever, we have to pass to this method all these parameter whenever we call this method. So we have to pass all these parameter to it. So now inside this method, we will, using the try catch block, the sign up code we will write inside the try block, and let's say if any exception occur, that is if any error occur, then that error message we have to display to the user. That is what is going on. So we will say account creation unsuccessful, and we will say error occurred colon, and then that error message we have to display. So we can say $error message. Now let's write the create account code here inside the try block. So first of all, we will create an instance of the user credential. Let's give it name as credential, and this method will be asynchronous, as we will have to wait for the response from the authentication, that is when the user is authenticated successfully. Firebase.instance create user with email and password. The first thing that we have to pass is the email of the user, and the second thing is the password of the user, and which we forgot to add to our model class as well as in the parameter which this method will receive. So what we can do is inside our person model class, first of all make sure to add that here. So we can say string email string password, and similarly when you add that here, then we have to add here inside the constructor after the this.image profile, we can say this.email this.password. Similarly from data snapshot, after the image profile, we have email, then we have password. Then inside the to.json, after the image profile, so make sure to do these changes inside the person model class, and then inside our create user account we have to receive those parameters. That is, we have to pass through this method those parameter whenever we call it, which is receiving here. As you can see, all these parameter we are receiving here inside this method. So that will be email and also the password. So now we can say the email will be the email which the user will type in the text field, which we are receiving here as a parameter. Similarly, the password which will the user type in the text field on the registration scheme. So that value we are receiving here as a parameter, and we will pass the email and password to Firebase authentication in order to create a user with email and password. So this was the first step, which is authenticate user and create user with email and password. Now authenticate user simply means that automatically when this code is executed, let's say by the same email, if an account is already created, then it will not go forward, it will proceed with the exception, and the error message will be this email is already registered with some other user has already that user. Or you can say it will say that an account with the same email address exists already. Or let's say if you provide the email address in BAT format, so the exception will be the email is in BAT format. So this part is related to the Firebase authentication. The next part is related to the storage, that is the profile image we have to upload. So we can say upload image to storage, Firebase storage basically. So we have to implement the method for that, which will be upload image to storage. And we will pass to this method one thing as a parameter, and that will be the image file. So uploading image to storage, let's implement this method. Upload image to storage. Image is uploaded successfully, then we will get the download URL of that image in order to save it to the Firestore database. With the help of that URL, we can access that image. So anyways, as you know, it will receive one thing as a parameter here, and that is, first of all, make sure that this one, okay, .io, not the .html. So we can say this is our image file. As you know, we are passing image profile. It is by the name image profile, okay. So image profile we are passing to this method as a parameter, which is receiving here, and this is of type future string. That is, it will return a download URL for which we will wait until unless the image is uploaded successfully, then we will get the download URL, which we will return from here. So let's quickly create a reference to the Firebase storage. So we will give it name as reference storage. Now this is a reference to our Firebase storage. Inside the Firebase storage, we want to create a folder by the name profile, or you can say profile images. And inside the profile images folder, we want to save each user profile using the name of the image will be the user ID. So we can recognize each and every user profile image by the user unique UID, which we can get using Firebase auth. So we can say Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID. So inside the profile images folder, each user profile image will be saved using the user unique UID. As we have now the storage reference, then we are going to put the file, or you can say upload the file using the upload task. So we can say upload task equals to reference storage dot put file, and the file is our image file which we are receiving here as a parameter. So we want to put that image file, or you can say upload that image file at this reference, which simply means inside the profile images folder by this name, which is the user ID. So task snapshot, that is start, we are going to start the uploading using task snapshot. So we can say snapshot equals to, we will wait for the upload. So you can say task, which is basically upload task instance. So the uploading will start, and once it is completed, the response we can get using this snapshot. So when it is uploaded successfully, using this snapshot we can get is download URL. So what we will do, we can simply say wait snapshot dot reference dot get download URL. So we get that download URL when the image is uploaded successfully. Now that download URL, let's assign this to some variable. Download URL of image which is uploaded, okay, which is uploaded successfully. So this method, as I told you, it will return one thing, and that is the download URL of the uploaded image. So once, as you know, this method, whenever we call it, it will return the download URL of image, which we will receive here as we call this method. So when we receive that, we will get that URL. So we can say URL of downloaded image. Now I will give a short review again of this code which we write here, okay? Please don't worry, first let's complete it. Now this image file, this image profile is basically the image which the user choose from the phone gallery, okay, which the user choose from his or her phone gallery. So the type of this is file and not string, so .io, okay. This is the image file which the user choose from phone gallery. And as I told you guys, please do not worry, I will explain all this method again alongside why we created this person model class, okay, all this thing. First we are going to implement this method completely, and then when we call it this method, when we test the application, then I will explain the code, then you will understand it more easily, okay. For now, let's just quickly complete the third last step, which is to save the information to database. Save user information or person information to Firestore database. So what we can do now is we are going to import now our person model class. Now here you will see the importance of that model class. We will import person, right, models, which is our models folder, and then after this slash sign, when you type person, you will see that person dot, which is our model class, as person model, okay, person model. So now we can say person model dot person, and we will give it name as person instance. Person model dot person. Now one by one, as you know that this person model class constructor, with the help of constructor, here we have to receive all these parameter, okay, all these things, and then as we will save it, we will send it, or you can say save it to the Firestore database. So using this to.json, we will save it, as we will convert the normal data to JSON form using this to.json, and we will save this as a whole in JSON format to the Firestore database. Okay, so first of all, let's send it. Okay, that is, with the help of this constructor, we are going to receive these data. So that's why we say person model dot person, and this person is basically the constructor of our person model class. So one by one, the first thing that we are receiving here is the image profile. So what we can do, we can simply say image profile colon, and then the value of which is saved inside this variable, which is URL of downloaded image. So we can say URL of downloaded image. Then next thing we have is email password. So we can say email, value of which is saved inside this email variable. Then password, value of which is saved inside password variable. Then next we have is name, age. So name, value of which is inside name variable. Then age. The publish date time, we have to get the current time. So date time dot now, milliseconds since epoch. Let me quickly add here a comment so that we can easily understand it whenever we read our code. So we have first personal info, then we have appearance. So this is all our data, which is basically using this person instance we can access, or in simple words you can say which we pass to our this person constructor. Now the next thing is to basically save it to the Firestore database with the help of this person instance. As you know that this whole information is accessible using this person instance, that is, it is now inside this person instance. So as we have it inside this person instance, so let's save it to the Firestore database. So after this person model dot person, we can simply say wait Firebase Firestore collection. Inside the Firestore database, we are going to create a main collection for saving all users information, and it will be by the name users. Then doc, and each user will have its own unique key under which each user information will be saved, or you can say in the user's main collection each user will be recognized by its unique UID, user ID. So for that purpose we can simply say, in order to get the user ID, and then under that unique UID we are going to set the user data. And as I told you, when we want to save the data to the Firestore database, we will save it in JSON format. We will send it, or you can say we will save it to the Firestore database in JSON format. So that data we can simply get using person instance dot to JSON. And you remember this to JSON is basically over this. That is, the image profile value will be saved inside the database by this key name. The email value will be saved inside the Firestore database by this key name, and so on up to ethnicity. The ethnicity name will be saved by this key name inside the Firestore database. When we test the application, you will see everything. Okay, so that is why we create this to JSON on our person model class. So now, and after it we will just display a message, a snack bar, and that will be account created. Congratulations, your account has been created. This method to create new user account. Well, when the user fill up the registration form and then click on the create account button, and you know that that is basically our registration screen. So in here on the registration screen, our sign up button, here is our sign up button, which is create account button. When the user tap on it, we will call that method. So before calling that method, we will do some form validation. That is, the user must provide each and every information in the text field. That is, the user must fill all fields. So for that purpose, we will add if condition, and we have to check all things step by step. So we will say if, first we will check if the authentication controller dot profile image. Now you know that if you go to the authentication controller, as I told you, the picked image file, which the user either picked from phone gallery or the user captured with phone camera, the value of that is accessible by this profile image, remember? So yeah, what we do here, we are checking, that is, if that image file is not equals to null, which simply means that the user must pick up an image file. And let's say if it is equals to null, then we will simply tell to the user image file missing. So we will say please pick image from gallery or capture with camera. So the user will know that I have not captured image with camera or pick up with gallery. Okay, after that condition, the next thing that we will check is basically the form fields, if any form field is empty. So if any form field is empty, then the else part will execute, and we will simply say that field is empty. Any field is empty, even if the user leave any one single field empty. Or you can say a field is empty. So you will say please fill out all fields in text fields. That is, fill out the complete sign up form. And then here we will check out each and every one. So for example, starting from the name, we can say name text setting controller dot text dot trim. Trim simply means that if the user give any extra spaces while fill up the field, let's say the name text field, if the user fill up, let's say John, and then give some extra spaces, then this trim will remove those extra spaces. Dot is not empty. So if the name is not empty, then step by step we will go. Okay, then comes after it the email and password. So we can say email is not empty, then password is not empty, and it will, there are a lot of conditions we have to add as we have a lot of data. Let me quickly add here a comment so that we do not get confused. Okay, for personal info, first we are adding the condition, and then of course after the password we have age, text editing controller, and then after age phone number we have, and then we have city, text editing controller, then the country text editing controller we have. So one by one I'm going to add this. Okay, so this is our if condition where we check if the personal information is not empty, and then if the appearance is not empty, and then if the lifestyle text field is not empty, and then if the background cultural values text fields are not empty. So if any field is not empty, then inside this if condition we are going to call the method which is create new user account, and you know that to this new user account we will pass the user information. You can see all these parameters we have to pass. So let me just remove it so that you can see it. So authentication controller dot create new user account, and one by one we have to pass the user information. As you know that this method receive this whole information including image profile, email, password, name, up to ethnicity we have to pass to it. Okay, that is from here we are passing it, from here we will pass now, which is receiving here. Okay, which is receiving here. So let's pass it quickly. First we have the image, so which is the authentication controller, which is by the name profile image. So we can say authentication controller dot profile image, which is the image file. Make sure to add a null check with this profile image. So for the time saving you can simply quickly add that up to this trim. Okay, that is first we will pass the name, because in the same sequence we are receiving it here. Okay, that is, you can see email will be received inside email and all these things. So first image we receive here, then email, and then password. So make sure that first you pass email. Okay, first image, then email, and then after the email we have password. So password text editing controller dot text dot trim, and similarly after the password we are receiving name, age, phone number, and all this information. So let's just copy paste this now. We have name, email password already done, so then age, then phone, so as you know, these are the parameter for personal info, so you have to verify it starting from image, then email password, name, age, phone, city, then country, profile heading, looking for a partner, and publish date, time. So after it, phone number, city, country, profile heading, country, city, profile heading, country, profile heading, and looking for in a partner, and the published date, time. There is no need to receive it here. Okay, this is something which we define inside this method. That is, we get the current date, time, and using its milliseconds since epoch, which will be in integer form, so that we saved here. Okay, so there is no need to receive it from there. So anyways, up to looking for in a partner, we pass from here personal info, then after it we have to pass the appearance from the registration screen. Okay, so one by one. So these are the parameters which we pass to this create new user account method. The personal information, please match it. Okay, that is, you do not miss it, and it will be in the exact same manner where we are receiving it here. Okay, that is, first we have image, profile, then email, password, name, age, phone number, like this. Okay, so personal info will be received inside the personal info, and then we send appearance, which will be received inside appearance, and then we send the lifestyle, which will be received inside lifestyle, and then we send the background culture values, which we send from here, and then it will be received inside the background culture values. So this is all about how we verify our this long registration form, where we have, I think, 28 text form fields. That's why our if condition is too much big, and then of course when we call the method, we also pass out this 28 parameters. We pass it to our this method which we are receiving here, as you see. So one thing which is left is, now what we can do is, this on tap will be asynchronous, and when we call this method, which is authentication controller dot create new user account, here we will wait for the response. So that is, when this method is executed successfully. Okay, that is, when the account is created successfully, or let's say if any error occur, this method. Okay, this method has two parts: either the account will be created successfully or an error will occur. So whatever happens, we will wait for the response. When the response receive, then after calling this method, after that, here we have our boolean type variable, which we remember, which is by the name show progress bar. We have to set this to false. that is to stop the animation. And then come back to the authentication controller. When the account is created successfully, then send the user to the home screen. For now, as we have not yet implemented the home screen, so we will just send the user to the, let's quickly create that screen. Okay, it is simple. So we will right click on lib, new, create a new folder which will be by the name home screen. Right click on home screen, new .file, and we will give it name as home_screen. Import the material dot, and let's quickly create stateful widget. We will give it name as home screen, and for now we will add a scaffold widget, and then at the body we will add a center widget, that is at the center of the screen. We will display a text widget which will be just welcome. We have to make sure that the color is visible, so we will change it to color.green. Font size, let's say 20. Okay, this is just for now. Of course later on we will implement our swiping screen. So anyways, what we can do after successful registration, we will send the user to the home screen. And one important information which we have here is basically the age on which later we will apply filter. So this age must be saved to the Firestore database in integer format. So what we can do is we have to make sure that we convert it to integer form. So we can say int.parse age. Okay, we convert that to integer form, and inside our person, remember where we have this age, it must be in integer form. So make sure to change this to integer here as well, like this. And yeah, that's it. Okay, int.parse, and also do the changes here. So we are ready to test our application just to see how it looks, and I will also then go through the code so you can understand all this process which we have completed in this section. Here on the registration screen, one thing we have to check, and that is when the user tap on the create account button, and when the condition are verified, and when we call the method. Before calling the method, we have to set the show progress bar to true inside the set state. Okay, and then after, when this method is called and we receive the response, that is wait, simply means we wait for its complete execution. When it is completely executed, then after this we set the show progress bar to false. Okay, make sure to do these. So anyways, now let's just install the app on our phone and test out our application completely. As we have to go through the code, so it is important that we also see the phone alongside with it, so you will better understand the code. So the app is running now. Now the first step, start when the user click on the create account button. Now without selecting the image, you know that the first condition is here from where it starts. We have not selected the profile image, and we tap on the create account button. So it is not showing the snack bar, so I'm going to check. So we got an error for this profile image. Now as you know that the type of this profile image is, as we are controlling it using getEx.management, and the type of this is RX file. So instead of adding condition using this, in which we have basically our profile image, okay, instead of this we will make use of image file. So we can say authentication controller dot image file. Okay, so if image file, this must not be equals to null. So make sure to, instead of profile image, just in the condition, so just say dot image file if this is not equals to null. Okay, let's just install the app again on our phone. Let's go to create account. Now when we tap on the create account, then it will show us image file missing, please pick image from gallery or capture with phone camera. That is, it execute this else statement. You see, when the image is not picked, it will show you image file is missing, so you must choose the image file. So let's say you can capture with phone camera or pick an image from gallery. Let's pick image from gallery quickly. So I will choose this one. Now when we click on the create account button, then it said a field is empty, please fill out all fields in the text fields. So you know that now the image is selected, so this condition stands true, it will come inside it, and it will check if any field is missing, which are basically the sponsor personal info text field, appearance text field, lifestyle text fields, and background cultural values fields. If any field is empty or if it is not filled, okay, it will simply tell you that is a field is empty, please fill out all fields in the text fields. Fill out simply means fill up this complete registration form. So when we fill up this complete registration form, and you know that in this case when any field is missing, then this is basically this inner else statement. Let me show it to you, which is this one. Okay, a field is empty and this. So now when we fill out these all fields, all registration form, then it will execute, that is if condition will stand true, and then it will call this method which is create new user account. So let's just fill out this form completely. So let's say the name is, now here we have this small mistake, that is we mixed up the password and phone text editing controller. So let's just fix this, and that is here in our registration screen, registration form, inside the personal info. Just you have to check out, you see for the phone it is phone text editing controller, okay, and for the password it is password. So anyways, you can just hot reload and it will fix that. Okay, just you have to change this phone text editing controller. So anyways, I will now provide password and then my phone number. Now here we also have this problem for what you are looking for in a partner text field. As you see, it is mixed with the email field. So just come to what you are looking for in a partner. Here it is. Okay, you see for this by mistake we forgot to change this to looking for in a partner text editing controller. Okay, so when you hot reload it will fix that. So let's say the John religion is, as we are creating the account for John Parker, so here you can write, let's say John Parker religion is Christian, or let's say other religion you can type here, and then ethnicity we will say, so we fill out all the form. So now as you know that all the form is fill out, so now when we click on the create account button, then the inner if condition, that is image file, is already selected, so this condition stands true and all the fields are filled up, that is we fill up the sign up form, no one is empty, so this if condition will also stands true, and when it stands true then it will come inside the if condition. So now when we click on the create account button, it will start showing us the progress bar and it will call this method, which is create new user account. And to this create new user account method, we are passing all this information, as you know, as a parameter, which you already see here and already discuss, which we receive here, because this information which we are receiving here, we have to save it, this information, to the database, to the Firestore database. So first we say try, that is inside here. First we create the user inside the Firebase authentication. Each user has email, password inside the authentication, and a unique UID is assigned to each new user inside the Firebase authentication. When we test now the application, you will see it. I will show it to you guys. So the first step is this one. Then next thing that we have done is the second step is to upload image to storage, and for that purpose we have our this method, upload image to storage. So inside the Firebase storage, we create inside the storage this folder, and each new user profile image we save by the user UID, that is inside this profile images, each user image we can recognize using the user ID. It will be the name of the image file. So we put file, or you can say start uploading, okay, and when the image is uploaded successfully, we get as a result the download URL of image, which this method will return as a response. So this method is returning us the download URL, which we assign to this variable. So what we do, we created a person model class, and you know that the reason for creating this person model class is specifically when we want to save data to the Firestore database, first we convert that data to JSON format, and using these two JSON we basically convert our data to JSON form and we save it to the Firestore database. This is the main important first feature which you see now. How we done it here? For that purpose, as you can see, we create an instance of our personal model class. So first we pass this information, personal information, appearance, lifestyle, background, all this information we pass to our person constructor, which is a constructor of our person model class. So inside the constructor we receive this information, okay. As we have this information, so we assign the values to it, basically, that is URL of downloaded image is coming here inside this .image profile, or you can say for the URL of downloaded image, when it is saved to the Firestore database, it will be saved by this key name. The email value will be saved inside the Firestore database by this email key. The password inside the Firestore database will be saved by this key name. And how we know? We convert our data to JSON format. How? First we create a reference, that is where in the database it will be saved. Inside the database, a user main collection will be created. Under the user main collection, each user record will be recognized by each user UID, okay, and then under that UID we will save the user complete information, which we are passing as in JSON format, okay. So you see that this person instance simply means this whole information of the person or user. So this whole information is accessible by this person instance, and we convert that to JSON. So person instance dot to JSON simply means that, which I already told you, that is inside the database, the image profile value will be saved by this key name, the email value will be saved by this key name, the password value will be saved by this key name, and so on for the other one, okay, up to the ethnicity. that is the ethnicity value, will be saved by this key name inside the Firestore database. So that is why we create the person model class. So once the information is saved successfully to the Firestore database, we will display this message that account created, and then we will send the user to the home screen. Otherwise, if any error occur, then we will display this message. Now in case of successful creation of the account, or if any error occur, that is unsuccessful creation of the account, okay, we call this method and we wait for it. So either the account is created successfully or not. After execution of this method, we have to make sure to disappear the progress bar, which we start displaying earlier before calling this method. So when it is executed successfully, we want to make sure that we close the progress bar. That's why we set it to false again. Now let's click on the create account, and you see this is the progress bar I'm talking about. So it is now going to save the information. So let's wait for it. Account created, congratulations, your account has been created, which simply means that it executed this whole try block and no error occurred, and it displays this message and it sends us to the home screen. Now according to the code explanation which I tell you, first of all, this step, let's check it in the database. So go to the console firebase.google.com, and now if we go to the authentication, this is the first step. You see a user has been created with email and password. Password is secure, of course. This is the UID about which I am talking about. User UID is each user will have its unique own UID. Okay. Then the second step was we upload the image to the Firebase storage. So if we go to the storage, then you see that the folder by the name profile images is created, and under that profile images folder, each user image is saved by its unique UID. So you see the image of the person is saved by its unique UID. You see that. Okay, this is the UID of this John. This was the second step which I already told you. Let me show it to you. Okay, inside the profile images folder by the user unique ID, that image file is saved. Now the third step was to save the user information to database, which is basically this whole information which is saved in JSON format. Okay, and each user record is saved inside the user main collection by the user unique UID. Now let's check it. So you see that a user main collection is created, and inside the user's main collection, each user record is saved under the user UID, which is a unique UID. So for example, this UID belongs to the user whose email is this one, John. So you see this is the whole information of this user who created account, John Parker. You see this is all the information, and it is in the JSON format which we send from our Flutter application. That is, it is in the format of key value. For example, age is the key and its value is this 28. Body type is the key and its value is this. City is the key and this city value is this. Country is the key and country value is this. Drink is the key and its value is this. Education is the key and it is its value. So this is all about how our this sign up process is executed. So I hope now you understand easily what we have implemented so far in this section. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's implement the login feature. So we will allow the user to log in. So go to the login screen, and where we have our login button, when the user click on the login button, first we will do the form validation. That is, we will check if the email and password text fields are filled. That is, the user has type email and password as well. Then of course comes the authentication. That is, we will check either the email provided is correct or not, or if the password provided is correct or not. So anyways, first let's check the form validation. We will say if the email or text dot trim, if that is not empty and if the password text string controller.text.trim is not empty. So if email field and password field is not empty, then we will allow the user to log in. Otherwise, else if anyone is empty, then we will display a snack bar. We will say that email or password is missing, and the message will be, you can just say email password is missing. We will say please fill all fields. Now the next thing comes the login user. So we will implement that method inside our authentication controller, as we are managing the stats using the getXstat management. So what we can do here is, after our create new user account method, after that we will implement a new method which will be login user, and this method will receive two things as a parameter. One will be the email of the user, and the second thing will be the password of the user, and it will be asynchronous, as we have to authenticate the email provided and the password provided by the user. Either they are correct or not. If they are correct, then they will be allowed to log in successfully. Otherwise, we will display the error message, that is either password is incorrect or email is incorrect. So using the try catch block, error message, and the error message will be login unsuccessful, error occurred during sign-in authentication. But the best way will be the error message which we receive from the Firebase authentication as a response, and that is inside this error message. So we will say error occurred, and we will say $error message. We will display that actual message, that is what is going on, so the user know that I have done this thing wrong exactly. However, here in the try block we can just say wait, and we will, using the Firebase auth instance, we can say call the method which is built-in method for Firebase, which is to allow the user to sign in with email and password. The first parameter will be the email, as you know, which is email user. Next parameter is the password we have to pass with it, which is password user. So if the user is logged in successfully, then we will display this toast message, which is logged in successful, you are logged in successfully. And after successful login, we will want to send the user to the screen, which is our home screen. Of course, later in the next video we will add a condition which will check if the user is already logged in or not. If the user is already logged in, then we will send the user to the home screen. Otherwise, if the user is not already logged in, we will send the user to the login screen. That is, the user will not be allowed to go inside the app. So anyways, this is our login user method which we implemented here. Now we have to just call this. So come back here to the login screen, and we can simply first create an instance of the controller. So we can say variable, let's give it name as controller auth, authentication controller dot remove the braces from it. Authentication controller dot auth controller. And now with the help of this auth controller variable, we can simply call that method. So we can say auth controller auth dot login user, and to this, as you know, we have to pass two things as a parameter. First one is the email, and the second one is the, so this way we call our method. So first this first parameter, and then the second parameter which we are passing to login user, which are receiving here, and then it allows us to log in if everything goes successfully. Otherwise it will show us the error message. Now one thing is, we want to display the progress bar also. So for that purpose we will make this on tap event asynchronous, as we have to wait for the response from this method. That is, when this method is executed completely, then go for the next step here. So before executing this method, before calling this, okay, we are going to display our circular progress bar. As you know, we have to set this show progress bar to true, and then when this method is executed completely, then we can set this to false again. That is, close the circular progress bar. So now let's just test our application. So the app is running now, and now let's just quickly test out our login. So john@gmail.com, then password. Now if I provide wrong password, let's check out for the wrong password. If I click login, you see error occurred, the password is invalid, you see that, and the circular progress bar disappeared. That is because we got an error. That is, first start displaying the circular progress bar, then it's called this method. Okay, when it completely executed, as you know, the password was incorrect, so first it's check here, that is okay. We cannot allow the user to sign in because the password is wrong. So from the Firebase authentication, the response come, that is, we have an exception. So it displays this error message, that is, password is invalid. Okay, so when this method is completely executed, then after that we disappear the progress bar, the circular progress bar, which you see here at the bottom. So anyways, now I'm going to provide correct password but a wrong email address. Let's say I type just joe@gmail.com. There is no user record corresponding to this identifier because this is wrong. So we have to now provide the correct email, correct password, login. You are logged in successfully. Now the next thing that we will do in this video is basically to allow the user to go to the home screen directly if the user is already logged in previously. For example, now as you know, we already logged in. Okay, in the last video we allow the user to log in. So now if I close the app and if I open up the app again, then I will be on the login screen. However, we are already logged in the previous video. So here we have to add a condition which will check, that is, if the user is already logged in, then send the user directly to the home screen. Otherwise the user will stay on the login screen. So for that purpose, on our authentication controller, after the login user method, we are going to create another method, and that method will be by the name check if user is logged in. And this method will receive the current user, which is basically Firebase auth.dart. So we can say current user. Now as it is from Firebase authentication, which simply means that, as you know, using the Firebase authentication we can recognize that either the user is already logged in or not. That is, if the current user, if that current user become equals to null, if it has a null value, it simply means the user is not already logged in. Otherwise, if the current user is not equals to null, then in that case simply means this else statement will execute, and it means that the user is already logged in. So if the user is already logged in, then send the user to the home screen. And if the user is not already logged in, then the user will be on the login screen. Now this method we will call using the built-in method, which is on ready. We need to create an instance. Should be let rx user we will give it name as Firebase current user. So Firebase current user we will initialize here. You can say rx user, and as I told you, this Firebase current user is the Firebase or dot instance dot current user. Dot bind stream Firebase auth dot instance dot auth state changes. So whenever the auth state changes, which simply means that auth state changes, it simply means that on the login screen, you know, when the user click on the login button, then the auth state changes to logged in. That is, user is already logged in now. Okay, if the email and password is correct. So what it means is, with the help of this we can recognize this. So if the user state changes, let's say, then when the user go inside the app, let's say after some time the user click on the logout button. So when the user click on the logout button, the user sign off. So at that time the condition is sign off from the app. That is, the auth state will be changes to user is not logged in now. Okay, when the user click on sign out, then the state will be changed to, like, for example, the user is not now logged in. So at that case the user will be automatically sent to the login screen. So what we can do here, we can simply say ever the listener is our Firebase current user, and then we want to check if user is already logged in. Firebase current user, check if user is already logged in, which simply means that whenever the auth state changes, that is, if the current user is equals to null, let's say for example the user click on the sign out button, so the current user at that time will become equals to null. So the auth state changes. So at that time the user will be automatically the user will be automatically sent to the login screen. Now let's say at the login or at the registration, if the user click on the register button, or let's say when the user click on the login button on the sign in screen, on the login screen, when the email password is correct, so at that time the auth state will be changes to current user will have a value, which is basically the current that is using the Firebase authentication, the current user state changes. That is, it is not equals to null, it has a value now. So at that time, that is when the auth state changes after successful sign in, then the user will be automatically sent to the home screen. Now for example, if we test the app now, so as you know that we already logged in previously, so it will automatically send us now to the home screen, as we are already logged in previously. Okay, we have not yet clicked on the sign out button, so we will be inside the home screen. So as you can see, we are automatically sent directly to the home screen, because you already know that in the previous video we have implemented the login feature and we logged in successfully. So the condition, or you can say the auth stat, is logged in, that is current user is not equals to null. So that's why we are on the home screen. Now when the user click on the sign out button, of course, which we will implement in the upcoming videos. So when the user click on the sign out button, at that time the auth stat will change and the current user will become equals to null. So then the user will be sent back automatically to the login screen. That is, this if condition will execute at that time. So this is all about to check if the user is already logged in or not. So now we have to implement the tab pages, or you can say the tab screens. That is, we will start working on our home screen. So basically on our home screen we will have a bottom navigation bar which will have 5 buttons, which simply means 5 tab screens. One will be the swiping screen, the other one will be the view sent and received screen. Similarly for the favorite sent and favorite received screen, the like sent and like received screen, and the user details screen. So for that purpose I'm going to first create those pages. So right click on lib, new directory, and we will give it name as tab screens. Then right click on tab screens, new .file. First we will create the swiping underscore screen. Let's quickly import the material dot. We will create a stateful widget. We will give it name as swiping screen, and just for now here we will display a title at the center of the screen, just like we display on our home screen. So for the time saving I will simply copy paste this return const scaffold, replace it with it. Okay, so this is our swiping screen. Then right click on tab screen, new screen .file, and next screen is our views which the user received from different people, and also when the user view someone else's profile, so that record, or you can say that views, will be inside the screen the user can see. So we can give it name as view sent, view received, view sent, view received underscore screen. Let's quickly add material dot. This is stateful widget. The name of this is view sent, view received, and let's paste our scaffold here quickly, copy paste. So this is view sent, view received. Then let's create the next screen, which is favorite sent and favorite received. Favorite sent and favorite received screen. Import material dot. Let's quickly paste this. So this is our, make sure to add a screen keyword with it as well. Okay, so just select this name, select it like this, right click on it, refactor, rename screen. Then the Next one will be like sent, like received. And let's quickly change this to forgot to add screen again. So right click, select this, right click on it, rename, and make sure to add screen to it. Okay, then finally the last tab screen is user details screen. We will give it name as user details screen. So these are our 5 tab screens. So let's come back here to the home screen, and quickly here in our home screen stat we will add all these screens inside a list. So we will give it name as tab screens list. And to control each and every screen that is on to which screen the user wants to go, when the user click on any icon button on the navigation bar, bottom navigation bar, we have to highlight that. So for that purpose we have to remember the index number of that specific screen or that specific tag button on which the user click. So using only then we can highlight that. So we can recognize each and every tab screen, or you can say each and every tab button, and using an index number. So we will initialize here a variable. You will give it name as screen index equals to 0. So for example, at the 0th, whenever the app starts, when the user is logged in successfully, the first screen the user will see is the swiping screen, because it is at the default location, which is 0th index. So at the 0th index we will have swiping screen, and then at the first index we will have view sent, view received screen, and then at the second index we will have favorite sent, favorite received screen, and then at the third index we will have like sent, like received screen, and then at the fourth index we will have user details screen. So each screen has its index number. For example, for this we will add a specific icon button in the bottom navigation bar. Then for this we'll have its own button on the navigation bar, for this its own, for this its own, and for this its own icon button on the bottom navigation bar. And as I told you, this screen is at the 0th index, this screen first, this second, this third index, and this is at the 4th index. So the bottom navigation is something that we will implement in the next video. So now in here on the home screen, as you know, we will start implementing the bottom navigation. So above this body we can say bottom navigation bar, bottom navigation bar. When the user tap on any icon button, we will send the user to that specific screen for which the user tap on that specific icon. That is something that we will do now. For now, let's just quickly implement this, and then the type. The type of this will be bottom navigation bar type dot fixed. The background color for this is black, but if you want to change, you can change from here. Okay, if you want to give it any background color, our ones is black, so we will proceed with the black. Okay, now when the user click on any icon button, then that we have to highlight, that is to which icon button the user click, and to that specific icon which screen is associated. So we have to highlight that specific icon. So for that purpose we have a property by the name selected item color. So the selected item color will be pure white, and then the unselected color, that is other than this selected icon on which the user tap or click, other than this we have other 4 icons which is unselected at that time. So unselected item color will be white 12, and then of course the current index will be the screen index. That is, as I told you, we have 5 screens. Okay, this is at 0th index, this is first index, second index, third index, fourth index. For each one we will add now icon button, or you can say the bottom navigation bar item. That is, it will have its own icon button, it will have its own icon button, it will have its own icon button up to here. Okay, 5 icon buttons for each of them. So let's say the user click on this one, so on this button, okay, in order to go to this screen, we will have the button at 3rd index. So when the user click on that, at that time the screen index will be 3, so the user will be sent to this screen. Let's say the user click on the 2nd button, so the 2nd button, or you can say the first index, we have this one. So if the user click on the 2nd button, the user will be sent to this screen. As you know that in a list, or you can say in programming, the counting start from 0. Okay, so 0th index, first index, second index, third index, and fourth index. Let's just quickly implement it, you will understand the concept. Okay, so this is the current index. After the current index we want to display the items, and the items you already know that we will add our bottom navigation bar item. You can say the icon button for each screen. So bottom navigation bar item, the icon will be for the swiping screen, as it is the first button, so you know that at the first index we have swiping screen, so this is the button for swiping. So for this we will proceed with the home icon, and the size of this will be 30. Now other than icon, you can also add a label to it, which you can give here. Okay, you can just say home. Okay, but we will leave it empty, we do not need a label for it. So this is for the first one, which is swiping screen. Then for the view sent and view received screen, so let's just copy paste this. For the view sent and view received screen, we will have this icon button, and then copy paste it 3 times further. So we have swiping screen, view sent, view received screen, and you know that then we have favorite sent and favorite received. So first, second, and third button now. So for the favorite sent and favorite received, we have the favorite icon, which is this one, star. Okay, which represent favorite. So this is for the favorite. Then we have like. So for the like we will use the heart icon. So after favorite, which is this one, we have icons dot favorite, that is the icon, the heart icon. Okay, let me just, I will add comments to it so that you do not get confused. Okay, this one is the last one, which is of course user detail screen. So It is called bottom navigation bar item, but in simple words you can say button, icon button, or just button. Okay, it is just for the understanding purposes so that you do not get confused. This one is for like sent and like received. Okay, like sent, like received. This one is for favorite one, so we can say favorite sent, favorite received. And this one is view sent and view received. And this one you already know, it is the first button, which is for the swiping screen, so you can say swiping screen. So now when the user click on this button, then we know that the user wants to go to the swiping screen, and it has index number 0. Now if the user click on this button, so it has index number 1, and we know that the user wants to go to the view sent, view received screen. And if the user click on this, we know that the index number for this is 2, and the user wants to go to this screen. And if the user click on that, we know the index number 3, and the user wants to go to this screen. And if the user click on this icon button, then we know that the user wants to go to this screen, and the index number for this is 4. So each button has its own index number. We have to pass that index number here, that is on which the user will tap. That is, using this we can recognize that, okay, if the user click here, index number 0, the user click here, index number 1, here then 2. If the user click here on this button, the index number is 3, and if the user click here, the index number is 4. So what we can do is, on the on tap, we have to get that index number. First of all, remove this const from it. Okay, as you know that this scaffold now is not a constant scaffold widget. It has bottom navigation bar with multiple icon buttons, 5 icon buttons. Okay, so make sure to remove the const from it. So what we did now, as I told you, we get that index number, and that index number we have to assign to our screen index. So we will send the user to that specific screen. As I already told you, that is, this has 0 index number, 1 index number, 2 index number, 3 index number, and 4 index number, and we know the screens associated with these indexes numbers. So if the user click on the first icon, this means that the screen index is 0, the user wants to go to swiping screen. If the user click on the second button, which is for example view sent and view received icon button, so if the user click on the second icon button, then the index number will be 1, so the user will be sent to screen index 1, which is at the 1 index we have this screen, and so on for the other ones. Okay, so this is all about the bottom navigation. Of course, here on the body we have to display those screens using its index number on which the user tap. Okay, for which the user tap on an icon button. So our screen, our list which contain the screens information, which is this one, tap screen list. So you can say tap screen list and simply pass the screen index to it, which I already explained. Okay, if the index number is, let's say, 3rd, if the user click on this button, which is favorite sent, favorite received, then for this the index number is 2, which simply means that 2 and then tap screen. So here 0, 1, 2, 2 is this screen, so the user will be sent, favorite received screen. If the user click, let's say, on this icon button, so the index number for this is 3, so 3 tap screen list. So inside the tap screen list, 3 index number is for this screen, so this screen we will see on the user interface. Similarly, if the user click on this button, this icon button, then the index number for this is 4, so 4 tap screen So at the fourth index we have the screen, which is user detail screen. So the user will be sent to user detail screen. Let's just check out the app to see if it is working or not. So this is our first. As you know, by default the screen index is 0. That's why we visible the swiping screen first. So we have our first screen, swiping screen at the 0th index. Then at the first index, that is 1 index, we have view sent, view received screen. Then at the second index we have favorite sent, favorite received screen. Then at the third index we have like sent and like received screen. And then at the fourth index we have the user detail screen. And the rest of the properties for a bottom navigation bar, I already told you guys. If you want to change the background color to, let's say, anything else, for example, let's say green or purple or white, whatever, you can just choose that. I mean, just specify the color here, and you can see that your bottom navigation bar background color will be changed. As our app has a dark theme, so that's why we go with the dark one. So this is all about the implementation of bottom navigation bar with tap screens. Hello guys, welcome back. So now we are going to add some missing information. One information is missing basically. While registering a new user, while creating account for a new user, we forgot to add the UID alongside with the saved information. If you go to the controller, then we have every information about the user, but we forgot to add the UID, the unique user ID of a user, to the personal information. So for that purpose, well, it is simple. All you need to do is, what we can do first is, as you know, we have our personal model class. So we will go back to the personal model class. Inside the person model class, we are going to add a string type, and we will simply give it name as UID. And then in the constructor we can simply say this.uid, and then inside the from data snapshot we can say UID okay, just add this inside the from data snapshot, UID data snapshot, inside the double quotes UID. And then inside the to.json it is UID. Once you do these changes inside the person model class, then come back to the authentication controller, and here we can simply say UID, and the UID of a user we can get using Firebase or .instance.current user add a null check .uid, which is this one. So it will get the current user UID, and alongside with other personal information, appearance, lifestyle, background, culture, values, information of a user, it will be saved to the user information, or you can say to the user collection inside the Firestore database. So earlier, if you have created any accounts, for example, I have created almost 4 or 5 accounts. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 different users have created their accounts. So I will add the UID here manually for the old users. Okay, if you do not add it, if you have already created, okay, if you have created 1 or 2 user, then you have to add the UID to it manually. Otherwise, if you do not add that, later we will get error for it, as for some users you will have the UID information, while for some it will be missing. So it is for the old user it will be missing. For example, these are the old users. For them there is no UID inside their information. However, This is for the new users. Okay, when a new user now create a new account, the UID will also be saved alongside with the user information in here. For example, there will be a field like UID, and in front of it there will be the user unique ID. So for the new users, now when you test the application and create new account, there will be no problem. But for the old users, as you know, they are already created, so we have to add the UID manually here. For example, this one whose email is julia@gmail.com. I will open up the authentication, and you can see julia@gmail.com. This email UID is this one. Okay, here you will see in front of Julia, you can see this copy UID button. Okay, just click on that and it will copy the UID of this julia@gmail.com. So I will go back here, and inside Julia account here you can see add field. So I will manually put UID manually here for julia@gmail.com. okay, just paste that UID here. So if I show you here, you can see, okay, for new users it will be automatically add now. However, for the old user we have to add it like this. Let's do it for the second one quickly. This one is Angela. So Angela is this one, angela@gmail.com. I copy that and I will add a field. Please use the same keyword, okay, UID, as we have this inside the code as well. So this one is for Angela, you can see. Then the third user I have is john@gmail.com. so john@gmail.com. UID this, and then I have the fourth user whose name is isma@gmail.com. so isma is @gmail.com. add a field UID. So yeah, that's it. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this video we are going to start working on the user detail screen, where we will add the logout button for now in this video. So for that purpose, in here inside the tab screen we have user detail screen. So open that, and first of all we are going to add an app bar. App bar, we want to display a title, and the title will be the name of the user, which later we will implement, but for now we will just say profile, or you can say user profile. Make sure to remove this const from the scaffold widget, and for now we will add a const modifier with this text, as we have constant string. We want the title to be at the center of the screen, so we can say center title true, and then we will add a button, a logout button. So after the center title we can say actions, and we can add icon button, which will be for sign out. So we will add a click event, and let's add that icon. So icon start logout. The size we want for it is 30, and when the user tap on this logout icon button, we want the user to sign out. So we can say firebase.instance.signout, and when we call this sign out built-in method, which is from Firebase authentication, then the user state will change. That is, the auth state changes, where the current user will become equals to null, and the user will be automatically sent to the login screen. So now let's just test our application. So the app is running now. So now when we go to the profile, or you can say to the user detail screen, then here we see an app bar where we have this logout button, and this is basically the default button. For now we do not need that, so we will just make it disappear. So after the center title, you can use the property for this, which is automatically imply leading, and set this to false, so it will disappear that default back button from the app bar. So this is our user detail screen. We have the logout button. So now when the user click on the logout button, you see we are logged out from the app. That is, we are sent back to the login screen where we have to log in again. Now from the next video we will start work on the swiping screen. So what I will suggest you guys, please create some 4 or 5 new accounts from here, okay? Some female accounts, some male accounts from the create account, okay? Just create for 10 accounts, 5 for males, 5 for females from different countries, okay? And because on the swiping screen, what we will do, we will retrieve all those profiles, and of course we will allow the user to apply filters on it, just like you see in the introductory video of this course. We will exactly develop it like this, okay? So please create some 10 profiles, 5 for males, 5 for females, just for the testing purposes. Of course if you want to create 20, 30 or 50, it is totally up to you, okay? Hello guys, welcome back. Here I want to mention one thing. Some of the students may have noticed, and they may not want that feature, you can say, that is when the user pick an image from gallery or capture with phone camera and fill out the form and click the create account, then the account when created successfully, and then the user is sent to the home screen as a new user after successful registration. Then when you log out from the app and when you come back here to this registration screen, then here you will see that image which you either pick from gallery or capture with phone camera. That picture instead of this avatar is visible here. So how we can fix that? Well, it is simple. All you need to do is you need to simply go back to your registration screen, and where we have called this method create new user account, okay? On the on tab, which is basically our create account button, you already know that. So when the user click on that button, this method is called. So when this method is executed successfully, we disappear the progress bar. And also one thing we have to do alongside with it, and that will be basically to using our authentication controller, we have to set our image file back to null. So we can say equals to null, that is assign null to it, okay? And this we can do inside this set state, so it will fix that specific issue. Hello guys, welcome back. So we are going to start working on the swiping screen. For that, first of all, we will implement a controller which will control the user profiles, which we will retrieve now from the database and display it on our swiping screen. So right click on controllers, new .file. We will give it name as profile controller class profile controller, which extends the getX controller. We need a list of type RX, list with the help of our person model class, as it will contain the user profile information, or you can say the person's information. So we can give it name as users profile list. We initialize it as an empty list of RX type list person, and then list person we'll give it name as all users profile list. The accessible name for our this list values, or you can say this list data. So we can say user profile list dot value, which is accessible by this all user profile list. Now we need to call the onInit built-in method, and here we are going to first get the all users from the database. Of course, later we will apply the filter function, the filter feature, where the user can filter out between males and females, between different countries where the user wants to search profile, and so on. But for now, this is the default view which we are implementing. So what we can do here is we can simply say that we will populate our this list with the user's profile information. So we can say users profile list dot bind stream. Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and the collection is already the users collection, which contain all users profiles, or you can say all user information, and without the current user. For example, if I am logged in inside the app, I am the home screen. Let's say my name is John, so it will not retrieve my profile. Okay, I do not want to see my profile on the swiping screen, because I cannot like my own profile or make my own profile favorite, mark it favorite, or see my own profile. Okay, so we will without my profile, all the profiles we are going to retrieve. So we have to add here a where condition, in which we will filter out, you can say for now, that is, we do not want my own profile. Other than my profile we want to retrieve. So that's why we basically have this UID here. For each user we have the UID, which is, as you can see, this thing. So we are adding a where condition on that, and we will say that is not equals to specifically, specifically inside the users where we have all the profiles, we do not want that UID is not equals to the current user UID, that is my ID. If I am an online user, I'm on the home screen. Okay, so I will not see my own profile. So that's why we say is not equals to, where the UID is not equals to the current user ID. So we can say Firebase dot instance dot current user dot UID. So where the UID is not equals to the current user ID, which is an online user. Let's say I am on the home screen, so I am an online user, so it must not be equals to my ID. Other than this, we have to get all the profiles. So we get all the profiles other than this, and then let's give it name as query snapshot, which is basically the data. Using this query data snapshot, we have now access to each person information. For example, for this which belongs to the user Angela Smith, so we have access to all this information, and to this whole information, and to this whole information. That is, each and every information we have access without the online user. Let's say if the online user is, let's say, John, which is, let's say, this one, John. Okay, John is online user who is on the home screen. So without this profile, the other three profile information we are getting. Okay, because we have specifically added this where condition for that the UID must not be equals to the current user ID. Okay, so other than this, 1, 2, 3, these three profiles it will retrieved, or let's say if there are many, it will just retrieve, and that profiles information we can access using this query data snapshot. So what we can do, we can create a list which will be of type person, and we can give it name as profiles list, and we will run a for each loop, and we can say each profile in query data snapshot. You know that this query data snapshot contains all the users profile, okay, all the users profile without the current user profile. So we run a for each loop on it, and one by one each profile we will pick from it and we will add it to our this list. Now why we are adding it to this list, as you know that the information which we retrieve from the Firestore database, it comes in JSON format. So we want to convert that to proper normal format so that we can access it by its variables, or you can say by its attributes name, which we can do with the help of our person model class. That's why we created that person model class, as you can see, okay, using this from data snapshot. Each JSON value we can access by its attribute name. For example, name from the JSON we can access by name attribute, or you can say by name variable. So that is why we created that person model class, and that is why we run a for each loop on our this query data snapshot. One by one we are picking each profile from it. So let's say if there are 3 profiles which is inside this query data snapshot, you can say, so this for each loop will run 3 times. Make sure to add here documents, okay. Let me tell you, all the users profile are inside it, okay, all documents. So the for each loop, let's say we have 3 profiles according to the current scenario. So this for each loop will run 3 times. So first it pick the first profile from it and it add that inside our this list. Of course, first it convert that each profile information to proper normal format using this person.from data snapshot, which is this one, okay, as you can see. And then for the second time the for each loop will execute, then it pick the second profile from it, and then that second profile it convert to proper normal format and it add it to that list. Then for the third time the for each loop execute and it pick the third profile from this, that is from all the documents, the third profile it pick, and that third profile we first convert to proper normal format and we add it to that list. So as according to the current scenario, for example, we have only 3 profiles inside the Firestore database, so that's why this for each loop will execute only 3 times, and then after the for each loop we will return our list, which is profile list, which contains all the 3 profiles information according to the current scenario. And please make sure to remove this semicolon from this map ending parenthesis, okay, just remove that. So as you guys know that when we return this list which contain the user profile information, you know that it is bind with this, which simply means that this user profile list will be populated, and that list information, or you can say value, we can access by this all user profile list. So using this we can access it. So how? Now let's just go back to our swiping screen and let's access that using our this all user profile list, which is inside our profile controller. So for that purpose, let's implement and start displaying the profile. We can say page view dot builder item count, that is how much profile we have inside our this list, okay, which is accessible by this. So as I told you, it is inside the profile controller, so we need to create an instance, or you can say access our profile controller here. So profile controller let's give it name as profile controller get dot put. Make sure to import get dot dot, just like this, and then we can say profile controller. So with the help of this we can access each method which we implemented here, or each instance or each variable. Using this profile controller we can access, which is defined or initialized or implemented inside this profile controller class. So anyways, for example, now for the item count we can say profile controller dot all user profile list, which is this. Okay, so we want the length of it, so we can say dot length, because our page view will display only for example, if you have 3 current users according to the current situations, then the item count will be 3. So the page view will display 3 views, or you can say 3 screens, 3 profiles, using which in which we can swipe as well, swipe left or swipe to the right side. So anyways, let's just quickly implement that. Page controller, the initial page we want to be 0, that is starting from 0, and the viewport fraction will be 1, that is we want to display 1 profile per screen, or you can say 1 profile per page. And then of course the user can scroll, so we have to specify the direction, so we can say axis dot horizontal. We want horizontal scroll direction. Make sure to remove this const from the scaffold. Okay, and then we can say item builder index. Each item we have to get from the list using its index number and display it. So first of all we can say each profile info profile controller dot all users profile list. So for example, when it starts executing, as we have 3 profiles, let's say according to the current scenario we have, let's say, 3 profiles which is coming from the database, which is inside our this list, which is accessible by this. Okay, so first it will get the first, okay, the index number will be 0, which means the first profile it will get and it will be assigned to this. Then for the second time, the second profile it will get, the index number will become 1, which means the second profile it will get, and the second profile information will be assigned to this each profile info. Then for the third times, that is the third profile, index will be 2, so it means the third profile information we assign to this each profile info, which we can, now we can start displaying the information. So first we will say return decorate box decoration box decoration. First we are going to display the image. So image decoration image network image, and which is using each profile info we can access. So we can say each profile info dot image profile dot to string, and there is a property which we can apply on our this network image, and that property is basically fit. So we can say box fit dot cover. So let's just test the application to see. So I'm going to log in quickly. So we are logged in successfully, and we are not getting the data. Even there is no error. So let's check out what's the problem. Okay, the problem is that, as you know, that we are controlling all the things using the getExStat management, okay, and we have a profile controller that is controlling by the getExStat management. So we forgot to add OBX here, okay. So what we can do here is you can just cut this, okay, just cut this Control X, and then first you have to say body OBX, then add parentheses again, and then add curly braces, and then you can paste back what we cut earlier, which is our page view.builder, and make sure to add a return here as well, okay, just like this. Make sure to add a semicolon at the end after when you paste page view.builder. So this is the code, okay, which we write till now. Now if you hot restart or if you run the app again, let's also check the run alongside with it, then we start getting the information. So as I told you, according to the explanation, for example, according to the current scenario, other than the current user John, we have 3 profiles. So we get 3 profiles. So the item count 3, that is we will get 3 profiles, and one by one each profile information using its index number we get. So for example, we get first person profile information, which is assigned to this, and for now we just display its profile image. So that's why we get the first, and then as I told you, then it get the second person profile information, which is assigned to this, and that second person profile image we display. And similarly you can scroll, and then we get the third person profile information using its index number, which we assign to this, and we display that profile image for the third person. As we have only 3 persons, so now if you scroll right, then there is no profile. However, you can scroll back, that is scroll to the left side. So you can scroll left or scroll right. Now the next thing is to display the other user interface for liking each profile or send message or mark any profile as their favorite. So for that purpose we will go back and let's just quickly implement that as well as the user information, the name, the city and age, and of course the country. So now after the decoration, we will now add the user information, padding. We are applying some padding from all sides. Child column widget. First of all, we are going to add a icon button here at the top. So if a user wants to filter out, okay, that is a feature which we will implement in the upcoming videos. For now we will add the icon button for it. So we can say align alignment dot top right, child padding, padding const edge insets dot all, only from the top we want to give it at, and then child icon button. For now we will leave the click event empty, but of course later we will apply the filter feature on it. icons dot filter list. Like this. And then after this, let's add a comment with it, that is, this is our filter icon button. Now we are going to display the user data. We will add inside a click event, that is inside the gesture deductor, in which we have the on tap click event. That is, when the user tap on the user information, we will send the user to the user detail screen for that specific person on which profile the user will tap. So as you know, that is something that we are implementing step by step. For now, our main focus is to complete the user interface. So anyways, now we can say child column widget. First we will display the name of the user whose profile we are viewing. So we can say text widget each profile info dot name dot to string, style text style, color will be white, and the font size 24, letter spacing 4, font weight will be bold. Then after it we will display the age and city. So we copy paste that text widget, and now here we can say first we will display the age. Now go to Google and simply search for dot text. Now here you see you have these dots in string, or you can say text form. Just to make the user interface beautiful, you can copy this dot or this dot, any dot you want. Okay, so what we will do, if you scroll here we have this dot and this one, so it is totally up to you. Let's copy this one, this dot. Okay, so you can copy it, come back here, and inside the double quotes you can paste it, so it will be like this. Okay, or if you want to copy the second one, then copy that dot. It looks beautiful than the normal dot which we have on our keyboard. Okay, so we will have this, and make sure to use the concatenation sign plus, which will combine to string. And then after it we will display the city of the user, just like this. One more thing is the font size for this will be 14, and the letter spacing will be 4, and we do not want the font to be bold. And then after it, let's check out how it looks. So hot reload, here you can see Angela Smith, the age, dot, and then the city. Now after that we are going to display the work and religion of the user. So you can say const size box let's say size box of height 4, and then the work and religion of the user we are going to display. So we will add a row widget. This work simply means the profession of the user. So first we will add elevated button. Now we are not going to add a click event, this is just for the design, because we are going to display a beautiful design for displaying this information. So we will leave the on pressed empty like this, and then style elevated button dot style from The background color for this will be colors.white30. The shape for this will be round rectangle border. Border radius dot circular, and it will be circular 16. And then let's add a child to it. So after the style, you can set text, and we will display the profession of the user. So how it looks, let's just check out. It will look like this, okay? And then after profession, display the religion in a horizontal direction with it. So inside the same row, we will copy paste this, and this one is for displaying the religion of the user, so you can say religion. So now if you check out, it looks like this. Let's add some space between these two, that is between the religion elevated button and the profession elevated button. Size box of width 6, as we are inside this row widget, and also we want this to be at the center. So for that purpose, we can say main axis alignment or center. Now after the profession and religion, we want to display the country and ethnicity. So we will copy this row and paste it here, okay, for the country and ethnicity. So first we will display the country, and then in the second elevated we will display the ethnicity, just like this, okay? So now if you check out, so you can see country and ethnicity. Now what we want is, we want this information here below. So for that purpose, how we can move it below? Well, it is simple. As you can see here, we have our filter icon button, this icon which we implemented, which is at the top. Okay, so we want it at the top and this information bottom. So after this filter icon button, we can add a widget which is by the name spacer. And it will move it to the bottom, just like this. You see, it is moved here. Now after displaying the user information, we have to display the icon button here below the user information, the like button, favorite button, and the chat button. So let's just implement that. So after the user data, first we will add some space of height 14, and then we will start displaying the buttons. You can say image buttons or icon buttons, favorite button, like button, and the chat button. As it will be in a row together, so that is horizontal wise and at the center. So we say main axis alignment dot center, and then of course let's start adding that. First we will have the favorite button. We can add here, that is we will have favorite, then chat, and then of course the like button. Okay, so we can say gesture deductor, it will have its own click event, and then we can display the image of this button. So we can say image.asset. Now I will provide these images file. Please download these and when you download it, then copy it, then come here to the project, right click on images, click paste and click OK. So we have our these favorite image, like, and then of course the chat. Okay, so now we can use it in our project. So what we can do is, here we will provide this path. So as this is our favorite button, so we can say inside the images folder we have an icon by the name favorite.png, and the width for this we want to be 60. Similarly we can do for the other ones. Let's copy paste this 2 times further, then we will have the chat and then like. For the chat, the image is by the name chat.png, and for this the width will be 90, that is a little bit bigger than the favorite image button, and then the like image button. Okay, like.png, the width for this will be same, 60. So yeah, that's it. Now if the app is already running, close the debugging, as we have added these new images, and install the app from the scratch, that is from the start. So the app is running now. So these are our buttons. Of course we will add some space between them, or instead of adding space between these 3 image buttons, we can add the as a whole, as you know that it is inside this row widget, all of these 3 image buttons. So we have a property which is by the name man-axis alignment dot space evenly, so it will automatically apply even space between them. Now if we check, you can see like this: Julia Smith, Angela Smith, and then we have Isma Marta. So you can see that. So this is all about our user profiles. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this section we are going to start work on the account settings. So go to the tab screens where we have our user details screen dot. And now what we can do is, first we will implement a method where we will retrieve the user information from the database. So for that purpose, here above the widget build, we can implement a method which we will give it name as retrieve user information, or you can say retrieve user info. So we can write a query up to our Firebase Firestore .instance.collection. So the collection name, you already know, it is by the name users, and then dot document, that is which user information, which user account settings, or you can say which user account information we are going to display. So that user ID we have to provide here. So that is something that we will receive inside this user detail screen as a parameter. So let's just receive it here, that is we will pass to this, okay, which is receiving here. Whenever we want to display the screen, we have to pass this user ID to it. So we will give it name as user ID, and then remove this const from it. After the super dot key, we can say this dot user ID. So we have to pass this user ID whenever we want to display this user detail screen. Okay, so in the constructor we have to receive it like this. By this same key we have to pass. Okay, so anyways, when we will call the screen, you will understand it. So for now, what we need to do is we can say widget dot user ID dot get dot then. and we have to make this method asynchronous, which simply means that we have to wait for the response from the Firestore database. That is, we need to first get this data, then the rest of the code it will execute once we get the user data. So anyways, now what we can do is, let's give it name as snapshot, and first we will check either this user data exists in the database or not. So we can simply say snapshot dot exist. So if it exists, simply get the data and assign it to the required variables. So for that purpose, here inside our user detail screen state above this method, here we will initialize the variables. For example, for the personal info, we have name, age, phone, city, country, profile heading, and looking for in a partner. Then we have the appearance, which is height, weight, and body type. And then after it we have the lifestyle, where we have all this information, I mean these variables, and by the same key name we have the information in the database. And then lastly we have the background and culture values, which is nationality, education, language, religion, ethnicity. And after this we have the slider images. So we initialize URL image 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, these variables for it. Now we will give it some default values, because at the start, when the user create a brand new account, when the user sign up for the first time, the user has not set the images for the slider. So we will give it some default value, which will be the avatar, the image, this avatar, which is profile avatar. Okay, so if the user has not uploaded or set his or her slider images, then we will display this, you can say. Okay, instead of that, that is when there is no images available for the slider, then the default one will be this one. So we will display this default image for that. So go to your project folder, and inside the images just copy this profile avatar. Okay, we have to basically upload it inside the Firebase storage to get the image link. Okay, so I will just copy it and move it to the desktop. Okay, so that we can easily upload it. And then go to your Firebase console, your Firebase project, which is dating app, and simply go to the storage. And inside the storage I'm going to create a new folder, and I will give it name as placeholder, as we are using that default image as a placeholder. Okay, so I give it name as placeholder, which is this folder. Now double click on it. Now inside this we are going to upload. So click on this upload file, and on my desktop I have profile avatar, so I will just open. So it is now uploading. So as it is uploaded, you can click on that profile avatar. Okay, and here when you click on this file location and you hover your mouse here on the storage location, you will see this one, access token. Okay, when you hover your mouse here on the access token, you will see click to copy download URL with token, and that is something which we need. So just click here and it copied the download URL, and that's it. Now you can go back to your project, and in here we have to paste that URL inside the double quotes. Okay, inside here as well, inside here as well, and here as well. As I told you, this is just in the start. Let's say if the user has not yet uploaded any slider image, of course, which is something which we will implement. So instead of displaying empty slider, we will display this placeholder at that time. So anyways, now let's just quickly complete our retrieve user info. As we have already retrieved the user information, next thing is just to assign the data to these variables. So first we will check if the important thing we have to check is basically the URL images, that is the slider images. So we can say snapshot dot data, and what we are going to check, we are going to check that is in the database if the slider image exists. Okay, So we will say that if it not equals to null, only in that case we have to get the first slider image, then the second one, third, fourth and fifth one. Okay, if it not equals to null, which simply means that if the slider images exist in the database. So what we can say snapshot.data URL image1. We get that image and we will assign it to the required variable, which is URL image1. Please use the same variable name and key name, because by the same key name we will save it in the database. Okay, so please use the same key names. Similarly, copy paste this 4 times further. So we have now the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one, and then the fifth one. So what it means, this if condition will execute only if the slider image exists. Okay, if it exists, then it will get these images from the database. Otherwise, if it do not exist, if it become equals to null, it simply means the slider images do not exist in the database. So it will skip this if statement, and already you know that these URL variables has its own default image placeholder. Okay, it has its own placeholder image URL. You already know that profile editor we are using as a default image in the case if the URL image do not exist in the database. Okay, now we are going to get the personal info, parents, lifestyle and all these values. One more important thing you have to do is cut this Control X, and inside the set state you have to do that. Okay, just like this, and then after the if statement you can add another set state, and first now to the name variable we will assign the value which is coming from the database for the name. So we can say, as you know, it is saved inside the database by the same key name. Okay, you have to provide the same key names. For example, as you can see, name this, and for the income the key name is income, height, image profile and so on. Okay, so anyways, this is our first one. Let's do it for the other one. So we get all data for the background cultures and we assign it to their required variable. Similarly for the lifestyle, similarly for the appearance, and similarly for the personal info. So now as we have the information, we have to call this method. Where we will call it? We will call this inside the init state. And now let's just start displaying it on the user interface. So we can say body single child scroll view child padding will be from all sides 30. Child column widget, and first of all we will display the image slider. Now for the image slider we have to add our dependency. So go to the pubspec.yml and open up your browser, go to the famous pub.dev site and simply search for the dependency, which is flutter underscore image underscore slider. This one, flutter image slider. Now click on installing and copy this flutter image slider and simply add that here. And as you know that, remove the version number. So flutter image slider, click pub-get. So it has been added successfully in our project. And now come back to the user detail screen. and let's implement this. So you can say size box. The height of this image slider which we are going to implement, it will be according to the screen height. Dot of context dot size dot height, and whatever the screen height is, take 0.4% of it, and make sure to remove this const from the padding. Okay, as you know that this image slider, I mean this size box, of course inside this size box we will implement that cursor, or you can say image slider. So this is a children widget of column, and you know that column is a child of this padding, so we have to remove the const from it as it is no longer a constant. Okay, every phone has its own screen size. Okay, it is changing according to the screen size, the height. Okay, that's why we remove the const. So anyways, the width will be whatever the width of the screen is, it will be that. Then we can say child padding, applying padding on the cursor and from all side too. Then we can say child cursor, this one. So we will add the indicated bar color. The indicated bar color will be colors.black dot with opacity 0.3, and the auto scroll duration, how much we want. So after every 2 seconds we want it to change to the next cursor image, or if you want after 3 seconds, then you can give here 3. It's totally up to you. And animation page duration, that is the animation time. When it changes after 2 seconds, you see some animation as well. So for that, milliseconds 500. Active indicated color will be color.black, and then the animation page curve will be curves dot, here are different animation. Okay, which animation you want to apply, you can choose from it. We will proceed with ease in. Then the indicated bar height, we will set this to 30. This is the bar height. Now the indicator height will be 10, and the indicator width will also be 10, and the unactivated indicated color will be colors.gray, which is basically a bar on which you will see round dots. Okay, so the active will be this one. Okay, and the unindicated color will be this. When we test the application, you will see it. Stop at end false. We want it to load continuously, to repeat. That is, when it display the first image, second image, third, fourth, fifth image, do you want to stop after fifth image the auto scroll? Then if you want to stop it, then you have to set it to true. That is, after the fifth image the cursor will stop, that it will not keep loading the images. That is, move to the next image after 2 seconds. It will load 5 images and then it will stop. But if you want to repeat, that is to make it in loop, to start displaying the images from the start again, then you have to set this to false. That is, you do not want it to stop at the end. The auto scroll, do you want? So yes, that is, auto scroll simply means that after every 2 seconds it will automatically scroll to the next image. Okay, and let's say if you do not want, then you can simply make this to false. So the auto scroll will not be allowed, and the user has to scroll by his fingers. So it is totally up to you. Okay, we will set it to true. Then the images finally. So the images, the first one we can display, we can say image.network, and our first image is URL image 1, and we will apply the property fit box fit dot cover, and then simply copy paste it for the other ones. For example, then we have image URL 2, 3, 4 and 5. Up to 5 images we will allow the user to upload, and up to 5 images we are displaying here. So now let's just test the application to see how it looks. So the app is running now. Now let's go to the profile, or you can say the user detail screen. Here you can see this is our slider. As currently you already know that we have no images. I mean, the user who is currently logged in, he has not yet uploaded the images for the slider. So that's why you see the profile avatar in the all 5 images. You can see URL image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, which is auto scroll after every 2 seconds. And you can see the bar indicator. The active one has black color and the non-active has gray colors. Okay, you can see that. So yeah, this is all about our slider. So now after the image slider, we will start displaying the user information. First we will add some space, and then we will add a comment. First we will display the information related to the user personal information like name and all this information which we have. So a size box of height 30. Then we will display the title, alignment, and the alignment for this title will be alignment.top left. And using the text widget, let's add that title. So it will be personal info. Apply some style on it. Color white, font size 22, and font weight will be bold. After the align, we will add a divider, that is a horizontal line. Color for this will be colors.white. The thickness of this will be 2, and it will look like this, as you can see. And then after the divider, this is our personal info title, and then after it we will have personal info table data. So we can add a container. Color will be colors.black. Apply padding from all side 20, and then child table widget. First we will add, as you know, table has a row, so we will have in a row we will have the name, and in front of it name title, and then in front of the name title we will display the name value which is coming from the database, which is inside the variable we have now. So what we can do, we can add a table row, and table row is also a multi-children widget. So we can say first we will add the title, that is const text widget name, okay, and apply this text style on it. So this will be the title, and after title we will display the name value. So text widget and then name, as you know, which is a variable which contains the value coming from the database for the name, and apply some text style on it. So this is the value which we display inside this text widget, and this will be the title for that name. Now inside a table widget or inside a table row widget, you can't add a size box, okay. If you want to add, let's say, a size box of height something, in order to add some space, it will give you error. Instead of it, if you want to add some space, you can add basically an extra table row. So I can simply say extra row, And what I mean is, we can say const table row, and for we will add some empty text widget. So first text widget and second text widget, it will just add an extra row, okay, just for spacing. So we can do it like this, and make sure to add double quotes in it. So first, you know that this table row is for name, this is extra row, and now for the time saving we will copy this, paste it down after the extra row, and this one will be for displaying age. So we can say age. So now if I show you how it looks, then you will understand. Like this, as you can see, name, then age, these are the titles, and the value it is not showing because, as you know, that when we come to this page we have to pass the user ID to it. So you know that when the user click on this button, we come here, okay, so on clicking this button we have to pass this user ID to it as well, that is which user profile information you are going to view. So for that purpose, in here on our home screen, where we call our page, which is user detail screen, so we can say user ID colon and the current user ID we have to pass. So we can simply say Firebase or dot instance current user dot UID, and now you have to click on this play button. Okay, it is going to install the app on our phone. So now if you come back here to the user detail screen, of course now we will check. So now if I click on this profile icon, it is still not showing because we have an error. If you click on this run and you check out, then it says type null is not a subtype string. If you click here on this user detail screen, then it is showing the error on this phone number. The reason for this is, as I told you, we have to use the same key names which we have in the database while retrieving the information. So for example, the error it is showing here, which simply means we have to check the phone number. In the database, the phone number is saved by the key name phone number, which is phone NO. Okay, by this key name it is saved in the database. However, by mistake here we just write number, that's why we are getting error for that. So I told you guys to please use the same key names earlier. Okay, that is, for name it is name, for age it is age, for phone number it is not number, it is phone num, as you can see here. Okay, it is phone num, for number, NO means number. Okay, so the same key name. So by this key name we retrieve the phone number value and we assign it to the phone number variable. So now let's install the app again on our phone. And you already see the result, it automatically hot restarts. If you come here, now you will see that John Parker is the name, age is 28, and let's start implementing the other information. And you see here, this is basically an extra row space which we added. For example, if you comment out this extra row, then the space will be finished from there. As you see, it will look like this now. Okay, so it is totally up to you. The extra space will look good, so that's why we add this extra table row. Okay, so after age, let's copy paste this. After age, you know, we have phone number to display, and also you know that first we display the name, extra row, age, then extra row, then phone number. So we can say phone phone number will be the title, the value of which is inside the variable phone number. Now if you see, it looks like this. Okay, now let's do it for the rest of the other. So up to seeking, you know that we have the personal information of a user, which look like this. Now after the personal information comes the, let's just quickly minimize this. So after the personal info and personal info table data comes the number of appearance. So we can say appearance title, and in the same way, just like we display the personal info title, we will have first some space, then a line, appearance title, and then the divider, which will look like this. And then of course the appearance table data. So in the same way, we can add first a container, add color and padding to it. And guys, one thing you already know, the theme of our entire app is already black, so there is no need to specify the color for the container. Same here for the personal info title container, where info table data, there is no need to add this color specifically. Okay, as the entire theme, or you can say background color of our app is already black. Okay, then child table widget, you know it is a multi-children widget. So first we will add our first table row in the appearance table data, which is basically the height and some extra row. Let's see, it will look like this. And then let's do it for the other ones. So after the height, we have weight, and then of course we have the extra row. And then in the appearance, one more data we have, which is the body type we have to display. So this is the body type. Now let's check how it looks. So hot restart, let's come back here, and here you can see that. So now after the appearance, we have the lifestyle. So size box 30, align, title, and then a divider, which will look like this. And after the lifestyle title, you know that we have to now display the table data for it. So first of all, we have the first one, which is drink, then extra row. After that, drink, extra row, and then after that we have the smoke, extra row, and then after this we have the marital status, extra row. Then we have the have children, extra row, and then we have the number of children, and then an extra row. Then profession, extra row. then employment status, extra row, and then income, extra row, then the living situation and an extra row, then willing to relocate, extra row, and then the last row is the looking for. Okay, so if we check, it is lifestyle. So this is all about the lifestyle information of a user. Now after the lifestyle, we have the background and culture values. So let's start work on that. First let me minimize this quickly. This was our lifestyle table data. So now background culture values title. So size box, align title, and a divider, which will look like this. After this title, we have the background culture values data, that is table data. So inside the background culture value table data, the first table row we have is the nationality, an extra row. Then we have education, an extra row. Then we have language spoken, extra row. Then we have religion, table row, and then an extra row. Then we have the last one, which is ethnicity of the user. So ethnicity, religion, language spoken, education, and nationality. This is all about the background culture values table data. Now if we check out, so it look like this. So this is all about the user profile, as you can see here. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's start work on the favorite sent and favorite received feature. That is when you mark someone your favorite, or when someone mark you as his or her favorite. So inside the controllers, profile controller dot, we are going to implement here a method by the name favorite sent and favorite received. Now this method will receive two things as a parameter. The first one will be the to user ID, that is to whom the favorite will be sent, and the other one is the sender name. Now right click on lib, new, create a new .file inside the lib by the name global, and here we need to get the current user ID. Firebase.instance.current user .uid. So now we are going to create a reference. We will give it name as document. Now we are going to check basically if the favorite is already exist for the user who is going to mark favorite or who is going to receive favorite. Then of course we are going step by step. So we will say Firebase file store.instance.collection collection is the users collection. Inside that, to user ID. So inside the to user ID we have the sub collection. That is, we will create this sub collection by the name favorite received. Please use the same name for the collection, okay, so that you do not get confused in the future videos. And inside that we will check the current user ID. Now what we are trying to do here is, you know that we will call this method when the user tap or click on the favorite button on any person profile. So inside that user on which the current user is trying to mark him or her as favorite, so we are going to check if that profile or if that user is already marked favorite by the current user. Okay, so that's why we create this reference, that is that person on which profile, on his or her profile the current user pressed the favorite button. So we are going to check if that is already exist. If already exist, we will wait for the response since we are checking. Okay, so if that document exists already, that is, if it is already in that user favorite list, that is, if it is marked already as favorite, then remove the favorite. Remove the favorite from database. Otherwise, if it not already exist, it simply means that we are going to add, or you can say mark as favorite in database. That is, add a key in the database for that specific person. So you can say mark as favorite in database, or you can say add favorite in database. Okay, if it not already exists, then the else part will execute. So let's implement the first one, which is to remove the favorite from database. So we will copy the same reference. So what we are trying to do now, we are going to remove the favorite from database for that user where the current user is already marked as favorite. Okay, so the user tap on the favorite button again, so we have to remove it. So we will simply replace this one with remove, which is by the name delete. Okay, now from that specific profile person favorite received, the current user ID will be deleted. So it will be, you can say, not marked as favorite now, as the current user ID is deleted from that person favorite received list. Similarly, that person is also in the current user favorite list, so we have to remove it from there as well. That is, we can say current user ID from the current user ID, and it will be favorite sent. So from the current user ID, from the favorite list of the current user, remove that person which is already marked as favorite earlier by the current user. So that user we removed now from the favorite sent list of the current user. So if you want, for the understanding purposes, I'm going to add here a comment that is removed current user from the favorite receive list of that profile person. Now you already know that profile person is the profiles which we see on the swiping screen, where the user swap. Let's say the user stay on any profile and the user decide to mark that profile as favorite. Okay, so it is that person basically. That's why we give this name as to user ID. Okay, so to user ID simply means that person profile on which the current user stay and click the button favorite. Okay, so if it already exists, if it is already marked favorite, then first we will remove the current user ID. We will remove the current user ID from the favorite received list of that profile person. Okay, remove the current user ID from the favorite received list of that profile person. Comments are important. That's why I try to explain this in details, so please don't mind this. I'm trying my best to explain in the best way possible so that you can understand each and every line of code easily. Then this one is remove the profile person, which simply means to user ID, from the favorite sent list of the current user, or current user ID, you can say. So what we do, remove the profile person, which simply means to user ID, from the favorite list of the current user. That is, remove the favorite from database if it is already marked as favorite. However, if it is not already marked as favorite, then mark as favorite, or you can say add favorite in database, which is simple. All you need to do is just copy paste these queries down here in the else statement, and instead of delete, you can simply say set, just like this. Okay, dot set. So here we are adding add current user ID to the, let's replace these. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are adding the current user. Okay, so we can say add current user ID to the favorite received list of that profile person, which means to the user ID. Okay, so this simply means that add current user ID to the favorite received list of that profile person. Then the other one will be add profile person, or you can say to user ID, to the favorite sent list of that current user. And then after we do that, we have to send the notification. So in case of the else statement, when the user marks someone as favorite, or you can say add favorite in database, we will send notification. So for now we will add a comment here. Of course, that is something which we will implement in the upcoming video step by step. After the else statement, you can simply call the update. So this is all about our favorite sent, favorite received. So we have to call this method from our screen, which is swiping screen. Here we have our image button favorite, which is this one, favorite button, as you can see. So we can say profile controller dot favorite sent and favorite received. So we will pass the to user ID and sender name to it. So the to user ID is we can get from the each profile info, that is that person profile on which the current user tap on the favorite button. So we can say each profile info dot UID. And then the sender name we have to quickly get, which is the current user name from the database. So let's quickly get that. Above here, the widget build, I will simply implement a method that is read user data, which is current user data actually. So we will get the name. Okay, so we can say get the name of the current user. Okay, as you know, this reference is up to the current user's data from the Firestore database. So we get only the name, and we will assign that name to a variable. Let's quickly define that here, and that will be by the name sender name. And wrap this inside a set state. And now let's call this method inside the init state. So now we can simply say the first parameter is the ID of that person, profile person, and the next one will be the current user name, which is also we give it name as sender name. So these two parameters will be sent from here, and which is receiving in here. Okay, so let's test out our application. So as we know, these are the profile. So let's say the example which I explained using these words, these keywords which I say profile person, or you can say to user ID, then that is basically these profiles. Okay, let's say as a current user, as currently the user John Parker is an online, or you can say logged in user. So this is the current user, John Parker is the current user, and the profile person is, let's say, this one. Okay, to user ID is this one. So if I click on this favorite button, first let me show you the database. This is the Julia Smith. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, so if I click on the favorite button, let's come here and make sure to refresh this. Then here you can see favorite received sub-child sub-main collection is created under Julia Smith. Okay, and if you go inside the favorite received, then here will be the current user ID. That is, this person marked Julia Smith as favorite. So that's why Julia Smith received a favorite. Julia Smith received a favorite from this user. However, to this user, let's come back here, this user whose name is John Parker sent, you can see favorite sent, John Parker sent a favorite to this user, and this user you already know, this one is Julia Smith. So you can say John Parker sent a favorite to Julia Smith, and Julia Smith received a favorite from John Parker. Now, as I told you, this was basically the else statement which executed, because already there was no favorite sent or favorite received exist. So that's why it execute the else statement, that is, it add favorite in database. That is, the current user is added in the favorite received of the profile person, and then the profile person is added in the favorite sent of the current user. Now, as this else statement executed, now the next thing is, as you know that now it already present there, already this information is present here. So let's say if we click here on this again, on the favorite button again, then this time the if statement will execute, because it already exists. So if it is already exist, then we have to remove the favorite from database, okay, from the favorites received and favorite sent. So let's test out now. If I click, you can see that. So John Parker is removed from the favorite received of Julia Smith. Similarly, from the John Parker from the John Parker favorite sent, Julia Smith is removed successfully. Now if you click again, then it will be added again. You have to refresh, okay, the database in order to see the updated values. So you see it is added again. Julia Smith is added in the favorite sent of John Parker. So let's say if John Parker click again the favorite, so it already exists, so now it will be removed. You can see that. Now the next thing is to retrieve and display the user favorite, that is who mark you favorite and who you marked favorite, that is favorite sent and favorite received. So for that purpose we will go and we will start implementing the favorite sent favorite received screen. First we will implement the method where we will get the favorite list keys. As you already know that the keys are saved in the database under the subcollection favorite sent and under the subcollection favorite received inside the user's main collection. So first we have to get the keys. So we will say get favorite list keys. First we will get the favorite sent document. So we can say wet Firebase file store dot instance dot collection users dot document. The current user favorite sent, so we can say dot subcollection we will have the favorite sent dot get. Make sure to import the global dot where we have our current user ID. So this will be the current user favorite sent, and the other one will be the favorite received. So let's copy paste this and we can say favorite received. Now there will be a button on our this screen, favorite sent favorite received, on which the user will tap. That is, the user wants to see I am their favorite or favorite sent. So a boolean type variable we will create and we will give it name as is favorite sent clicked, and we will give it initial value true. And if the user has clicked the is favorite sent, that is, if it has a true value, it simply means the user wants to see the favorite sents, that is, to which people the user sent a favorite, that is, mark them as their favorite. So in that case this code we will execute, this query we will execute, the rest of the code we will execute now, of course. And also the else statement, which is if the user clicked the other button, that is, if it has false value, then it simply means the user clicked the other button, which is I am their favorite, that is, by which people the current user is marked as their favorite. So in that case then we have to execute this query, which is favorite received. So in both cases we have to get the keys, so using the for loop starting from the 0th index, it will execute up to the condition that is I will be less than the favorite sent document dot docs dot length. So this for loop will execute until unless this condition stands true. That is, one by one it will get each key from this favorite sent document, which you know that all the favorite sent keys, and the keys are basically the user keys, user UID key, to whom the current user, or let's say to whom you sent the favorite. So let's quickly initialize a list here to which we will add these keys. So a list of type string, as the keys are in string format. So we can say favorite list, but it will be favorite sent list. So one by one we are going to get the key and add it to our favorite sent list. So we can simply say favorite sent document dot docs index I dot ID. So we are going to get the UIDs basically, or you can say the keys of the user, okay, for the favorite sent from the favorite sent sub collection, and we are adding each favorite sent ID, or you can say each favorite sent key, to this list. This for loop will execute according to this condition, okay, which simply means that if we have 4 keys in the favorite sent, then this for loop will execute 4 times starting from 0. That is the 0th index, 1st index, 2nd index and 3rd index, okay, up to 3rd index it will execute, that is get 4 keys and add it to this list. So this list will be populated with 4 keys, or you can say 4 IDs. Similarly, in the same case for the favorite received, but here we have our favorite received document, and the list we have, it will be favorite received list. So the favorite received keys we will add to our favorite received list. As I told you, that is, you already know that, okay, in the previous video we have tested the application. These keys are basically the user ID who basically sent favorite or who basically received favorite, okay. So these are basically IDs, or you can say the user ID as a key. It is saved inside the favorite sent and favorite received sub collection. So according to these keys, as we have get the keys, so we will basically now get the information for these keys. What I mean is, we are going to basically, for example, for the favorite received, this key we are getting, okay, this is inside our list. So this key information we have to get. So for example, this key belongs to this user, okay, KF, and this is his information, and it is John Parker. So we have to get this information for each key from the favorite received list, okay. So what we can do, we can simply call here a method which will be get keys data, get keys data from users collection. As you know that the user information, each user information is inside the database under the users main collection. So let's implement this method here, and to this method we will call the key the list, the favorite sent or favorite received. So this method we will call inside the if else condition. For example, if it is the favorite sent, and outside the body of this for loop, we will call this method and we will pass the list, which is our favorite sent list, just like this. And if it is the favorite received, then we have to pass to it our favorite received list. Inside the else statement, after the for loop body, we can say favorite received. So this method we are calling from here, okay. So as you know, it will receive a list which is of type string. We can give it name as keys list. So that list we are receiving here by the parameter name keys list. You will get all users documents. So we get all user document and we assign it to this all user document variable. Now it contains all the document. Okay, so what we are going to do is the keys list, which contains specific keys who mark favorite sent or favorite received. Okay, so from the favorite sent or favorite received depend upon the condition, okay, from where we call this method. So you know that it contains the keys. So only those keys or only those user information we will get whose keys are inside this list. Okay, so only those information we will get from all users collection whose keys are inside this list. Okay, because only them are inside either the favorite sent list or either in the favorite received list. Okay, so only those keys, okay, which belongs to the user. So only those users information we will receive from the all users whose keys are inside this list. So for that purpose we will run a nested for loop. This inner loop will execute up to the length of keys list, either the favorite sent or favorite received. So we have two nested loop. What we have did here, let me just explain quickly. The output for loop will execute according to this condition, according to all user records which we are fetching from the database. Okay, so let's say if we have 10 users in the database, then output for loop will execute 10 times. So the inner loop will execute according to this condition, which is basically the list of either favorite sent or favorite received keys. Okay, you know that inside this list we have those keys. So what we are doing here is that first of all we pick the UID we are comparing. Okay, we get the UID, or you can say we compare the UID from all user document. That is, from here first we get the first user UID. Okay, the first user UID we get and we compare it with the keys list, that is this list, one by one. Okay, so with the keys list, first key we compare. Then of course, as you know that you have, I hope you have better understanding of the nested for loops, how nested loops actually work. So first it will execute, first it will compare the key from the all user document. It will compare the first UID with this key list key, and then let's say if it match, if it become equals to this, then it will add that key to a list which we will create now. We will give it name as just favorite list, favorites list. So we will add that key to our that list. And this will be a list of, remove this type from it. Okay, as you know that this will be a dynamic list because we are getting the whole data of a user from the user's main collection and we are adding it to this list. So you know that that information is in the format JSON, or you can say in map format. So that user whole data we add to this list. So as I told you guys, that is, if the key matches to the keys, to the first key from that list, if it become equals to each other, then add that first user record to this list. Otherwise, if it do not matches, then it will skip this. Okay, as the if condition will stand false, so it will skip this and the inner loop will go for the second iteration. Then the second key will be compared to the user ID. If it matches, then okay. Otherwise, if it do not matches, then again it will skip this and it will go for the third iteration. Let's say, for example, in the third iteration, the third key from the keys list matches with this ID. So only then it will go inside the if condition and it will get that whole record beside that key, that specific key which matches, for which the condition stands true. So that user record we basically add to our favorite list. Similarly, it will carry on. Now let me tell you in simple words what we have done. Just let me give you a small explanation about the nested for loops. First of all, in a nested for loop, first starting from the outer loop, okay, when the first iteration, which is I equals to 0, it will come inside here, okay, and it will start executing for loop. Let's say if the length of this keys list is 3, then first it will execute 3 times. Okay, this inner for loop will execute 3 times, and let's say under that, if this condition stands false, then it will get that record, okay, and it will add it to this list. Then it will come again to the outer for loop, then you know I plus plus, so I will become equals to 1 at that time for the second iteration. So for the second iteration, then it will come inside and it will start executing the inner for loop again. As you know, for example, the length is 3, okay, let's say it has 3 values, I already told you guys. So this inner for loop will execute 3 times again. Let's say within these 3 iterations, this condition stands true. Okay, let's say at the second iteration the condition stands true, so it will get that record, that second record from the user's man collection for that specific user for whom this condition stands true, and that record will be added to this list. Then again it will go for the outer loop, and outer loop I will become equals to 2, so it will become the third iteration. So for the third iteration, the inner for loop will execute again 3 times, and so on. So let me tell you, in a nested for loop, for every outer loop iteration, each outer loop one iteration, the inner loop will execute fully unless this condition stands false. For example, if this list has length 3, okay, and if this outer loop, this has length, let's say 4 times, okay, so for one iteration this for loop will execute 3 times. For second iteration of this for loop will execute 3 times. For third iteration of this loop, this inner loop will execute 3 times, and for the fourth iteration of this outer loop, this inner loop will execute 3 times. Okay, so for each iteration for the outer loop, the inner loop will execute 3 times. And we use nested for loop. The reason for this, you already know that we are comparing the keys to our to our information, or you can say to the keys which is coming all the way from the user man collection. Okay, so from the user man collection we are comparing the UID, that is the first record UID, we compare to our all these keys. Okay, that's why for outer loop one iteration, the inner loop will execute 3 times according to our example. Okay, if the length of this is 4 and if the length of this is 3. So I hope you understand this. So what we get at the end, I mean as a result of this iteration, we get the data. Earlier we have only the keys, however now we get only those user information from the user's man collection. We get only those users information who basically has favorite sent or favorite received. Okay, so this list contains the favorite sent or favorite received complete information, which we can display here on the user interface. So now we can simply display that data which is inside our favorite list in here on the user interface. So now let's just quickly add an app bar, remove this const from the scaffold widget, and we can say app bar title row widget. We will have two buttons, you can say, text button, I am their favorite, and the other one will be my favorites. Main axis alignment dot center. We want it at the center of our app bar. Let's add the text button, the first one. The first text button will be my favorites. Now the style we will apply according to the condition. For example, the color. So we will say is favorite. Is favorite stand clicked? If it is clicked, that is, if it stands true, then in that case the color will be white, which will be an active color, that is, the user has clicked on that. Otherwise the color will be gray. Similarly for the font weight, if it is true, that is, the user has clicked on it, then the font weight in that case will be bold. Otherwise the font weight will be normal, else normal. The font size will be. So this is our first text button. Let's copy paste this, and then we will have the second one, which will be I am their favorite. And between these two buttons you can add some space, or for the designing purposes you can add a text widget inside which you can add two spaces, 1 2 3 spaces enough, and then this perpendicular sign, or you can add dash. It is totally up to you which symbol you want to add, and then 3 spaces after that. And the color for this will be gray. So now when the user click on my favorites button, we are going to call the method where we have the keys, get favorite list keys. Similarly, the same method we will call when the user click on I am their favorite. Now there is a condition. There is a condition which we have to set before calling these methods, and that is favorites and clicked. So my favorite simply means that the favorites which I as a logged in user sent to other people. So these are my favorite. That's why to this boolean type variable we give this name is favorite sent. That is, when the user click on my favorites, then in that case the value of this boolean type variable we will make sure that it is set to true. However, in the other one, which is I am their favorite, here we will make sure that the value of this is set to false. And you have to make sure that before calling this method you have to set these values, and which you already know now, that is If it is true, it means my favorites. So in that case, the favorite sent will be received. Okay, the favorite sent keys will be received. And otherwise, if the is favorite sent click is false, it means I am their favorite button the user clicked. So the else statement will execute and we have to retrieve the favorite received. Okay, as you can see. And this is all about these two buttons. And one more thing is we have to make sure that before calling this method we must set this, we have to clear this. Similarly, when the user click on I am their favorite, we have to make sure that we. So now after the app bar, make sure that after the title you write center title true. We want this title at the center of the app bar. Okay, exactly. Now after the app bar, let's start implementing, that is the user interface for displaying the user favorite sent and favorite received. So what we can do is, let's remove this body, okay, and we will add the condition based on this favorite list. So if it is empty, then we will display a message, that is a text, that is no favorite found, or you can display an icon. Otherwise, if the favorite list is not empty, then start displaying the profiles, that is the favorite. So using grid view.count, we will start displaying that. So we can say child icon will be icons dot person underscore of sharp. That is no favorite from any person. And let's start displaying, that is let's implement the UI to display the profile, the persons who sent you favorite or received favorite using a grid view. So per row, or you can say in a horizontal direction, we will display 2. So we can say cross axis count 2. Padding from all sides will be 8. List.generate, and our list length we have to specify here. So we can say favorite list dot length comma index. One by one, using the index number, we have to start displaying each favorite. Return grid tile. Padding from all sides 2. Inside the card widget, we will start displaying. So the color for this card will be blue with shade 200. Gesture detector. When the user tap on it, you will send the user to that person profile who sent you favorite or from whom you received favorite. Okay, send favorite, received favorite. That is something which we will implement step by step, of course. For now, let's just complete this. We will display the picture of that person, so we can say image decoration image network image, favorites list index image, that is get the image, and by which key name it is saved in the database you have to confirm that, which is the profile image. Okay, so here it is, image profile. So this exact key name you have to use, image profile. And then we have to apply the property which is fit box fit dot cover on over this decoration image. So we display the image. After the box decoration, at padding from all side at, and then child center widget at the center, we will start displaying the info. That is, first of all we will display the user info, favorite list index name dot to string, and alongside with the name let's display other information. So using the concatenation sign plus, then add quotes, then concatenation sign plus, and we will display the age, or if you want to display city then display city alongside with it, but with the name as it is the personal info like name and age, so alongside with the name we will display the age. So name, age, and of course the city and country we will display together. Now between name and age we will display to make it looks beautiful, we will add a dot, but not a normal dot. Of course you can display that as well, dot or dash, it is totally up to you. However, on Google you can simply search for dot symbol and you will see many symbols like these, amazing symbols like these. Okay, so even if you want to display star, you can display star. It is in text form. Okay, it is not an image, it is just a text form. So I will just copy this dot symbol, and inside here I will just add this. Then after this let's add some space of height 4, and then we will copy paste this text widget down here, and we will display the city, country, and it will be comma country. From here remove this bold. Now if the area is small, let's say if the name is too big, then we will get the widget error for that, that is it exceed the size of the screen. So for that purpose we will wrap our this text widget in an expanded widget, that is it will convert the remaining text in dotted form. Okay, let's say if the name and age, if the name is too big, of course the age will be two numbers just. Okay, so if the name is too big it will convert it to dotted forms. For that purpose also we have to apply the property which is overflow text overflow dot ellipses. Similarly the same property you can apply here. That is overflow text overflow dot ellipses, and also it is city and country, so max lines or this, let's say 2 will be enough. So this is all about our favorite sent, favorite received. Now we have to call this page, that is when the user click on the button. So we have home screen dot, and from here we have already added that favorite sent, favorite received. So let's just test our application. So the app is running now, and now if we go to the favorites, so currently I have not sent any favorite to any person. So let's mark this profile as favorite. If I go back to the favorite, we have some error here. We have to fix this. First of all, come down here inside the app bar on our favorite sent, favorite received. The default value of this is true. So for my favorite it will be the condition, and then if the is favorite sent clicked is true, then here for true the color will be gray, for false the color will be white. Similarly, the font here will be normal if true, and else it will be bold, since it depends on this. Okay, so also we do not need this back button, which is by default appears. So in our app bar we have a property by the name automatically imply leading. We will set this to false. So you see it look like this now, and now the button works correctly. Okay, now we have to check why we are not getting the data. So I will simply print the favorite list. So we print out the favorite list. Similarly, we will print out the favorite sent list, and then also the favorite received, so that we can see where is the problem. Let's just install the app again. So now if we go to the favorite, my favorite, you can see that when you click on that, it calls the, as my favorite means favorite sent, so it calls the favorite sent list is coming empty, and the favorite list is coming empty, because if favorite sent is empty, it means this one will also be empty. So now if I am going to mark this as favorite, then let's mark this one also as favorite, and mark this one also as favorite. If I go now here and I click my favorite, then here we go, here we get the information. You can see that we get the information. Julia Smith is in the favorite list, and then other one as well. You can see that the favorite sent list, which contain the keys, this user, this user, this user. 3 users are currently now inside my favorite list as a logged in user, and here is inside the favorite list. As I told you guys, here is the complete information of each and every user. So the first user information we have, but we are not seeing the UI. So for that purpose, the body UI code we have to check. That is, if favorite list, which you know that, which is not empty, you can see that. So if it is not empty, then it will execute the else statement, which is gridView.count. Okay, for that purpose, one thing which we can do is above the print statement, we have to make sure to call the set stat, and we have to set the stat for our favorites list which updated. And also when the user go to the favorite sent favorite received screen, then we have to make sure that, as you know, according to the condition, the default value for this variable is true. So we must, as you know, the default button is also my favorite, so this one will execute, this if statement will execute automatically. So we have to call this method, which is get favorite list keys, inside the init state. So now let's test our app, and you see the result. Okay, now if I go back to the favorite, you see that it is working fine. Okay, you can see that. If I go to I am their favorite, there is no one, because no one mark me as her favorite. Okay, so that's why. For example, if these users who is in the my favorites, to whom I sent favorite, okay, I sent favorite to these three. So for example, if Julia Smith log in, now let's apply some property to move the details here, and first of all, that is from the start to the left side of the grid tile. So as you know, these two things are inside our this column widget. So column has a property by the name cross-axis alignment dot start. You see, and we move both of these, I mean the data, here at the bottom. So for that purpose, here in the column at the start, we will use spacer widget. So now if I go to the app, you see it will be like this. Now alongside with the information, if you want, you can of course display some icon with the Julia Smith name and age, of course with this one as well. For example, for the city name, if you want to display an icon with it, then here is our city country. Okay, so just click here, you will see yellow bulb, wrap this with row widget, and then here we can add an icon. The icon will be this one, color gray, size this. Let's see. So you see it will be an icon like this. Now if you see between this name, age and the city country, there is some space. If you want to remove this, because we wrap our this name and age in a expanded widget, due to this it adds some extra space. Instead of this, Control X, okay, text widget, remove this expanded and add the text widget like this, okay, without expanded. And what we need to do, we will add a max line property on our name. Let's say if the name is too big, then it will move it to the second line, okay, not in the dotted form, just like this. So now if you check out, it will basically remove that extra spacing. You see Julia Smith and then the city country. Of course you also see with the name the age. Okay, so we have name, age, and then city country. City country has also icon as we wrap it inside this row widget. So let me add here a comment, that is name, age, then here we have icon, and alongside icon we have city country. And guys, of course, if you want, you can change the text color. Okay, and one more thing is, for the city country, the font size will be 14. If you want to change the text color, then here you can just convert that to white. Okay, just for the testing purposes, so that you know from where you can change. So it is totally up to you. I will proceed with the gray color. What I'm going to do is I'm going to uninstall the app. Okay, uninstall the app, and let's install the app again on the phone. And now let's quickly log in as Julia. And now Julia, if Julia go to her favorites, then Julia has not sent a favorite to any person, and if she navigate to I am their favorite, then there she received one person favorite, which is John Parker. So to Julia Smith, it is showing that Julia Smith is the favorite of John Parker. Now if Julia Smith wants, Julia Smith can simply mark John Parker as their favorite. So now when Julia Smith click on favorite, then John Parker is also added to the favorite list. Okay, that is Julia Smith sent favorite to John Parker. Okay, Julia Smith marked John Parker as their favorite as well. Hello guys, welcome back. So now the next thing is we have to implement the like sent and like receive feature. So go to the controller, which is our profile controller. So just like we implement the favorite sent, favorite received, similarly we have the like sent and like received. So for the time saving, let's copy this method as a whole and paste it down here, and we will give it name as like sent, like received. Same parameters we need here, and then we will first get the like received if the current user is already there inside the like received list of to user, that profile person. If it already exists, it simply means we have to remove the like from database. So the first one will be like received, that is remove the current user from the like received list of that profile person, and then remove the profile person, that is to user ID, from the like list of the current user. Else, that is if it do not exist, then add a new like. So we can say add like, or you can say sent like to that person. Add or sent. So first of all, add current user to the like received list of that profile person, and then add profile person to user ID to the like sent list of the current user. So this is all about our like sent and like received. We have to call it from our swiping screen, just like we call it for the favorite. We will call here now like sent, like received. So copy this inside the like button, that is like.png. You can see here on the on tab, click event, we can say like sent and like received. So now the next thing is to display the like sent and like received. So for that purpose, we will go to our like sent and like received screen. Now for the time saving, we will remove this. Okay, and for the time saving, go to the favorite sent, favorite received, select all and copy this code from here and come back here to the like sent, like received. Also remove this material dot, okay, and empty, and then simply paste that favorite sent, favorite received whole code here on the like sent, like received screen. Of course, now we will change it according to the like sent and like received. So first of all, we have to change its name. So select this name, right click on it, then refactor, rename, and instead of calling it this, as you know, this is our like sent, click on refactor. So you see it is changed to like sent, like received. Now the next thing is these variables name. So select this boolean type variable, right click on it, refactor, rename. So we will change it to is like sent clicked. Okay, click on refactor. Similarly, this one, which is favorite sent list, so it will be our like sent list. And then this one, like received list. And finally this one will be likes list. Then comes our methods. So first of all, let's rename it, then we will do the changes. For example, from here we will rename this to get like list keys. Like list keys. So now we have to change the references name. So for example, this one is our like sent, and then the list name is, okay, we have to add, and then inside the else we have the like received. And yeah, the rest of the thing will remain the same. That is, now we are getting the like sent and the like received. Okay, just like we implemented on our favorite sent, favorite received, the same logic apply here. The difference here is that it is for likes. And then start displaying it on the user interface as it is the like sent, like received. So this will be my likes, and then this one will be people who liked me, and this one is my likes, which simply means likes which I sent to other people, and this is likes which I received from other people, that button. And yeah, that's it. Now we are ready to test our application. So let's just install the app on our phone. So our app is running now, and now let's just quickly log in. So now if you go to the like list, it is empty now, as you can see, because we have not yet liked any profile. So for example, if I liked Julia Smith, and if I go back to the like list, then here I will see that my likes, you see Julia Smith is there. For example, if I click the like button again, so it is unlike. So now if I go, you can see it is empty now because I unlike back. Okay, I removed my like. So you can like now any profile or unlike it back. If I like this one, let's like this one. So you can see that these two are inside my like list. However, if both of these go to their like and click on liked me, then there they will see my profile, okay, as I send them a like. However, for me it will be showing inside my likes, that is like I sent, and for them it will be in their received list, that is liked me. That is, for example, if Isma Marta is online, then Isma Marta will see that liked me, which means that who liked Isma Marta. So Isma Marta will simply see all that profiles inside here. For example, I'm going to uninstall this. Let's install the app again. The app is running now. Let's log in as Isma. So now if Isma go to the like list, then you see that we have to navigate to liked me. So Isma Marta see that John Parker liked Isma Marta, and of course Isma Marta wants to like back John Parker, then she can do that. So now if Isma Marta like sent, here you can see. Hello guys, welcome back. So now the next feature that we will implement is basically the view sent and view received. It is similar to the like sent, like received. So what we can do for the time saving, you can copy this whole method of like sent, like received and paste it down here, and we can give it name as view sent, view received. So inside this method, first we will get if the current user is inside the view received list of the profile person. So if it exists, as you know, this is a view feature, okay? This is a little bit different than the like and favorite. So if it already exists, then do nothing. You can just print a message already in view list. That is, that user has already seen your profile, seen list or view list, you can say, okay, already seen profile. So it will be already in view list or seen list, you can say. So we will do nothing but just print that. Otherwise, if it do not exist, the else statement will execute. So we will add new view in database, or you can say a seen feature. So this one will be view received. So add current user to the view received list of that profile person. Then here add that profile person, that is to user ID, to the view sent list, to the view sent list of the current user. Now the important thing is where we will call this method. When the user on the swiping screen, when the user click on the details, that is, if the user wants to go to the user detail screen of that profile person, then at that time we will call this method. So go to the swiping screen, and here when the user click, here it is. Inside this column, you know that we have implement the user data, okay? So if the user wants to see the profile person complete details, then we will send the user to profile person user detail screen. And before doing that, we will call our method. So we can simply say profile controller dot view sent and view received. Then we will send the user to the user detail screen of that profile person. And here on the user detail screen, you know that we have to receive the user ID, that is which person profile you are trying to view. So the profile person, okay, the to user ID. So we can get that using our each profile info dot uid. So we pass the ID. So we pass the to user ID, or you can say that profile person ID, to our user detail screen, which is receiving here, and as a response that user profile details will be visible to you. Now how? Let's just test the application. So our app is running now, and now let's say if I want to see the profile details of Angela Smith, then I will click here. Okay, these are the details, the short details. Okay, so I will click on that, and it will send me to the complete user detail screen for Angela Smith, as you can see that. Okay, and if I go back and if I go to this, then you will see here all the view sent and view received. So that is something which we will implement. If we go to the database and we check, so the current user was, let me check, Isma Marta was the current user, so Isma Marta sent the request. So Isma Marta profile is, so this one is Isma. So you can see that view sent, and the view is sent to this user. So if you check this user, so this one is Angela Smith, you can see that. Okay, so Isma Marta sent a view to Angela Smith, which simply means that Isma Marta view the profile of Angela Smith. Isma Marta view the profile, or you can say the user details of the Angela Smith. So it simply means that from Isma Marta's side, a view is sent to Angela Smith. However, on the to the Angela Smith, it will be showing that Angela Smith received a view from Isma Marta. So now let's display the view sent and view received. So for that purpose, we will go back to our view sent, view received screen. Now for the time saving, select this and remove all this, and go to the like sent, like received, and copy all of this from here and paste it here on the view sent, view received. So let's rename it according to the view sent and view received. So right click on it, first select this name, right click on it, refactor, rename, view sent, view refactor. So view sent, view received screen. And now let's rename this, right click on it, rename, is view sent clicked refactor, click refactor. Okay, so it is renamed. And also rename this refactor, views list. Now we have to rename our this method, refactor, rename. So we can give it name as get view list keys, views list keys, which is our this method. And now in here, this one is our view sent, and then this one is our view received. And one more thing is, if you want to rename these variables name, of course you can do that. Just select this, rename, and you can simply move your cursor like this, okay, and just write here view sent document and press enter. So it will refactor, as you can see. Okay, automatically it will do the changes at other places. For example, again here, select this name, right click on it, refactor, rename. Now you will see like this. Okay, so you have to move your cursor using keyboard buttons, and then right here view received document, and then press enter. Okay, so it will do the changes automatically. And then come down here to the widget build. So the first button will be profile I viewed, or you can say profile I seen, and the other one will be viewed my profile, or you can say seen by. So this is all about our view sent, view received. One more thing which I have to mention here on the like sent, like received, one thing which we do not rename earlier in the previous video was this variable name. If you want to rename it, you already know. You have to just select this name, right click on it, refactor, rename. Using your keyboard you can move cursor and simply rename it like this. Okay, that's simple. Select name, refactor, rename. When you rename it, press enter, and that's it. So anyways, now let's just test our application. So the app is running now, and now if you go to the scene, so you know that I view Angela Smith profile. Let's say if I view now Julia Smith, so I will click here on the details, I view the Julia Smith profile. So if I go back and if I click here, then you see that I view Julia Smith profile as well. Similarly, let me uninstall the app, and if I install the app again, let's quickly log in as Julia. So now as Julia is an online user, that is logged in user, so if Julia go to viewed my profile, so you know that Isma Marta view the Julia profile. So now let's say if Julia view any person profile, let's say Isma Marta, so now Julia view Isma Marta profile. So if Julia go to the scene, then here you see profile I view, so Julia view this profile, and if Julia come here to view my profile, so Julia know that Isma Marta also view her profile, and so on. You can just keep viewing people profiles. For example, now this profile, let's view this one. So now if you go here, then you will see these three profiles I view. Hello guys, welcome back. So now we are going to implement the account settings screen, but before proceeding to that, we have to go to the user detail screen, and we need to basically add some buttons and some conditions. And the first condition is basically the back button. Okay, the default back button. You know that if you want that default back button, then you have to set this to true. In case of the current user, if the current user see his or her own profile, then the back button will not be visible, but for other people it will be visible, as the user will wants to go back and view any other person's profile. So for that purpose, the simplest and easiest way is here we can simply add a condition, that is widget dot user ID. If that become equals to the current user ID, then it simply means that is the user own profile, so we will not display the back button. Otherwise we will display that button. Now this is one way of doing it, okay, which is basically the default, which Flutter app basically give us the default app bar, okay, even if we use it or we do not use it. The best way for that will be, instead of this, I will simply comment out this, okay. Let's say if some of the user wants this, then they can proceed with this. Otherwise we can implement that back button manually as well, and only in case of the other users it will be visible, otherwise for the current user it will not be visible, which means the same thing, okay. But this is the default button, and we can implement our own manual code using which we can assign any icon we want, okay, for the going back to the previous screen. So for that purpose we have a property. So here basically now we can provide to it our own default icon and our own action, our own manual action, that is what you want to perform if the user click on this icon. Let's say this icon is arrow back, or you can add any, this icon, whatever icon you like, you can add that. Okay, even you can also specify the size for it. So when the user press on this back button, we wants to go to the previous screen, so you will say get.back. Make sure to import get. Okay, so it will send us to the previous screen. Now let's say in some cases you may want to perform a different functionality while pressing the icon which is at the leading simply means at the left side of the app bar. Okay, so the default code was this one. It will automatically basically display a back button. Okay, of course according to the condition it will be visible only for other users, the back default button, but in case of the current user it will not be visible. So I write this code just to explain the proper way how you can implement your own back button if you do not want the default one. Okay, that is, in your own button you can choose your own choice of icon, which icon you want. You can increase, decrease the size, of course you can provide the color to it, and also the action, which action you want to perform. So anyways, this was the manual code which we write when we want to implement the back button. Now the condition for this will be the same, that is, first we will check if it is the, we will say that if widget.user_id not equals to current user ID, which simply means for any other user we will display this back button, else we will display nothing but an empty container. That is, for the current user we will display nothing, no back button. Also you notice that this is the sign out button, and we want this sign out button only for the current user if the user view his or her own profile, not for the other users. So here we will also add a condition. So what we can do here, we can say that if the user ID become equals to the current user ID, which means if that is the current user and he is viewing his or her own profile, then we will display the logout button. Otherwise, else do not display that. Now just like the sign out button, or you can say the logout button, is visible to the current user if he or she is viewing her own profile or his own profile, similarly we will have account settings button where if the user wants to edit his or her profile information. So for that purpose we will wrap our this icon button. Okay, click here before this icon button I, click on this yellow bulb and then wrap with row widget. So only our this icon button we wrap inside a row widget, because the reason for this is we are going to add another icon button for account settings. So this will be, this icon will be good, or also we have this other one icon which is a pencil icon. Okay, so it is totally up to you which icon you want. So this one is our account settings, and when the user tap on it we will send the user to the account settings screen. So let's quickly create, right click on lib, new, let's create new folder, screen. Now right click on account settings screen, folder, new dot file. Let's create a dot file, import material dot, create a stateful widget. We will give it name as account settings screen. For now we will leave it empty. Okay, we will just add here, that is, send the user to that screen. Let's test the application to see how it looks. Now please notice the code, I mean the changes which we implemented. As I told you, Julia Smith is an online, or you can say current user, okay, logged in user. So if Julia Smith come to her profile, you see that here you see the Julia Smith, I can see the account settings button and the logout button. However, if an online user, or you can say the current user, go to someone else profile, let's say Angela Smith, if I click on Angela Smith profile, you see that buttons become disappeared, okay, the settings and the sign out button disappear on someone else profile. When I visit as a logged in user, when I visit someone else profile, that two buttons become disappeared and the back button become visible. So I can go back and I can view someone else profile, okay, let's say John Parker. You see that, okay, it is working fine. But if I check my profile, then you see that in my case these two buttons appeared and the back button disappeared, because I'm a logged in user and I have the navigation, the bottom navigation. So yeah, now if we click on settings, then this is our account settings screen on which we will work. So let's start work on the account settings screen. Now first of all, we will define some important variables, a list, and you will know when we will start implementing it. So first, for example, we have a boolean type variable uploading, boolean type next variable, then we have a list of file in which we will add our images. You know, the user will select multiple images, so we need a list for that, and make sure to import this file as .io, okay. For example, by mistake if you import .html, then remove that, okay, that one is for web. For the mobile it is .io. And then we have the URL list. As you know that the 5 multiple images which we will upload, as a return we will get the download URLs for that, so that URLs we will add to over this list. And then we have a double data type value variable which is initialized with 0, using which we can basically measure the number of images in our list. That is, the user selected 2 images, 3 images, 4 images, or 5 images, okay. So anyways, for now please initialize these variables, and let's quickly add an app bar using, of course, first we will add scaffold widget. Now the next thing is to set the title. Now here, this next boolean type variable we created, if you have seen the introductory video completely of this course, then you see that when the user select multiple images, then the user click on the next button. So it is just for the recognition of that, that is either the user press the next button or not, because on the same screen we will have 2 pages, you can say. First will be the choose 5 images. When the user choose 5 images, it will be visible to the user that okay, I have choose these 5 images. And then when the user click on the next button, there comes the text fields where the user can edit the profile information, okay. So that's why. So the title will be according to the boolean type variable next. So we can say text next. So if next has a true value, then it simply means the user press the button, so it will be profile information. Otherwise, if next has a false value, then we will say choose 5 images. Of course it is the title, so make sure to add it inside double quotes. So this will be the title depending upon on this condition. Font size will be 30 for 22 will be enough, 30 will be too much big. After the title, at the right side of our app bar we want to add button, but depending upon on our condition next. If next has a true value, then we will display nothing, else we will display icon button. Let's add the click event on pressed, and then the icon. The icon that we will use is icons dot navigate next outline, size 36. So this is our icon button, and this icon button is that basically our next button which I told you guys. Okay, for example, here if the next is true, it simply means the user has already selected the images. So in that case, this title will be visible on the app bar. However, if it is false, it means the user has to select first 5 images. So that's why on the app bar we will see this as a title. Then at the right side of the app bar we have next again, because we want to display this next button only if the user has not yet selected the 5 images. So only if the next has a false value, only then this icon button will be visible. Otherwise, if the user has already selected 5 images, then we will see nothing but an empty container. Then comes the body. And here on the basis of next we will display things. For example, first, if the next has a true value, then it simply means the user has already selected the 5 images. So we will display our form inside this single child scroll view. We will implement that. Else, if the next has a false value, then we will first allow the user to choose the 5 images first, and that we will implement inside this stack widget. So let's start implementing it. First we will implement the UI for displaying those images which the user will pick, and of course then we will also implement the image picker. Child grid view dot builder. Let's add item count, which simply means that how much images we have picked, dot length dot +1. As you know, in programming the counting starts from 0, so that's why we make sure that we add +1 to it. Then grid delegate, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, this one. Cross axis count 3, that is display 3 images in a row in a horizontal direction, you can say. Then after this you can say item builder context comma index return index. If index become equals to 0, then inside this container we will implement the button, the add button, on which the user will tap, so the user will choose image. Okay, which simply means that index equals to 0 simply means the user has not yet picked any image. Okay, so we will implement the button on which the user will tap, so the user will choose images. The add image icon basically we will use for that. Otherwise, else, if index is not equals to 0, it simply means the user has choose images, and we have to display that images as well. When the user pick, we will display that. So that we will implement inside this container. Make sure to add a semicolon, okay, not a comma. color white 30, child center, when the user press on it, we will call our method, and then the icon for this will be icon const icon icons.add. And as I told you, when the user click on it, first we will check if uploading is not started. So we can say not uploading, which means false. So the uploading, if the uploading is not started, then simply choose image. Otherwise, if the uploading is started, that is if the user proceed to the next screen and start editing the form, then in that case else we will say null, which simply means that user will not be allowed to choose image if the uploading is started. Let's implement this method above here, the widget build. We will implement that later on. For now, let's just proceed and quickly implement the user interface. Now this one is for displaying that images which the user pick or which the user choose from gallery. File image. As the user will choose multiple images, so one by one we have to start displaying it. So we can say index -1, that is the image which the user choose. As you know, the counting start from 0 and here we add this +1, so that's why when we want to display the images, we have to make sure that the index start from 0. Okay, that is 1 minus 1 simply means 0 for the first image. Then the index will become 2 minus 1 means 1, which means the second image. Then 3 minus 1, 2 means the image at the second index. Then the fourth image, fifth image. Okay, just like that. And as it is inside a box decoration, cut this, Control X. First we have to use decoration image, then we can add that. Okay, we can say image, file image, and we will apply the property which is on our image. boxfit.cover. So now let's implement our method where we will choose images. So it will be a synchronous method, as we have to wait for the images which the user will choose or pick. Can say picked file, image picker. The source will be the gallery, so we can say image source dot gallery. And as you know that the user will pick multiple images, so we have to add it one by one now to our this image underscore image list. So we can say underscore image dot add, and we will add our picked file to it, as you know, which is the image. Add is a file, so we can first say file string path, this one. Okay, now let's test our application to see if it is working or not. Now let's go to the profile settings, and here you can see this is our account settings. So the code which we wrote earlier, as I told you guys that as you know that the user has not yet clicked the next button, so that's why it has a false value and it display you this else statement, this else ternary operator you can say, which is this stack, where we see this in a grid view.builder. We see this add icon, which is for adding the images. This thing we see, as you can see. Okay, so now the moment when I pick any image, I will click on that. Let's choose any image. You see that that image appear here. So it is basically now executing this. Okay, that is when the index was equals to 0, it were only displaying this icon button which you see. Okay, but now as the index become equals to 1, then it also start displaying this container where we display our image which the user pick. Now you can choose as many images up to 5. Okay, so I will choose this image. Now let's start uploading the images to the database. So we can say upload images. We will initialize an integer type variable using which we can count the images. We will run a for each loop on our images list. One by one we will pick the image from it. So our images list, which is underscore image, set stat and value equals to I divide by underscore images list dot length. We will create a reference to the database. Reference dot child. Inside the database we will create a folder by the name images, to which we will save one by one each image, and to each image we will give to it a unique name so that it do not replace to any other image which other user will upload, or if this same user decide to edit his profile. So for that purpose we can give the unique name. We will use the time as a unique key or as a unique name for our image. So we can simply say that time dot now dot millisecond since epoch dot to string, because you know that time one pass can never be recalled. That is, this time we can use as a unique key because it will never come again. That same second, that same millisecond, that same minute, hour, date, time. Okay, it will never be called again. It will never repeat again. So the best way is to use time as a image name. Okay, and then of course at the end of the image we will use jpg dot jpg. So each image will have its own unique name. So as we have the reference, now we can put file, that is start uploading. So our image is, as you know that one by one we are picking the image from our images list by this img. So we can variable. Okay, so you can say img, that is the first image, then the second image, the third image, fourth image, and then the fifth image. One by one we are uploading it. So for example, it is now the first image, and then as you know we are inside the for each loop, so this for each loop will execute 5 times, that is upload 5 images. So when the image is uploaded, then we have to wait and get the download URL. So we can say reference images dot get download URL dot then. So the URL which you will get, that will comes inside this, so URL image. So that URL image we have to add to our URL list. As you know, 5 images we have, so one by one when the image is uploaded, let's say the first image uploaded successfully, we get the download URL, we add that URL image to our this list. Then the for each loop execute for the second time, the second image it pick, it upload, we get the second image URL, we add it to this list up to 5 images. Okay, it will repeat. That is for the third time it will execute, the third image it pick, it upload it, and we get the URL and we add that here. Then for the fourth time it execute, it pick the fourth image, the fourth image when uploaded successfully, the fourth image download URL we get, we add it to this list. Then for the fifth time it execute, it pick the fifth image it upload, and we get the fifth image URL and we add it to our this list. So it will execute only 5 times, as we allow only the user to pick 5 images. And now after the URL list.add, make sure to increment our I variable. Now from where we will call this method? We will call this from our button which we have here, the next button, which is in the app bar. So we can say first show dialog, that is, as you know, it will took some time to upload. So till then we have to show the user some progress. So context builder context return, let's return a circular progress indicator. We will wrap this inside a center widget, and then we will wrap this circular progress indicator inside a column widget. And after that, let's display some text alongside with it. That will be uploading images, or you can say please wait. So yeah, that's it. Then after it, if you want, of course, you and then after the show dialog, we can call upload images. Hello guys, welcome back. In the previous video we have allowed the user to pick multiple images and to upload it to the Firebase storage. Now in this video you will learn how to save it in the Firestore database. But before doing that, one thing which we have to do is to create our edit form, account settings form, you can say, where the user can edit his old or previous data. Currently we have only implemented the images picker, which the user pick multiple image and upload. We write the code for it. So let's implement our that form. You already remember we have added that condition here. That is, when the user click on the next button, then we will display that editing form, account settings form, or you can say account edit form. Child column widget, main access size dot minimum. Now for the time saving, we will go back to our authentication registration screen, and it will be the same form which we implement here for the personal info, appearance, lifestyle, and all these things. So copy first of all these text editing controllers from here, come back here. Let me minimize that so that we can see it easily. Okay, you can see that. Also, after the text setting controllers, we need to define the variables for assigning the previous data, as we will get the old data and assign it to these variables in order to display it. So we have some variables for personal info, then for appearance, lifestyle. Now what we need to do is we need to basically retrieve the previous data, that is the previous, or you can say old data, which we will display on the text fields. So you can say retrieve user data. Current user ID, doc get then. First we will check if that user record even exists or not. So we will say snapshot dot exist. If it exists, only then we will get that. So first of all, we will get the user personal data and we will assign it to the required variables like this. And the phone number is with the same key in the database, okay, which is phone number. Okay, so make sure that you use the same keys which is available in the database, okay, otherwise you will get error. We get appearance, then of course the lifestyle, and then we get the background culture values. So this is our method which we will call inside the init state. Now as we have the data which we already retrieved now, that is the retrieve user data, the next thing is to display it on the text fields. So of course first we have to design the user interface for that, which we have not yet designed, but already you know that we have implemented on our registration screen. So for the time saving, we will come back here and this same UI we will use on our account setting screen. So from the registration screen, what you can do is you can simply start copying these information which is from here, okay. First copy this size box alongside with this personal info. Come back here to the account setting screen and add that like this. Change this to 2. After the personal info, let's start adding our these controllers. So the personal info is phone number, country, profile heading up to here. As you know, before the appearance, you can see that all these are personal information. Copy it, and then after the personal info title, we will simply paste that in here. Of course from here we will remove some of them because we do not need the password one, which is this one. So remove this password alongside with this size box. Also we do not need the email one here, so remove this alongside with the size box. So we have name. Make sure to import custom text field widget. Name text field, then age, phone number, city, country, and then of course profile heading, and looking for in a partner. So this is the personal. Now after the personal comes the appearance. So from here the appearance, height, weight, body type up to here. Copy it step by step we are going, okay, so you can see it easily. So appearance, height, weight, and then body type. And then now let's copy from here lifestyle up to the end, which also includes the background culture values. Okay, so copy this up to here, which is ethnicity, and then of course with the size box. Okay, you can see that up to this ethnicity you can copy it and simply paste that in here. Make sure to import the Cupertino. So this is all our user interface. Now of course let me minimize this so that you can see it. Okay, smoke, then martial status. Now at the end of our form we need a button, just like we have here our create account button. So just copy it alongside with the size box, come back here to the account settings screen and paste it after this size box. In here of course we will change this. Now here what we need to do is we do not need this if condition. Okay, so first of all you see here it ends, so we will select all this code which is inside this if condition. Okay, Control X, remove this if condition and also this else condition and paste that back, which is this if condition for validating the form, that is all the fields are filled. Of course we have removed the email and password, we do not need that here. And then also we do not need this email password, we do not need that. And now also remove this set stat from here. Also we need our you have to remove this. Okay, this is a method which we will now implement, and we will give it name as save user data to Firestore database. Okay, that is the method to which we are passing these parameters, this information. Okay, that is something which we will implement. Also remove this set stat, we do not need that. Only these parameter which we are passing to this method. Okay, this method we will create. And then comes to the else part. So in the else part we can say display the snack bar, and this button name will be update. So if you remember, just like on our registration screen, when the user tap that button, we call this method create new user account, and here we receive all these parameter inside our this method, then we execute that method. What we can do here in the same way, we can, as you know, this is our authentication controller where we have our this method for the registration. I hope you remember that. In the same way, now first let me implement this method which is save user data to Firestore database, or the correct name for this will be update because it is updating. Okay, so update, please rename this to update. Let's implement this method above here the widget build, above the init state. And these parameter we have to receive here, just like we receive here, as you can see. So copy these all and paste it here. One thing you have to keep in mind is here we do not receive this email password. Okay, on the update form on our account settings we do not need that. We already removed the controllers and everything related to that. Okay, that is email password we do not need, already we removed that. So on our account settings screen, now when we call this method, to our method we pass all this information which we are receiving here, as you can see. Also we do not need the profile image here, only the name, age up to here. These are the parameters which we are receiving here, and of course this will be a synchronous method. Now once this method is called from here, we pass these parameters to it which we receive here. So as we have this data now we will save it to the database. Before doing that, in the app bar, if you remember, on this button we display that show dialog and upload images. We will do that not here. Now Control X, okay, remove it from here. Okay, the correct and best place for that is once the form is validated, once the user edit the form, that is edit name, edit personal information or any other information, then we will start uploading the images first, and then we will do the rest of the things like this. Okay, first we display this circular progress indicator with this, and then we start uploading the images. So the best way is here. Okay, that is when our form is validated. As you know, before calling that, first we validate the form inside this if condition, and when it is validated we call this method. So when we call this method, first we make sure that we upload the images. Once the images are uploaded successfully, then we can start saving the information. So first we will wait, that is when this method is executed completely, that is fully, then we will save the information to the database. So I store database, so we can say .instance.collection as we are going to update, so you can say update. So first we have the personal info, just like this, just like we did on the registration in the same way, but here the difference is we are updating it. Then the appearance, then of course the lifestyle, background, culture, values, and then those 5 images, URL image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you know that is from the URL list. First we pick the first image URL, the second image URL, the third image URL, the fourth image URL, and the fifth image URL, and we save it by these key names in the database. So once it is saved, once it is executed successfully, that is once it is saved, then we will display a snack bar to the user. That is update it. So you can say your account has been updated. You will send the user to the screen, which is our home screen, and we will make sure to set the uploading back to false, which is the progress indicator which we display. Okay, so we can say set state, and then our URL list dot clear underscore image dot clear and guys, one condition we will add now here, and that is when we call this method, before calling that we will check one thing, and that is our image list. So the length of this, if it is greater than 0, If the length of our images list is greater than 0, only then we will call this method. Otherwise, there is no need to call it. So here, as you know, it ends here. Okay, so we will say else do nothing. If the image length is greater than 0, then simply call this method. Otherwise, call nothing. So this is all about our uploading images and updating the user account. Okay, when the user wants to update his or her account information. Now the next button, when the user click on this next button, we will check if the image dot length, if that become equals to 5, only then we will proceed. That is, we allow the user to select or pick only 5 images. And next will be equals to true. That is, we make sure that while clicking the next button, the uploading at that time must be false. As you know, it is a Boolean type variable, and on the basis of this we display the circular progress indicator, that is uploading. Else we will display a snack bar. Please choose 5 images. So yeah, that's it. This is all about our uploading images, and then when the images is uploaded successfully, then save the information to the database. And one thing is, before starting the upload, here we have used one condition which is on the basis of uploading. That is, when 5 images selected, keep uploading. So what we can do here is, here we can add a condition which will check, that is, when the 5 images is selected, then we want that the user will not be allowed to choose further images. Okay, of course, for the below than 5, that is less than 5 images, of course we have already added the if condition in our next button. But what if the user wants to select further images? So for that purpose, here we will add a condition, and we will check that image dot length must not be, it must be less than 6. It must be less than 6. If it is less than 6, then choose image. Okay, otherwise we will set the uploading equals to true, which simply means that our images are ready to upload. Let me tell you, we are checking here if our images list length is less than 6, only then the choose image will work. Of course, further there is a condition that if the uploading is not started, okay, only then choose image. Now if the length, let's say the user choose 5 images and then the user choose the 6th one, then the length of this will become 6. So 6 less than 6, this condition will stand false. That is, the user is not allowed to choose more than 5 images. And in that case, the else statement will execute, and in that case, the uploading will become equals to true. That is, lock the picking image feature. The user is not allowed to choose image. Now how? Let's just test the application to see. So the app is running now. So first of all, before choosing any image, I will show you the code so that you can understand it easily. Our next button, if I click on this, then it will display us error, 5 images, please choose 5 images. So let's say I choose one, then let's choose another quickly. I choose 4 images, let's say, and then I try to click on next. So it show me this error because the length must be equals to 5, that the user must select 5 images. Only then the if statement will execute. Otherwise it will display us this error which you already see. Okay, we have not choose 5 images, it is only 4, so it is showing us this pop-up, or you can say this else part, which says 5 images, please choose 5 images. However, now the moment also make sure that when the user choose 5 images, we can set this to true. Okay, that is, when there are 5 images selected, it simply means we are ready to proceed for the uploading of the images. Okay, so anyways, we will go through the code so that you can understand it. Now at the moment when I choose the 5th image, okay, now if I click on this next button, then I go and it send me to the next screen, which is earlier next has a false value. So in that case we see this else statement. Now next has a true value, so we see this single child scroll view, which you know that this is our edit form, our account settings form. You can see that. One thing which I have to mention here is that I will go again here, okay, and I'm going to choose 5 images quickly. Now that feature is this if condition which we executed, which I wanted to show you guys. That is, if the user wants to add further images, the user add 5 images. Okay, now the user wants to add 6th image. So when the user click on it, we have to make sure that it is less than 5. Okay, because we start from 0. So let's hot restart. I will now need to go back. So if I click here, then you see it is not working now. So make sure that you write here this, and of course in the else statement, if you want, you can display the snack bar, that is 5 images already selected. Five images chosen. So I will hot restart. First make sure to put a semicolon. Let's hot restart. Now if I click here, then it will say 5 images already selected. You see that 5 images already selected, or 5 images chosen. So you see, this was why we implement this. Okay, so the user cannot choose further images more than 5. However, the user can now proceed and click on the next button. And of course here now we want to display this all data which we get from the database. You know that we have already retrieved it, just we have to display it. So in our method, which is retrieve user data, what we can do now here, all you need to do is you have to assign the values to the controller like this. For the name, then for the age, then for the phone, now before testing the application, you know that this age is in integer form. While saving it to the database, if you remember, we send this data, specifically this age, in an integer form. So here, while retrieving in the account settings, we have to make sure that convert it to string form. Otherwise it will not execute and it will give you an error. Okay, so make sure to write .toString alongside with it. Now let's test our application. So the app is running now. Now let's quickly add some images. Proceed, and here we go. Here you can see the all data is retrieved and display here on our text fields. So for example, now if you want to change the name or change the phone number or anything, you can just change. For example, I will say John, let's say John Parker Jones, let's say. Okay, I edit the name, and you can of course edit the city. I will say Manchester, and of course any information you want to edit, you can edit that. So once you do that, next thing is click on update. You see uploading images, and you can see that it is displaying us that show dialog. Of course now we will give it a beautiful UI once it is uploaded. We will also check out the run alongside with it. So updated, your account has been updated successfully. If you go to your profile, now you will see your actual images which you uploaded. You will see that your name is also updated successfully, and similarly the city is also updated, because we update only these two information and we upload the images. Now comes the loading which we display. So we have to come here and where we implement our UI. Which is when the user click on the update button, you know that we call our method update user data to Firestore database, and here we display this show dialog. So the reason it has no background, we have to basically wrap our this center widget with a widget, and we will give it name as alert dialog. And this will become, instead of child, you can say this is the content of our alert dialog. Okay, just like this. And add this main axis size dot minimum to this column. And what we can do is we can wrap our this center widget inside widget, and let's give it name as inside a size box widget. We have to because specify the height for it, that is how much we want the height for it. So we want 200 height for it. Okay, so yeah, now let's just test our application. So let's install the app on our phone. So now let's just go to the account settings. Let's pick some images quickly. I'm going to pick 5 images quickly. Now let's proceed. Now if I want to update the name, of course during testing I have changed the name of it, so I will change it to, let's say, John Parker back. If you want to update any other information, you can simply update. Okay, and now if I click on the update, you can see that this is our alert box where you see this uploading images, and let's wait for it. Of course, if you want, you can change this to please wait, or you can say updating account settings. As you know, we have multiple images, so it will take some time, so you have to wait for it for 10-20 seconds. So here you can see your account has been updated successfully. Now if you come back here, then you will see that your name is updated, your profile images are updated, as you can see that. Hello guys, welcome back. So now we are going to implement the push notification service. So for that purpose, right click on lib, new, let's create new folder. We will give it name as push notifications push notification system. Right click on this push notification system folder .file. Let's create push notification system. Now for the push notification system, you already know that we are using Firebase messaging, Firebase Cloud messaging. So let's start implementing our push notification system. Let's create an instance of our Firebase messaging. The first thing that we will implement is when the notifications arrived, when the notification arrived or received. So we can give it name as when notification received. So whenever a notification is received on the phone, there are three things, you can say three scenarios for a notification when received. Either it is terminated, that is when the app is completely closed and opened directly from the push notification. Okay, let's say you are using that app and you close that application. So the first case is when the app is terminated, that is when the app is completely closed. Then in that case, when a notification received, what we will do, of course we will implement it now. The second thing is foreground, when the notification is received in the foreground. Foreground simply means that when the app is open and it receives a push notification. Then we have the third and last step, that is the background. Now background means when the app is in the background and open directly from the push notification when the user tap on it. Okay, so let's implement it now step by step. So for the terminated, that is when the app is completely closed, for that we have get initialize message, and that is the remote message. And first we check if the remote message not equals to null, that is if the remote message is available successfully, that is the things which we receive in a notification. Then what we will do, we will simply open app when the user tap on that notification. Okay, so we will open app and show notification data. So here we will call the method, of course, which we will implement now, which is show notification, or you can just say show notification, show notification data when open app. That is, we received, the app is terminated and we receive a push notification. The user tap on that push notification. So what we will do, if the remote message is not equals to null, then simply open up the app and show that notification data. So the best thing will be, we can give it name right like this. Okay, that is open app and show notification data. Now to this method we will pass some information which we will receive in a push notification. While sending, we will send this data, and please use the same keys. Okay, user ID, and the next thing is the sender ID. So these two things, that is user ID and sender ID, we will pass whenever we send a notification. So please use the same keys, okay, otherwise later you will forget about it and you will use different key while sending the notification, so then you will not get exact data in a push notification. So anyways, this was the terminated when the app is completely closed. Also, let's implement this method down here. So as I told you, this one is basically the for user ID, that is to which user we want to display this notification. So you can say receiver ID, that is this user ID we pass to this method as a parameter and it is receiving inside this receiver ID variable. Then we have the sender ID, that is from which user it came, so we can say sender ID is the second parameter and third one is the context. Okay, let's refactor this, and this is show open app and show notification data. Okay, open app and show notification data method. So anyways, this method we will implement completely in the next part, in the next video. For now, let's complete these three conditions. So this was the terminated, then the second one, Firebase messaging dot instance dot, for the foreground we have to listen to the message, so on message dot listen. As you know that in the foreground the app is open, okay, so we have to listen for the push notification, that is on message dot listen. And the same if condition we can add here. Now then comes the background, so we can say Firebase messaging dot on message opened app dot listen. So these are the three conditions, or you can say three ways when the notification received: when the app is terminated, when the app is in the foreground, and when the app is in the background. Now let's implement this method where we will get the data which we need to display in a pop-up notification which is already received. So Firebase firestore.instance.collection, and we are going to retrieve basically the sender information and then display it to the receiver. So the first thing about sender which we want to get is the sender image. So we can say snapshot.data image. So we get the sender image, and we will assign it to a variable profile image. And you have to confirm the key name for the profile image. It is by the name image profile, so make sure to use the same key names by which you have saved it in the database. Then we have name, age, city, country, profession, which is inside the database by the same key names. Then we can say show dialog context. Context is the context. Builder context, and here we need to call our dialog box which we will implement. So we can say return notification dialog box. We will implement this method. Okay, to this we will pass the information like the profile image name, all this information which we retrieved, profile image name, as city, country, profession, and of course the context, as well as let's pass the sender ID with it as well. So let's implement this method below our this one. So the sender ID we will receive here, then the profile image we will receive here. So now let's implement our this notification dialog box. So we can say return dialog child grid tile, padding, child size box widget, height for which will be 300, that is for our this dialog box, as we are implementing it inside this size box. Shared will be 200. Decoration, and inside the box decoration we can say decorated image, that is we will display our image. Which is profile image. Then after the box decoration, you can add padding, child center, child column widget, cross axis alignment dot start. Then using the text widget we will display the name first, then inside the double quotes then add this dot text. You know, from Google you can get any text symbol you want, and then we will display the age. Age is in integer form, so we have to make sure to convert to string. Then we will display some space. We will add an icon which will be for displaying the location. Then some space of width 2, and then using the expanded widget, inside it we have text widget and we display the city, comma, country. So in this row you can see that first we will have this location icon, then we will have city country, as you can see. We will add a spacer widget. Then using the center widget, here we will have an elevated button. The background color for this button, let's specify. First we will have the view profile button, and when the user tap on it, first we will disappear this dialog box, so we can say get.back. And then we will send the user to the user detail screen. Now to the user detail screen, you know that we have to pass the user ID. So you know that the user ID is the sender ID, from whom we receive the push notification. We want to see the profile details. When the user click on view profile, we will display that specific user profile information. Similarly, we will have another button, another elevated button just like this one, which will be for closing the dialog box. So center elevated button, navigator.pop context. Okay, this is one way of closing the dialog box, or you can also use like this, get.back instead of navigator.pop. So it will close the dialog box if the user click on close button. So this is all about our notification dialog box. Here we have two buttons. If you want, of course, you can add comments with it. Two buttons we have. Then we have icon, city location, which simply means city and country. You see that. And then of course name and age. So this is all about our notification dialog box. The next thing that we will implement is how we can recognize each user phone, so that we can send notification to that device, or you can say to that phone. For this we will use the FCM token. That is, each phone will have its own device token, using which we can recognize that phone and we can send a notification to it. So to recognize each device, each phone, we have to generate the device registration token, which is also known as FCM token. So we can say future device registration token Now how we can get the device token? We can say wait, using the instance of Firebase messaging, we can say messaging.getToken. So basically this will create a unique token using which we can recognize each device. Of course, this token we will add to the database for that specific user. so that we can recognize that specific user phone, or you can say that specific user, that is this phone belongs to this specific user, and if a notification received for this token, then we have to display it to that specific user. In simple words, as I told you guys, that is using this we can recognize each device or each phone. .doc current user ID .update. And then in the user collection for that specific user, we will save it by the key name user device token, the value of which is inside the variable device token, and we have to make sure to wait for it, that is it must update this first, then we can proceed. Now where we will call our this method, and also where we can basically access our push notification system, then we will call this method or any other method which we need from here, from the push notification system. So well, that is simple. What you need to do is you need to go to the home screen dot, and in here above the widget build, inside the init state, we are going to create an instance of our push notification system. So we can say notification system. Using the notification system, we can call our method first, which is generate device registration token, and then we will call up our method, which is when notification received, and as you know, we have to pass the context of our home screen to it. So we generate the token and then we listen, that is, as you know, the three conditions, that is either when the notification received, either the app is terminated or in the foreground or in the background, whatever the scenario is, we have to listen. That is, if a notification received, then just display that. Now till now we have implemented the push notification system, that is, this is the receiving part, okay. And also one more thing which we have done is basically to recognize each device using the device registration token. So now let's implement the sending notification feature. So for that purpose we have to go to our controllers. Inside our profile controller, here we have these three methods, and for these we have to basically implement the sending notification feature. So here we can implement a method which will be send notification to user. Now to which user? That is receiver. Okay, so we can say receiver ID, and then the feature type, either it is the favorite notification, like notification, or view profile scene notification. So that thing which we have to pass here to this variable feature type, and then of course the receiver name. And this will be basically not the receiver but the sender name. As you know, the receiver will receive a notification on which the receiver will see the sender name, that is, from this user I receive a notification, a push notification. So sender name we have to pass, not the receiver, because the receiver is the person who will receive a notification, so the receiver must see the sender name. Of course we will now implement this, but how we will call it? From the favorite sent and favorite received, when the user mark as favorite, here we have already added this comment, send notification to user, first the receiver ID, so the receiver is the to user ID, okay, and then the feature type is favorite feature, and the sender name is the sender name, okay. Similarly, like sent, like received. Inside the else part, when add sent, when a like is sent, so send notification. Here the feature type is like. Then view sent, view received. Now first of all, when we say send notification to user, as I told you guys, we have to recognize the user device using its registration token. So already it is saved for each user has its own user device registration token. So we have to get that token here first. So to that specific device we have to send the notification. So we can say string I'm talking about, if you remember, we have saved already the device token. That is, to recognize each device, we have generated the device token. Okay, so the same token we have to get while sending notification. So first we have to get that token. So as you know, we are sending the notification to the receiver, so the receiver ID we need here. So what we will do, we will get it from the receiver data inside the Firestore database under the users collection. The receiver information we get, and we do not need all the information. The thing which we need is only the device registration token. Now we will first check if snapshot dot by the same key name we have saved, and by the same key name we have to retrieve here. So the user device token which we are getting for the receiver, if that token exists, okay, if that token exists, so we will simply get that token. So we will simply get that token and we will assign it to a string type variable, so which we already initialize here. To this we will assign it. So inside here we have the device token now. So outside it, now we have to define the notification format. For sending notification we have a specific format which we have to follow. Notification format. To this notification format method we will pass some information, for example the user device token, then the receiver ID, the feature type, either it is like, favorite or seen, that is view feature, and then of course the sender name. And this method we will implement down here. And you know that here we have to receive these 4 parameters, so I will simply paste that here like this, as you can see. Okay, the 4 parameter we are receiving here. So let's implement the notification format for sending notification. So first thing is the header of the notification. String comma string, that is, first we have key and then we have the value of it, which is in string format. So we can give it name as header notification. Then we have to write the header content type. Make sure to use the same key name with same capital letter and same small letters. In between we have dash. So it is application/Java. Then we have authorization. Basically here we need the FCM server token, Firebase Cloud Messaging Server Token. So inside the global dot, let's initialize a variable. To this we will give name as FCM server token. Now in here we have to add our token. So inside your Firebase project, if you click on this gear icon, go to the project settings, then go to the cloud messaging. Now inside the cloud messaging you will see this Firebase Cloud Messaging API. Okay, and here you will see Cloud Messaging API Legacy. It is disabled, so we have to enable it. Click here, then click on Manage API in Google Cloud Console. Click on that. It will redirect you to this page, which is cloud messaging. Simply click on enable. You have to just enable it. So it has been enabled successfully. Once it is enabled, then you can go back here, and if you refresh this now, then here you can see it is enabled, and you will see this server key. So you have to just copy this server key, then come back to your project, and here you have to write key equals to, and then paste your key which you copied. Okay, paste that key after this key equals to, just like this, as you see. And then let's come back here, and here we can say now FCM server token. So this is our notification header. Then comes notification body. Now in the notification body we have to define two things. First thing is the body. You have to use the same key name. So for example, what you want to write here in the push notification which you are sending, so you will say you have, that is the receiver will see this message, you have received a new $feature type. You know that it is either like or favorite or view. So it will be like you have received a new like, you have received a new view, whatever the feature type is, it will just display that from sender name. So the sender name will be written, and then we will say click to see the full notification basically. Okay, and this notification will have some title. So in the title we will just say new feature type, that is either it is a like or favorite or view notification. So in the title the receiver will be able to see that. Then map, data map, you can say it is our data map for the notification. Now here basically we define some things related to the user ID, the sender ID, that is if you want to pass any key or any specific information which we want to receive on the receiver side. So the first thing which we have to write here is the click action, that is when the user tap on this push notification we want to open up the app. So this is the click underscore action, the same keywords you have to use. Okay, and then it is Flutter notification click. Then ID will be inside double quotes 1, status which will be done, and then information which we will pass. So if you remember, I told you guys to use the same key names when we receive the notification. You see, when we receive it using user ID. So we will pass the user ID, and also the other one is the sender ID. So we have to pass the sender ID, and both of these we are receiving here, as you can see, by the same key names. Now this user ID is basically the receiver ID, and then we have the sender ID, which is basically the current user who is sending the notification. Then after the data map, we have the notification format. So we can say notification official format, which simply means according to the documentation, by the same key names. Okay, so the notification is basically our body notification. The data is our data map. The priority for the notification will be high. To which device we are sending, so you already know we have the device token, user device token. To that specific device we are sending it, which is the receiver phone. So we have all the things now inside here. Okay, that is body notification, data map, the priority is high for the notification, and the user device token, that is to which device we are sending it. So now is the time to just send it. So we will be sending it using the HTTP. We have to add the dependency for that, which is HTTP, okay, which is for sending a request, the post get, whenever we want to communicate with the API. So now what we can do is we can say HTTP dot as HTTP. So we can just say HTTP dot post, which means simply that send the notification. So using which API or where we are sending, you already know. Using Firebase Cloud Messaging we are doing it. First, for the URL we have to say URI dot parse, and we have to write our URL. So please type the same URL, which is https://fcm.googleapis.com/fcm/send. Don't worry, I will provide the source code, okay, from where you can copy it. Then body is JSON. We have to encode that, and the body you already know is basically notification official format. We encoded that. So this will send the notification. So we have successfully implemented our notification format, and now the user can send the notification to the receiver, that is on whom profile the user press the like button or mark someone as favorite, or even if the user views someone's profile. Now we have successfully implemented the send notification feature and the receiving feature, that is when the notification is received. Now the important thing which is left is basically to ask for the permission. That is, either you want to receive the notifications from this app or not, which is mandatory. Otherwise your application by default it will be off. The push notification will be off. So we have to ask for the permission from the user. So for that purpose, on our main.dot, inside the main we will implement that. For that we will use a package. Go to your browser and simply search for permission handler, which is this one, permission_handler, installing. Copy this dependency, and now here we can add that. So it has been added. Now the next thing is to ask for the permission. So after this we can say wait permission.notification. If the permission for the notification is denied, then if value permission dot notification dot request, which simply means that if the user denied the permission for allowing notifications, then we will ask for the notification permission. Okay, we will request to please allow to receive push notifications. So now let's just test our application. So when the app opens, you see that it automatically asks for the permission because we have added the permission for the notification, that is ask permission code here in our main. So whenever the app you run, and if you have not allowed to it the permission, then it will ask you every time to please allow the permission, okay, for the notification. That's why we send, that is we ask for the request, which is basically the permission request, allow dating app to send you notifications. So you have to click on allow in order to allow it for receiving notifications. Now before we test our application, you have to go back to your Firebase console, and from here we have messaging. Inside the engage messaging, click on messaging, and you have to click on create your first campaign, and of course we are using the Firebase notification messages. This was the notification which will look okay. I hope you have already seen in the intro. This is the push notification, and when it is received and the user click on it, you already know we display the notification dialog box. So anyways, this was just mandatory to come here and enable the cloud messaging. Now come back here, and what we need to do is we need to basically also install our app on other phone. But first of all, on this phone I'm going to log in as Angela. You have to test the application on different device. Please keep that in mind, okay? So let's log in quickly. We are logged in successfully. So now if I show you guys the database, the Firestore database, we have to first check either the device registration token is created or not. Our user, whose name is Angela, here it is. So we have to check. Here you see user device token. So we can recognize now the Angela phone using this device token. Similarly, I'm going to log in on another phone. On this phone the app is installing, and here you see allow dating app to send you notifications, so you have to allow. On this phone we are logged in as John Parker. So now I close the app, and now let me open up the app, okay, which is installed. So now as you know, here we have Angela. This is Angela phone and this is John Parker phone. So if let's say Angela view a John Parker profile, okay, let's say Angela view John Parker profile. So you see the push notification received as the app is running, that is the app is in the, let me show you the code alongside with it. The app is open, okay, the app is in the foreground. So when the app is open, it will, as you know, the app is already open, so it displays that pop-up, that dialog box which you see here, Angela Smith, and then here you see the city, country, and the Angela profile image. One more thing is we have to add some space between these two buttons. So in order to do that, you have to come back here to the code and our dialog box, which is here. Here we can add the, here you can see these two buttons are here. So as these are the part of this row widget, so row has a property which is main axis alignment. So you will say dot space around, and it will properly give space from the left and right side of each button. Okay, view profile and close. So anyways, you need to just add this. Okay, so it will put some space between these two buttons. Now the next thing is, this was the foreground. Okay, next thing is when the app is minimized. So let's say I'm going back, I'm going to now like the John Parker. So I like that, and you see that. I hope you can hear the notification sound as well. The notification received. Dating app, which is our app. New like, which is the title. You have received a new like from Angela Smith. Click to see. So you know that this one is basically the feature which is when the application is the background, is in the background, then you receive a notification like this, and when you tap on it, it opens up the app and it must display you that dialog box, because we call that from here. You can see that. So you see that. Okay, now the next one is when the application is completely closed. Now let's say this time I'm going to mark John Parker as favorite. So when I press that button, then you see that the notification received. I hope you hear the notification sound as well. And by the way, this was this feature when the app is terminated, which simply means when the app is completely closed. So we received that push notification, and now when we tap on that push notification, you see new favorite. You have received a new favorite from Angela Smith. To John, it is showing. So now when John click on that, it will open up the app and it will display you that pop-up, Angela Smith 42 and then city, country. You can see that here. So our push notification is working successfully. Now if you click on view profile, it will send you to the Angela Smith profile. As you can see, Angela Smith has not yet updated profile pictures, or you can say the 5 multiple pictures for her profile. That's why you see 5 avatars instead of that. And similarly from here as well, let's say if now John Parker wants to view, okay, if John Parker view Angela Smith profile, then Angela Smith will receive a notification. You see that. Okay, and similarly if the app is in the background and let's say John Parker mark Angela Smith as his favorite, then the Angela Smith will receive a push notification. So let's click on mark as favorite. Okay, click on that button and you see that the notification received. New favorite from dating app. You have received a new favorite from John Parker. Click to see. So if you click on that, you see that. Okay, now when the app is completely closed, let's close the application. So now let's say if John Parker like Angela Smith, then Angela Smith will receive a notification. So let's click on that like button. So you see that. Okay, Angela Smith receive a notification which says new like. You have received a new like from John Parker. So if you click on that, so you see that it display the John Parker information to Angela Smith. And if you click on view profile, it will show you the John Parker profile. You can see that. I mean to the Angela Smith, it show the John Parker profile. So we have successfully implemented the push notification system, and that is how you can implement the push notification service in your Flutter applications. I hope you have loved this feature, and I hope you have loved this overall course. Please give your honest review. I am waiting for your reviews on this course. Okay, so yeah, please give honest reviews. I really want to see and check your feedback, how you feel about this course and what you have learned in this course. I hope you are enjoying this course, and I hope you have learned a lot of new things in this course. So please rate this course and give us your honest reviews. Hello guys, welcome back. So now we are going to implement the filters. So for that purpose, we will go to our swiping screen dot file, and what we can do is here we are going to implement a method that will be apply filter. Show dialog, context, build context, then we will return a stateful builder. Build context and the stat setter. So we can say set setter. It will return a alert dialog. Title, using the text widget, we can say matching filter, or you can say find the best match. Max size dot minimum. First we will add our text, which will be const text. I am looking for a, and then inside the single child scroll view, the scroll direction will be axis dot horizontal. First we will define the drop down button. All the option will be in string format. Hint for that will be, hint for the alongside with the drop down button will be select gender. Okay, const select gender. Now we need some global variables, so we need a age which the user will choose, so we can give it name as chosen age. Then we need the chosen country and chosen gender. Okay, define these three variables. So for example, when we say select gender, value here will be gone inside the chosen gender variable, which the user will select for gender from the drop down list. Of course, that is something which we are going to define now. So underline, we don't want, we can add a empty container. Now let's add the values to it. So for the gender, it will be male, female, and others. Then you can say dot map dot to list. Can return the drop down menu item, which simply means these options. You have three options obviously, so you can, as you know, it is of string type, so you can say string. The value which the user will choose, that is male, female, or others, any value the user choose, we want to display it on our drop down. Okay, so we can say value, and whatever the value user select, which is our this map. Okay, that is value, that is the user select any value from it, that value we want to display. So the user will know that okay, I have selected this specific value. Now if the user wants, the user can choose any value anytime, which is unchanged, for which unchanged will be called. So that new selected value or that changed value we have to assign. That is, any option the user choose, that option we have to assign to our variable chooser gender. Okay, if the user choose male or female or other whatever option the user choose, that value we have to assign our chooser gender variable. So this is our first option, where we will have this hint on in our drop down for the first one, which is gender. So these three options will have, if the user tap on that button, drop down button, and any value the user choose, it will be assigned to his chosen gender. Now let's do the remaining ones. First we have to add some space after this option. Now for the time saving, of course, you can simply select these three, okay, copy it, and we will paste it down here like this. And the second one now we are implementing, and this one is basically for the country. All you need to do is, here we have to write select country, and then of course instead of these options we will have the country names: Spain, France, Germany, United Kingdom, Canada, USA, or any other you want. And then when the user select any value, we want to assign that to our variable, which is chosen country. Okay, make sure to do that. Okay, so this is our second drop down. Now we have the third one. Let's add the third one. So copy paste that, and the third one is, I will say, whose age is equals to or above. So it will be select age. So we will define these age numbers starting from 18 up to 55. And of course you can further want to add, then you can add like 20 with the difference of 5, then we add the edges. And then if the user choose any edge number, that we will assign to our chosen edge. So yeah, that's it. We have these three options, these three options which the user will fill and then apply filter. So of course we will have a button then. So after the column widget, which is the content of our this alert dialog, we are going to add actions. So let's add elevated button. The user press on it, we have to apply the filter according to the user options which the user selected, or you can say chosen. It will be done button. So now let's test our application to see how it looks. Now the important thing is from where we will call this method. You know that we have already our button, which is this one, filter icon button, this icon button. You remember, we have to just call this apply filter. So now let's test our application. So the app is running now. Now if we click on this filter button, you see this is the matching filter, and I am looking for this is the first drop down. From here you can choose anyone, for example male. It must display that option here, the selected option here. Okay, so we have to fix that. Similarly we have the country, who lives in, and then whose age is equal or greater than, you can see. So we have to fix these we have to display the selected option. So let's fix that. first of all in the edge. If you notice here, it is displaying these two texts together because we have forgot to put a comma here. Okay, so make sure to put a comma. And then one more thing is the choose an option we have to display. So the thing which we have to do is, one thing which we forgot to change is, for this the value is chosen gender. Okay, then this is country. For this the value will be chosen country, which contain the chosen option about country. Okay, then for this one, this is age, and also when we set the value to the required variable, it is inside the set state. So we have to just copy this set state name. Okay, copy it, and we have to give it the same name to our state setter. It will basically set the states of our chosen values. So make sure to paste that here, that is set state. Okay, it is basically, this state setter means set state. That is, whenever the value is selected, just update the state for it, that is to display it on the user interface. Now let's test the app again. So make sure to write here set state. So now if you click on filter, select any option, you can see the value. So yeah, it is working fine now. So now let's implement the query, that is when the user select the options for applying filter. So we have to basically call our profile controller dot, let's implement a method quickly in here on our controllers, which is profile controller, and that method will be get results. Here we will call the on init, as you know, where we have implemented our query. Now of course we have to add some conditions. We will check if the chosen gender is null, or if the chosen country is null, or if the chosen age is null. If all these three are equals to null, it simply means that user do not want to apply the search. So we will cut this code from here and paste it inside this if condition. Otherwise, else, if any of these three, which is chosen gender, country and age, if it is not null, if any one of these, I mean you have to fill these three options. Okay, it must not be equals to null if you want to apply the filter. Otherwise, if you do not want to apply a filter, it means that it will be equals to null, and we will just display all profiles, including males and females profiles of every age and any gender. So in order to apply filters, these must not be equals to null. So the else statement will execute in that case. Just copy this code, and inside the else statement we will paste it. Now here we have to apply our conditions. So where the country is equals to the country, and then first, as you know, we have gender, so we will add the condition for gender, where gender is the chosen gender, where country is the chosen country of the user, and then at the end the age is the user age. And then in case of age, we want to make sure that we convert that age to string format. Okay, so that's why we say in.parse, and then inside the in.parse we add our this chosen age dot to string. So it is a complex query which will bring the results according to the user filter search options selected. So go back to the swiping screen and now simply call the method which is get results. And now let's test the application. You have to check the run alongside with it, because we are using the complex query for which we have to create the indices. Now what I mean is, I'm going to apply filter, you will see it now. Now when I click on the done, it gives me this suggestion that the query requires an index. You can create it here. So you need to copy this URL, copy that URL, go back to your browser where you have your Firebase project, okay? Open that browser. In the same browser, open a new tab, and in the new tab you can simply paste that URL and press enter. So you have to choose your, of course, account in which you have your Firebase. So I choose my account, the same project. You can see it automatically opens and it will show you the pop-up, create or update indexes for these complex query. So you have to just click on save in order to create the indexes. So it is building now. You have to wait for it. It will take like 1 minute maybe or 2 minutes. So it is building. Let's wait for it. Till then, go back to your code, and also when the user click on the done button, want to close that pop-up, that is that dialog box. So we can say get dot back. So now if we go back to the browser, you can see it is enabled now, which simply means that now we can test our application. So let's install the app again on the phone. Now as you can see, it shows all the profiles, okay, females and males of every age. Now if I want to only search for the male's profile, then I will click on this filter, and of course you have to apply all these three options. So male whose age, whose country is United Kingdom, and whose age is equals to or greater than, let's say, 25, then I will click done. We do not get any result, and the reason for this, we forgot, I'm really sorry, I forgot to add the we do not even have the gender input from a user. We didn't take any gender input from a user. If you check the information in the database for every user, because on the registration, while we register a new user, if you know that the controller for that is our authentication controller. If you come here, we have not taken any gender as an input from a user. You can see that. So we totally forgot about that. As you know, we have a lot of personal data of the user, and we forgot to add a text editing controller, that is the text field for getting input from a user about the user gender. So anyways, we will add that quickly. So what we can do is, you need to simply go to the account settings screens, and here on the account settings screen in the personal info at the start, okay, so that you do not get confused. At the start I will just add another text editing controller, that will be gender. Then in the user interface, that is in the widget build, after the age, after when we take the age as an input from a user. So I will just copy paste this one, okay, this age size, this age custom text field, and also with the size box, copy it and paste it down here. So I will give it name as this is now gender. So after age, now on the registration screen, or you can say on the sign up screen, we will have gender. Make sure to change the controller for it, which is gender text editing controller. And guys, don't worry, I will provide the source code. Okay, just this is a small thing. It is not error, but it is a mistake. Okay, I totally forget about it. As you know, we have a lot of text fields and a lot of user data. That's why I forgot about it to add a gender text field as well in order to take input from it. So this is our gender text editing controller. Then of course we can add here some icon like this icon we will add. So in the registration screen we will have now the gender input field as well, that is the user can type his or her gender. Okay, then comes the saving part. So the saving part for this is inside the method, which is when we update user data to Firestore database. So after the age, remember first we have name then age, so after the age we can add gender. Okay, name, age, and then the third one is gender in the personal info. And we call this method, as you know, from here we are calling it. Okay, so name, age. After the age we will check the gender text editing controller. So name, age, gender, name, age, and after age we have gender. Gender text editing controller dot text dot trim, which is inside the personal info, the third one. Okay, name, age, gender. So we call this method name, age, gender. You know, the third one is gender. So now name, age, the third one will be gender, and you know that the value of which is inside the variable gender, and we can convert that to lowercase. So now when a new user create a brand new account, then the gender information will be saved, okay, to the database. Okay, so this is now for new user. The new user will have the gender value. However, the old users which is already created, they have no data. So for that purpose we will go to the database and we will add the values manually. Okay, as you know, we have not, for the old we have not the gender, so we can say gender, and this one is female account, so we can say female in small English alphabets as we are comparing it with lowercase. So female, then this one is also female account, so we can add field which will be gender, female, gender. This one is male account, as you know it is John account, so male, and this one is also female, so this one is female account. So now we are ready to test our application. So you can install the app on your phone, and here on our authentication controller, one thing which we have to confirm is the create new user account. Okay, it is basically this method. So the earlier which we done was, if I show you, it was something related to the account settings screen. Okay, that was for the account settings screen. Account settings screen, you know, the account settings screen where the user update the account information. So from there the user can update his or her gender, male or female, okay, or others. If the user is a male, then the user can choose male, and if the user is female, the user can write gender female. So that was the account settings. The create account we have not done. Okay, that was, we done it for the account settings. Now let's do it quickly for the registration screen as well. So for the registration screen, you will add a new text editing controller inside after the age. So after the age we have gender. Okay, after the age, remember that 1 2 3 4 5, the fifth one. Then in the user interface, let's quickly add that. That is after the age. Here it is. Remember, this is now the registration screen. Okay, earlier we were working on the account settings screen. So after the age we have gender, gender text editing controller, and let's add icon for this. When the user write any gender here, then the user click on the button here, which is create account. So the if condition after the age we will check. If gender is not empty, then create account. So after the age we will send gender. Remember 1 2 3 4 5 6, at the sixth number we have this gender. So go to the create new user account, which is basically on our authentication controller. So after the age, that is 1 2 3 4 5, and then the sixth one is gender. Okay, so now while saving it to the database, after the age we can say gender by the same key name we have to save. Now here we need to go to our person model class. After age we have to add another one, which is gender. And then here as well. So gender. So yeah, this is the create account. Now when a user create new account, the gender will be saved to his or her profile information inside the user man collection inside the database. Also we have done it for the account settings as well, that is the user can update it if the user want. For the account settings, if you want to retrieve and display the user gender, that is the previous data. So of course the previous data we can get from here, okay, as you see that. So I will copy this edge one. So we have gender, gender, and gender text editing controller. Now here we have to create a variable for that. So after age we have gender. So we can now say gender. So we get the gender, assign it to this, and that gender value we display in our text field on our account settings screen. So as I told you, please guys, I'm really sorry for that, I just forget about it, and I will provide you the source code. Okay, so there is no need for you guys to worry, I mean to change all these things. Okay, I'm really sorry for that again. So I will just provide you the complete source code. Okay, don't worry about it. So anyways, now For example, in the database it must be in this format. Let's say if in the database it is in small English alphabet like this, that, or let's say you have wrong spellings like this, okay, then it will not work for that. Okay, as you know that here it is different. I mean, when the spelling is in small English alphabet, or let's say if you have written a wrong spelling, then in that case it will not match. It will not match with the values which we provide here, because inside our query, if you see here, we are specifically getting the value from our drop down, and the drop down, you know that it has value in this format. On our gender, you know that. So for that purpose, if I show you while saving the information, okay, these are important information to mention so that you can understand the working of it. Okay, that is when we update, first of all, on the account settings screen, when we update, you see first we convert that to lowercase. So in the database it will be saved in lowercase. Similarly for our registration, if you go to the authentication controller, make sure that you convert that to lowercase. Okay, for the gender specifically, gender dot to lowercase must be converted to lowercase. I will tell you what I mean. Chosen gender dot to string dot to lowercase. As you know that the options here for the gender, you see the starting words in capital letters. Okay, so that's why we want to make sure that while saving or updating, we also convert that to lowercase, and then while displaying, that is applying the filter search, we also make sure that we have that gender which the user choose here, we convert that to lowercase. So that's why we convert that to lowercase. So now let's test the application. So now if I say male, United Kingdom, 25 or greater than 25, done. So you see John Parker account appears, and there is no other account for male. So you see if I swipe right or left, it is not showing any other. Now let's search for female accounts. So let's say female who lives in the United Kingdom, whose age is 20 or greater than 20. So if I click done, so we have Julia Smith 23, and then Isma Marta 26, you see, and then Angela Smith 42. So you see that the filter which we apply, that is whose age is equals to 20 or greater than 20, okay, that is all those females whose age is 20 or greater than 20. So you see that greater than 20, greater than 20, greater than 20, but below than 20 it will not display you any profile. Now how we can confirm? For example, this time I want to search for a female from the United Kingdom whose age is either 40 or above than 40, means greater than 40. So if I click done, I see only the Angela Smith profile. You see, because she is the one profile we have whose age is either that is, her age is of course greater than 40, which is 42. Okay, that is according to our search, whose age is equals or greater than 40. So she is greater than 40, that's why we see the result. Hello guys, welcome back. Now the next thing is to allow the user to start chatting in WhatsApp with the receiver or the profile with whom the user wants to start chatting, that is start messaging. So for that purpose you need to go to your swiping screen, okay, and on the swiping screen we are going to implement a new method which will be start chatting in WhatsApp. Now this method will receive one thing as a parameter, and that will be the user phone number, and that user simply means the receiver on which the current user, or you can say the logged in user, tap on the chat button. So you can say receiver phone number. Now here we have to define the Android, that is if the user is testing the application on the Android smartphone. then in that case we will have a different URL in order to open up the WhatsApp. So we can say Android URL, and inside the double quotes you can add this WhatsApp : / send ? phone equals to, okay, this URL, and then the phone number you have to provide. So we have the receiver phone number with whom we want to contact, and do you want to add some default text in a message to the receiver. So in order to add some default text which will automatically open up in the chat box, we can have a parameter for that, which is text and text equals to, and you can say, hey, I found your profile on dating app, okay, just like this. Or any other text you want to add, you can add it after this text equals to. Then we have to define it for the iOS. So for the iOS, that is if you are testing this application on your iPhone, for the iPhone the URL is a little bit different. For the iPhone we have https://wa.me/ and after it you have to provide the number, and then for the default text you say ? text equals to, and then you add $ curly braces, and inside this curly braces you have to type URI.parse, and then in here you can add single quotes, and inside the single quotes you can write your default text message which you want to display in the chat box, okay, just like this. So then we can say try catch, or you can directly say that on exception, that is if any error occur. If any error occur, or let's say if the WhatsApp is not installed in the user phone, or let's say if that number is not available on WhatsApp, it is not yet registered on WhatsApp, then it will display us a message that is WhatsApp not found or WhatsApp is not installed. So we will display a pop-up context builder build context return alert dialog, so in the title we will have this, then in the content we will have WhatsApp is not installed, then we will have a button which will basically close the dialog box. So we can give it them as okay, and when the user tap on this OK button, we will close the alert dialog. So now let's work on our opening the WhatsApp. That is, if that number exists and if there is no problem, then just open up the chat. First, for that we will need a dependency which is a URL launcher. So you have to add this URL_launcher. Okay, just add this URL_launcher which is responsible for opening the WhatsApp app in your iPhone or in your Android smartphone. So we can say if the platform is iOS, so we can say is iOS. If it is showing you this error, then you have to confirm that by mistake you have imported this .html, which is not the required one. However, the required one, which is, just click here and you will see this and it will show you these suggestions. So this one, which is .io, so you have to just make this asynchronous first, and then you have to just write wait launcher URL URI.parse, and as this is for iOS, so iOS URL, and it will open up the WhatsApp in your iPhone if you are testing the application on iPhone. Otherwise, if it is Android, then just open it for the Android. And let me tell you, you have to test this application on your real Android phone or on your real iPhone. Now from where we will call this method? Well, all you need to do is, as you know, in our user interface code where we have the chat button. So from here we can call over this method, and to this we will pass the number of the user, the receiver number. So we can say each profile info, that is the profile on where we have the chat button. On that profile, when the user click on the chat icon button, so we will pass the number of that user to it as a parameter, which is phone number. So it will be sent as a parameter to this method which is receiving here. So now let's just test the app on our phone. So now let's say on this profile, if I click on the chat button, so it open up the WhatsApp. Since on my Android phone I have two WhatsApp, one is the normal WhatsApp app and the other one is the WhatsApp business, so that's why it asks me that is using which WhatsApp you wants to open it. So I will just select that option, click always or just open. So you see it says this is not a valid phone number. As you know, this was a dummy phone number which we just use for the testing purposes. Okay, so that's why. So for example, if I want to proceed with a correct, so you have to proceed with the correct phone number. For example, that account belongs to Julia, so I will just edit it. Okay, for the testing purposes I want to show you guys. You see this phone number, this was just the dummy phone number earlier we add. Okay, now here you have to type, every user who create their account, they must provide their proper phone number, okay, not a dummy one. So for example, I'm going to provide here a phone number of my brother here, so that is, you can write your phone number here, correct phone number. Okay, so I update that phone number, and now first make sure to click on the play button in order for the app to restart. So now if I click on the chat button, it directly open up the WhatsApp, and here you can see that. So it has a default message in the chat box which you see, hey, I found your profile on dating app.